Welcome back, Crime Spies. Welcome to episode 10 of Justice or Injustice, the troubling trial of Zachariah Anderson. It is Hat Day and it is Crooked Hat Day. We will fix that later. I hope you had a wonderful New Year's. If you're like me, you stayed up way too late, and today is probably kind of painful. It's a good thing I don't drink, or I would be in the hurt locker. For reals. So, I saw there was some messages. I hope you enjoyed your festivities, whatever they were, if you decided to stay home. I hope you were safe. I hope you said a prayer at the stroke of midnight that this man, that I have not seen any evidence thus far as to have committed a crime against the victim, I hope you said a prayer for his freedom this year, because that's really what's most important, in my opinion, and I'm sure many of yours. So, let's see now. I have sort of kind of fixed a few things. I don't know why that keeps happening, but we'll just run with it. Comment section. Oh, yes. I wonder why this is not working, but I will fix that later. At least it's popping up at the bottom of the screen. So that's Gucci. Actually, what we could do really quick is just run through that, because I have the video queued up. And I think the little bot person is working. I added a couple more. Stray, I'm not going to lie, I did kind of copy and paste some of yours because I don't know how to put emojis. Hello, feral housewife. I haven't seen you since last year. It's been a while. Oh, and also before I begin, I would like to thank my daughter Lily. I was running around with curlers in my hair, and she said, "Mama, can I make you a coffee?" She's got one of those fancy Nespresso things. She saved her money really, really, really hard, really, really long. Oops. Fancy Nespresso thing. She's pause. And she had been so kind as to make me a delicious cup of it. All right, so let's just go through this. So in the description box underneath of Rumble and YouTube and Kick, I don't think you can do that. Well, anyway, here is, oh, and something happened here. I'm going to like my own video. I will have to copy and paste the little thing I had 2 days ago, episode 9. At the very top, it says okay, so I am monetized on Rumble. Whilst it doesn't happen very often, if you on Rumble are considering doing a Rumble rant, I would ask that for the duration of us watching this trial, if you could go to bullet point number 4 underneath in the description, and that's the Give, Send, Go. I know the other day, Nick, the Swedish guy, Nick the Swede, I'm just going to call him that, had a fundraiser, and it was over $4,000. I'm not sure how close they are to their $50,000 goal, but we'd like to get there before the end of January. The sooner the better. So underneath in the description box, there's a link to Vilhammer Media, who is providing us the remastered audio. Summer, hello. Summer was on with Detective John last night. Welcome to Crime Spies, dear. I haven't seen you since last year either. No, wait, actually, I did. I saw you this morning. Welcome. Everyone, welcome Summer Watson. She came on panel for a while yesterday, too. That was fun. So number one is Wilhelmer Media. Thank you so much for remastering. That's where we're getting the video from. If you could please go to his playlist and hit all the thumbs up on those, that would be fantastic. Number two is the link to the free Zachariah Anderson website. It's got all sorts of things, transcripts and um, evidence that was entered into the record, evidence that was not entered into the record. He has actually been wanting to do this. He's got a blog that he's written, or like a kind of like a diary entry thing. And the other day, I guess, I kind of read through a few of them, and he's talking about how like he's trying to soothe his discomfort. He's got a very bad back injury. It's just terrible. Number three, oh, this isn't right at all. Number three is the wonderful Wrongful podcast. New, they have 4 episodes this week. It seems like they drop on Wednesdays, but this week they have actually 2 parts dropping on Wednesday and Thursday. I had a link to the podcast awards under here too. I don't know what happened. And then again, 4 is the Give, Send, Go. And then number 5, Law Kong Express. He has got 4 fantastic videos on his YouTube channel. And then in case you missed it, there's some Soloman Anderson interviews. One is with the Broken Baker. So here's a link to his channel. Here's a link to that video. Making Law Simple. David, I hear he has issues with going down the stairs. Just kidding. Okay, so his channel, he also has a video called What is a Denny Motion? The first couple days of trial, the attorneys were arguing over that. So I put that link. And then once we get to closing arguments, or if you've already gotten that far, he's also got a link here. Jamie was so kind to drop that the other day. Steve Gosney, he's an attorney out of Florida, defense attorney out of Florida. It's my understanding well, not my understanding, I know he's awesome. But he's got an interview with Tiffany Roy. Tiffany Roy basically debunks the DNA expert testimony. I forget her name now. Finger something. And then here are our christenings from our 2-day Christmas marathon, Serendipitous Christmas Kismet marathon, La King Kong Encyclopedia Crown, and Stray the Warrior Princess Moderator. And then underneath that, I'm just compiling a list of some really great YouTube channels. Detective John is how I met Summer last night. He's popped in here a few times now. Really want to get his eyes on what happened here if he's got time. Also, yesterday on Twitter, I had tagged Sergeant Joe Giacalone. It's Jackalone, but I feel like I need to be an Italian grandmother when I say his name. And he did, I think he liked it, so I know he saw it. He's also extremely busy, but he is fantastic. I should actually put his channel on here. He just had one about that pregnant woman that was unalived the other day. He's just like brief, succinct, accurate. You know, it's just really great to see these law enforcement people that have YouTube channels now. And then, of course, we've got Sal, which if it wasn't for Sal, frankly, I wouldn't have met most of you wonderful people in 2023. He was the first one I met of your group. Steve, Publicly Buzzed. You know how much I love Steve. And it's not because he sent me a t-shirt that I won with the contest. It's just because he's awesome. Jessika For Justice, I met her a couple weeks ago. She's got a brand new channel on both YouTube and Kick. She is fantastic. Um, and she's really great. I suggest you check her out. And then Kristine, she's got a new channel on YouTube. And I had also added Hella from Excited Utterance. She's out of Australia. She does a lot of live streams with Sal and Mo in the Deep End. I need to add her too. I had it in the thing and it didn't work. But anyway, so there you have it. Now, let's begin. We have 4 hours left of day 10. Sadie we ended the other day when Sadie had just gotten off of the witness stand. And the excellent Wilhelmer Media has a list of who we are going to be hearing from for the rest of the day. It looks like we got a detective. Looks like this guy here assisted officers with obtaining Zach's itemized Walmart receipt. So I'm guessing we're going to see that Walmart video. Another detective, another assistant to the footage of Zach's Walmart shopping. Oh, and then we got Rebecca, Sadie's bestie. Hannah Judd, special agent, and then Sean Morton, forensic examiner. Now, I don't know if at the end of this you want to go on to day 11, because that one is 5 hours long, but that's the minor child of Sadie and Zachariah. OA is who we're referring to her as. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm game if you are game. I know today is New Year's Day. So I guess we'll just play it by ear now. And hopefully the chats are popping up down here. Christine is here. Hello, Christine. Happy New Year. Stray is here. How's Dr. Death coming along? Stray. I told her she's got to watch Dr. Death. Season 1 is about Dr. Christopher Dunch, who's a back surgeon and basically he paralyzed people. And that came out a few years ago. I don't know the actor's name that played Dr. Dunch, but Christian Slater's in it, and also Alec Baldwin. That came out pre the whole Rust incident. I'm on season 2. It just got released. And it is about a surgeon out of Europe. And he came up with this like trachea implant and basically killed people. I'd actually seen that on 2020. That's really interesting. So, let's see what else we have here. Day 11, please. I work 8 a.m. to 8. Okay. June, if you're going to be here, I'll be here too. How's that? 8 to 8. I wonder if she's in like a paramedic or is Broken Baker here? Without the cool kids who hung out the other Broken Baker, it's my understanding you had a live stream on when I was still sleeping. I was studying the back of my eyelids. Oh, you're welcome, June. Mimsy's here. Oh, and Wilhelmer's here too. Hello, Pixie. Iris. Hello, Iris the Tejana. See, now see the little thing that just popped under Stray? That's a bot. Jane of Custody is here. Oh my gosh, you people are wonderful. Hopefully you have your hat on. It's hat day. I made this. I have a whole pile. I really need to just start. You know what I could do? I could do like, if you donate, X amount of dollars, I'll send you a hat or a scarf and a hat. Writing in the list. Let's see. This is so beautiful. Look at all these beautiful faces. Everybody make sure to say hi to Summer Watson. She was in Detective John's live stream last night. He was on for, what was that, like 11 hours? Oh, and you know how I think it was like Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, we had that 12-hour, 40-minute live stream. I found out that after it's like just shy of 12 hours, apparently YouTube won't have the whole thing if it's more than 12 hours. Weird. I always have a live stream or Jamie will beat me. Oh, you guys are so sweet. You warm my heart. All right, here we go. Day 10, part 2. And actually we'll start with a little funny. Oh, I have some fun things rolling around in my head. All right, here we go. Depending on the testimony, I might jack it up to 1.25 times speed. I don't know. Normally, that's how I watch these trials, is 1.25 times, but I guess we'll see.
Could you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth,
Oh,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
okay. Well,
Please
this
be
is starting
seated.
off pretty good. He remembered to swear in. He remembered to swear in.
Detective Howard,
that
Howard Floyd,
With the City of Kenosha Police Department.
and your names are Marty or Martin Howard.
Sorry, pause. Is the volume too low? Because okay, so there's this. I wonder if I can show you. Oh, this might. Okay, so I don't know if you can see this. See, I'm talking down here and see how I'm in the green. And when they talk, it's up here. If it gets in the orange, it gets weird. But I mean, I can adjust it a little bit. I can adjust me up a little bit too, maybe too. I'll keep an eye on it. I would like to say that their sound is kind of all over the place. All right, here we go.
Can you spell Howard, please, for the record? His mic's not working.
Okay,
I think I. All right.
Now we're
HOWARD.
And Detective Howard, how long have you been employed with the Kenosha Police Department?
For 11 years.
How long have you been a detective?
For 4 years.
As part of your duties,
Do
were
we
you
know
on
how that
duty
is
as a
for sound?
detective on May 21st, 2000? I'm sorry, 2020. Apologize.
Yes.
Okay. And on that date, were you assigned a task to see if you could figure out the details of a Walmart receipt?
Yes, I was provided a photo of a Walmart receipt that was partially legible.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 115. I'm going to have you take that out. And what my question is this document, or is whatever is in State's Exhibit 115, is it what was depicted in the picture that was sent to you? Okay. Take it out.
Tell you what, that Lily of mine, she makes a coffee better than any Starbucks I've ever had, which is very seldom. Lily, if you're watching in your room right now, you and Truman, Mommy loves you. And Truman. Thank you. Oh, Lakong Express. Hello and Happy New Year. Am I the only one that's never seen this before?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same document that you received a picture of?
Yes.
And how are you able to tell that? So in other words, what are the details of that you recall so that you know it's the same document?
When I received the photo, I recalled that Walmart was just barely legible at the top of the receipt. The entire middle portion of the receipt was illegible. There was a barcode at the bottom of the receipt, which was almost complete. And then there was what appeared to be 12 digits of a transaction code that were at the bottom of that receipt, with some digits missing at the end, and all that matches with this.
And as to 115, can you see a date on there of the transaction?
Yes, there's also the date of May 18th, 2020 at 8:36 a.m.
All right, so those two things are legible on 115 as well? On Exhibit 115?
Yes.
Okay, so the picture you had appears to be a true and accurate copy of what you see in Exhibit 115 then?
Yes, absolutely.
The picture does not appear to be changed or altered in any way from what you're seeing in 115?
Correct.
So if I understand correctly, then you had a date of a transaction, a time, a store, and part of a barcode. Did I have that? Do I have that summary correct?
Only Walmart. I don't know what.
What did I say?
Yeah.
Walmart.
You said a store.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
I just know that it's a Walmart receipt at that
Okay.
time.
And date, time, and a large portion of.
Totally pip. Oh shoot, I had something on. Is it pip pip cheerio? Pip pip cheerio? I forget.
A barcode, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what did you decide to do with the document that you had a picture of?
I went to the Kenosha Walmart at 3500 Brumback Boulevard, and my plan was to, I felt the best
John
option
Gary is
to
back.
get clarity on the receipt was approach.
Pause. Okay, so also Lokong Express, like I mentioned earlier, is the bomb diggity Encyclopedia crone, as I refer to him. Pay attention to his messages in chat. He has some excellent observations. And John Gary is back. Welcome to you, John Gary. I think you are possibly changing your mind, question mark. Sarah Gould, Viking Raid. Sarah Gould, welcome. Are you coming from, where are you coming from? Who's the Viking? Is it Fedorovsky? Hello and welcome. Viking Raiders. Is that Nick the Swede? Welcome. Welcome. For the record, our Minnesota Vikings here with their fancy ass stadium still can't manage to get to the Super Bowl and win it. Nick, thank you, sir. Nick, I'd add him to the list. Oh, that was really nice. What other Viking does? I don't know. I thought he was Swedish. Okay, well, let's continue. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully we, actually for the Viking people, let's just do our little transition one more time, just in case. There. I hope that put a smile on your face. Scott McGinnis, you've been teleported here. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Hopefully we can keep you entertained.
To manager and see if manager would be able to scan that barcode at the bottom of the receipt.
Ultimately, in that effort, did you speak to a person named Paul Webb at Walmart?
Yes.
Right. And was that also on May 21st?
Correct.
And without you knowing exactly what Mr. Webb did you then leave that task with a document in hand?
Yes, I was with Paul Webb. He first tried to scan the barcode and that did not work. And then I was with him for approximately 30 minutes as he attempted to put different numbers at the end to complete a transaction code. And approximately 30 minutes later, he was able to produce a transaction code.
And then did he generate a document based on those efforts?
Yes.
Without you knowing the details of those efforts, through his efforts, he generated a document for you?
Correct.
I'm going to show you now what's
I'm going to object to this coming in at this point.
He's going to ask questions. I didn't hear anything about coming in.
Yeah, I'm not introducing it at this point. We have, obviously, there are still foundational witnesses. I'm just asking his testimony on these exhibits before they can be exhibits that would be.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So as
Well, Judge, I guess I'm going to object to if he's going to have the witness read what the contents of that are.
He didn't ask that.
Okay.
I don't think he requested that the witness read it.
read it to himself, review it, but not read it, not public.
Oh, you did say that?
Well, he's going to look at it himself, but not publish it in any way to the group.
That's what I understood was
Yeah.
going to be the question. Okay.
Can I proceed?
Okay.
Yeah. State, I'm going to show you now with the mark state exhibit 5-6. Ask you to take a look at this document. Is that a document that you received from the manager at Walmart during the stuff that you talked about?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document and just indicate, in terms of the document you were provided, is it a true and accurate copy of the document you were provided by Paul Webb, a manager at Walmart?
Yes.
Okay. And does it appear to be changed or altered in any way?
No.
Okay. And then, so what, if anything, did you do with this exhibit? So after you received it from the Walmart employee, what did you do next?
I observed it, and I observed that the date and time at the bottom of this document matched the photo of the receipt that I had obtained. And then there was more information on this document, including a location for the Walmart and 12 items that were purchased, and also the total.
So without talking any more about the details, thank you. What did you physically do with the document next? Did you share?
Okay, so Brandon Lesko, it dawned on me the other day that you're Lesko Brandon. I'm like, wait a minute. That's not his name. That's hysterical. Do you have I'm assuming your ringtone is We the People by Kid Rock, ? I may be known to play that on occasion.
Share it with someone? Did you drive somewhere? In general, what did you do next with the document?
At this time, Detective Brightshaft and Detective Antaramian were driving to the Mequon area to do canvassing of surveillance footage. And I notified them immediately and told them that they should respond to the Saukville Walmart to look at surveillance footage there.
And did you provide him a copy of this exhibit?
Yes.
And can you just one more time say what the number of that exhibit is?
256.
Okay. So you provided a copy of 256 to Detectives Antaramian and Brightshaft, who were proceeding up in the area of the Saukville Walmart. Is that correct?
Yes. After I notified them of this, they rerouted from Mequon to the Saukville Walmart.
I have nothing else regarding this exhibit at this time, Judge.
Let's examine.
Your involvement in this case was more than just your Walmart investigation, correct?
Correct.
You had interviewed several people as well.
Correct.
You interviewed Christine Remsburg.
Correct.
That, your knowledge, what was her relation to Mr. Anderson?
Objection would call for hearsay.
To his,
Well, you asked to your knowledge,
what
but
was her relation to Mr. Anderson?
your question began with to your knowledge.
Oh,
And
dear, here we
that
go.
would suggest that the information
Now
came
watch.
from a source
Bingo,
other
baby.
than hearsay.
Why did you want to interview Ms. Remsburg?
Because I was advised that she had a relationship with Mr. Anderson.
And you also interviewed Joshua Anderson.
Yes.
Why did you interview him?
He is the brother to Zachariah Anderson.
In this investigation, you also were tasked with reviewing and listening to reports, 911 calls, things of that sort.
I did not review reports. That's usually delegated to the lead detective, but you say 911 calls?
Yeah.
I listened to a 911 call once, while at Mequon PD, and I obtained a copy of a 911 call to bring back to Kenosha PD and enter in evidence.
What 911 call did you review?
It was a 911 call from Zachariah Anderson to Mequon PD, I believe from his residence.
Do you remember the summary or the essence of what that 911 call was?
Objection, that's hearsay.
Oh, okay. So,
Um,
so for those of you, I was just responding to Iris Letehana. For those of you who may have been teleported here by Nick the Swede Viking extraordinaire, we have noticed that Gravely has certain tells. He is right now objecting weak, as Iris says, that's such a petty objection, especially since she's already testified. So that's what the Dingleberry does. He objects as soon as she gets close, as soon as she's over the target of one of the many holes in this case. That's one of his tells. Another one is compulsive water drinking. Another one is the self-hug. And another one is the chicken wing, which I found the funniest cartoon chicken sound that would be perfect. But I haven't uploaded it yet. Dingleberry.
Not asking for specific statements, just a summary.
the question was whether he remembered.
She asked for a summary. She asked for a summary of the hearsay 911 call. That was the question.
And I'd also talk about business records if we want to go down that road.
Man, how did I miss so much of that question?
Because, sir, you fell down the
Um,
stairs.
Just to excuse myself.
Oh, dear. Dear, he's got that lozenge in his mouth again.
This is not my regular assignment, the trial of
Oh,
criminal cases.
that's pretty clear.
I'm now on a different assignment, and I'm still trying some criminal cases,
Maybe you could
but
talk
I
better,
also
sir,
have
if
to
you
deal
took
with
that
these civil issues,
lozenge out of your mouth.
and some of them are quite time sensitive. So, but I sure don't recall all that content. Why don't you rephrase your question?
No, he's sucking on
Do you
a
remember
lozenge.
what the 911 call was about?
Well, that certainly opens the door to hearsay.
I don't mean to pause, but Scott McGinnis has a really great comment. So the police state can send you to prison for a missing man. I would love to interview the jurors. Or were they thinking casting a guilty verdict? Okay, so that's interesting because he's on trial for the unaliving of this person, who I have noticed both the judge and the prosecutor refer to as missing. How is that possible? Now, I think you can surmise that the victim was unalived, but this I don't understand. And also with respect to the jurors, I asked that earlier in one of the first couple episodes if there's been any kind of, jurors coming forward to interview, and I was told that there wasn't. Another thing that I find very concerning is the fact that this is the same jury pool that, was involved in the Rittenhouse trial. Now, if there's any controversial trial in the last couple years, that one, they could have caved to the public pressure for sure. But they came out, in my opinion, with the right verdict. Same judge. The only difference is this judge fell down and went boom between Rittenhouse and this trial. So it kind of makes one wonder if the judge's mental incompetence, in my opinion, letting in things that shouldn't have gotten let in my opinion, oftentimes being way more harsh on the defense side than on the prosecutor side, letting Dingleberry run some of the proceedings, basically. It makes you kind of wonder, if that's the whole thing went sideways because the judge has a head wound or head injury.
I don't know,
There's no oversight.
but it certainly would.
This
It's
was
starting off that way.
televised. It just really is
So
awful.
he's been asked questions so far.
There needs to be an argument on it.
Pardon me?
I can,
No, I don't need an argument. It's
Exclaimer.
starting off
Happy
as
New
hearsay.
Year.
you're aware of how law enforcement agencies maintain business records?
Every different agencies do maintain records differently. There's lots of different record systems. I have knowledge on how Kenosha PD retains some records, but I do not know how Mequon PD obtains theirs.
Sure, but you had, in this particular situation, you said that you took a copy of that 911 recording, correct?
Correct.
So when you took it, it then was processed into Kenosha Police Department's evidence log and property, correct?
Correct.
Explain how that works.
So, Judge, I'm going to object because this is still calling for a statement from the defendant.
I'm not
So this
asking that.
Yeah.
That was not my question.
I have to agree. I didn't.
Area of inquiry.
Pardon me?
Whole area of inquiry. So let's say we qualify this as a business record. It is still a statement of the defendant, and it's not a party opponent. It's still going to be here. You can't play.
But her question, this question does not ask what you fear. It suggests it's coming.
Right. And I'm trying to save the time. I'm trying to get the court to understand that even if we got through this.
The question of its on its own is non-objectionable.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes.
I don't remember it verbatim, but it was to the point of if you could explain to the jury when something's received into evidence, what that means, how that whole process works.
When you say received into evidence, that's a term we use around here all the time.
That's why I'm asking.
You're talking about it at the police department.
That's why I'm asking him to
You're not
explain
talking
that to
yeah.
the jury. Correct.
Okay.
As it relates to the 911 call. If you could explain the process of logging it, processing it to the jury.
I believe it was copied onto a CD or a DVD from Mequon PD, which was then brought to Kenosha PD and entered into our evidence.
And when you said entered into your evidence, who maintains control of that?
There's an evidence department of Kenosha Joint Services, and that's an entity that assists Kenosha Police Department and Kenosha County Sheriff's Department.
So related to law enforcement.
Yes.
And a copy of that disc still exists to your knowledge.
Yes.
You were also tasked with trying to obtain additional documentation or information pertaining to the investigation.
Yes.
One of those things was Mr. Gutierrez's rental agreement.
Yes.
And had you been in correspondence with the manager of Wood Creek Apartments, Caitlin Ryan?
Yes, that was brief. But we did speak.
And you provided that all the information you gathered from that conversation to Detective Correa?
I believe so.
Do you remember creating a NAMIS case as well for Mr. Gutierrez?
Positive.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
NAMIS is it's primarily a website. It's operated by the federal government, an arm of the Department of Justice. And what NAMIS is, it's the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. One of the main goals of NAMIS is to connect missing persons with unidentified human remains. So the website is open to the public, but there's a section of the website that is only accessible by like law enforcement and medical examiners
Salvador
offices.
is here.
And so you created the case. Can you explain to a jury what creating a case means as it relates to this particular case?
And so I created the NamUs profile for Rosalio Gutierrez on the website, so it's still there today. In creating the profile, what I did was try to obtain unique identifying physical characteristics of Rosalio Gutierrez and enter that into the website.
And you had obtained that information from those close to him, such as his mother?
Yes, primarily his mother.
And to your knowledge, are you tasked with keeping up to date if there are any hits from NamUs?
So there are people in the DOJ that work within NamUs because, as mentioned earlier, different police departments keep different records. This is a clearinghouse where there's information at a central location, and then people from the DOJ can look at unidentified human remains and also look at identifying characteristics of NamUs profiles and make matches when there are matches.
And also, at a time, you spoke with Miss Patterson, Mr. Gutierrez's mother, on several occasions or twice.
Hello,
It was a couple times.
One of
for
those times, do you
subscribing.
remember asking her for dental records for Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes,
And why were you asking her about the dental records?
because that is one way where if there were bones recovered in a location, there are some unique aspects to how people have different teeth, and there was a potential for identification if a body was ever located that matched.
And were you given those dental records?
Yes,
And did you review those dental records?
it was a couple images which I uploaded to the NamUs profile. I don't know how dental records work.
I just want to pause for a moment. Angel Australia's comment here. I'm beyond frustrated they didn't search the dump. I wonder if Soloman has gotten into it. Although very likely if there was anything there, it's long gone. This case is heartbreaking. You know, we talked about that. The dumpster outside the apartment, which granted, if you were a criminal, you probably wouldn't put your evidence in the dumpster at the apartment. But I found it quite coincidental, shall we say, that the dumpster was dumped about an hour before Sadie called 911. I was curious if her cell phone records were obtained and, you know, with cell phone data and the geofencing things, if she was in the area, what time, I mean, like when she got there. I mean, did she know that the dumpster was being dumped? Question mark. And also, don't know if I have this exactly correct, but it's my understanding that Sal can explain this better. It's my understanding that the funds for the Mark Jensen retrial were reallocated towards the Zachariah Anderson trial, and the dump was like, okay, so landfills have, you know, there's like certain they're organized, and apparently where the trash was being dumped, that area was basically stopped. Like they were told not to dump in that area and to go somewhere else so as to not, you know, continue. And then Soloman, I'm pretty sure, said something to the effect that that was like called off. So they had stopped dumping in that area. Hopefully I got that right. Oh, Sal, I plan on getting Rosalio's data. I'll check if Sadie's is available. Michael taking the carpet to the dump. Was it Michael? I can't remember. Yes, it was Michael. But I think that was, I'm telling you, there's so much going on here. It's hard to keep it straight. I'm going to have to watch it again, I'm sure.
identifying features of those, but I did observe
Right back.
pictures of teeth, x-rays.
What was the Walmart receipt? Exhibit 115, which was, yeah, the Walmart exhibit. You just reviewed that right now, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't reviewed this particular exhibit in person before today, or had you?
I've not seen this in person until today. I saw a picture of it on May 21st, 2020.
And when you saw a picture of it, where was it? Was it where it was originally found, or was it in the evidence room?
I don't know exactly where it was. I believe there was a manila envelope in the background and a pair of latex gloves holding the receipt up in front of the camera.
Okay.
The picture being taken.
Okay. So on the back, so I'm just going to show it up here on the Elmo. So this is the front of it, correct?
Yes.
Then I'm going to flip it around. The back is fine. You can fully read it, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Sorry.
I have
My
no
son
further
was.
questions.
How can that be considered evidence?
back
Wouldn't they have gotten
is fine. You can fully read it.
like a copy of it? I used to work retail. You'd be able to drum up a copy. I mean, it looks like the barcode is intact.
Correct.
Yeah, the barcode is intact.
I have no further questions.
Hi, Mads. Happy New Year.
Detective Howard, you were asked whether you entered a case into NAMUS, N-A-M-U-S. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did that case get entered by you on May 22nd, 2020?
That sounds right.
So that was 3 days after the crime scene that we over at Wood Creek.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Any question? You may step down.
Okay, so Salvador, let's just say Salvador is intimately familiar with the Mark Jensen trial. He has the most awesome weekend live stream that I actually missed this week. And it's, Sal, I'm just going to say it's just not the same when I'm watching it in rewatch. Salvador reads out of Mark Jensen's journal. And it's interesting. Mark Jensen had a fascination with male private parts, organized by size and shape. Okay. But he said they came in $30,000 under budget for Jensen, so had extra resources for Zach's trial. Okay, so they didn't redirect funds from Jensen. They just had extra. Okay, got it. Thank you for clarifying that. I don't want to add to any type of misinformation. And the bailiffs don't slap lawyers like Looney Leno here. Seems that should be mandatory. Alicia, Happy New Year and welcome back. All right, here we go. Continuing on.
Break.
Day 10.
Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen.
Oh, they're having a
Listen to
break.
any count of the trial. 10 to 15 minutes. Any question? Okay.
so this is the moment where we bring up this. I need to edit it. It's been, 1,323 days since Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated. That is about 3 years, 7.5 months, which is horrifying. And in my opinion, he has been tortured.
He calls Paul Wet.
Okay, so I could probably put the volume up on the court a tiny bit. Their peaks are just in the orange barely.
Would you do so much for the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth,
Good.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
The
So,
judge
God,
is remembering to swear
please
in
be
the
seated.
witness. That's good.
Mr. Webb, can you state your first and your last name, spell your last name for the record?
First name is Paul, last name is Webb, W-E-B-B, the third.
Back
He's
in
a Walmart
the time
employee.
period of May 21st of 2020, were you employed?
Yes,
And what was your employment back on May 21st of 2020?
I'm a front-end coach at Walmart.
And what does a front-end coach mean?
Basically the overall manager on that front end.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's just in that area, but the total store, but that was my specific area.
And at which Walmart, were you at a particular Walmart store during that time period?
Yes, the Kenosha location.
Do you continue to have employment with Walmart today?
Yes,
All right. In your capacity at the Kenosha Walmart back on May 21st, 2020, did you have a detective or somebody from the Kenosha Police Department approach you to see if you could figure out how to find out additional information on a receipt?
yes.
And the way you saw that receipt, was it a picture?
No, it was an actual receipt document from what he had.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 115. And what I'm going to do is have the detective come up so you don't have to touch it. And he'll just show it to you closely enough so you can inspect Exhibit 115. If we can do that way, please.
Yes,
Okay.
that was the exact receipt that he gave me.
So you feel confident that is the receipt?
Yes.
Okay. And did you, in terms of having that receipt, based on what you recall, what information did you have to go on? In other words, to try to figure out how to fill in the blanks on the receipt?
The time, stamp, the date, and on the bottom there's a transaction code that we put into our database to try to locate receipts. And we can look at other store receipts. It doesn't have to be our own because it's in the database through Walmart.
And did you have the entire transaction code or just a large portion of it?
This had the large portion, and I had to basically process elimination with the numbers to kind of find the actual receipt.
And when you use that transaction code, were you also attempting to match it to the time and date of the transaction?
Yes.
Because you knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you said we are able to do this and we're able to look at other stores. Who are you talking about when you say we?
We as in managers, we have that option to do so. Just because you could go to other locations and get receipts found for other people. And
what mechanically are you operating? So are you doing this by hand files or what are you looking at to do this?
It's electronic journal, so it's done on a computer.
Here.
And who keeps this electronic journal? Is it a corporation or one person? Who does this?
It's the corporation. It's done through our home office down in Bentonville, Arkansas, where they have a particular application that we go to be able to pull up electronic journal receipts.
And is this a particular program, this journal that you're talking about, where you're looking at transaction numbers? Is that something that you commonly use for other purposes at Walmart?
Yes.
Okay, so describe what would be the most common purpose by which you would use this exact same process. What sort of thing happens at Walmart that would cause you to need this?
Well, there are customers that come in our store that have receipts that are faded like that we have to try to find for them if they're trying to do a return or trying to get like warranty information. They would need to get the actual document. So that's something that we get for them.
Okay, so on May 21st, utilizing what you've been shown, Exhibit 115, did you go to a particular laptop or computer and attempt to do this process you've described?
Yes.
Okay. And was the machinery you were using in working order? In other words, did you see any signs that things weren't working?
Yes, it was in working order.
Okay. And did you have to do anything other than the typical process you do at Walmart to take a faded receipt and figure out, what the rest of the details are?
No, it was just getting that information on there and finding it.
Pretty standard for you.
Yes.
Okay. So ultimately, were you able, with the numbers that you had, to find a transaction that matched that date of May 18th, 2020 at 8:36 a.m.? Were you able to find a transaction number that did match that?
Yes.
And was that your Walmart store where that transaction had happened, or some other one, if you remember?
It was another store.
Okay. And when you had that data, so when you found the match, is there any kind of document that you then generate?
Yes.
And what's that called? What do you call it?
We just call it a printout.
Okay.
A receipt printout.
And what does that document contain, to your knowledge?
It contains just like a regular receipt. It contains the store number, the store manager, time, date, the actual full transaction code, how they paid, and the items that they purchased.
So it's not exactly like the receipt I would normally get when I go to Walmart.
No.
But it has the same information.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 256 and ask you if, again, in the context of 115, the one we just showed you, is 256 an exhibit you recognize?
Yep. Yes, it is.
Okay. So what is Exhibit 256 then, again, in the context of what we've talked about?
It's just like right up top. It's an item history. It's not an actual receipt, but it shows every item information that customer purchased.
Is this the document that you provided when a detective came to you with Exhibit 115? Is this the actual document that you provided?
Yes.
Okay. Or a photocopy. It's the same document in terms of content?
Yes.
Okay. Is this exhibit I've just shown you changed or altered in any way from what you generated on May 21st to try to assist the Kenosha Police Department?
No.
Does it appear, other than the sticker that's on it, does it have any changes or alterations from the document you provided?
No.
Judge, I'd move admission of this exhibit now based on its testimony.
Pause. Laconic Express, no planned killer uses latex. Latex has powder. I'm telling you, he drops nuggets of information that are well worth picking up and sticking in your pocket. Mads, this whole Walmart shopping is one giant red herring. I did fix the chat on the bottom. I don't know, I'm still tinkering with this. And you know that, I don't know. Yeah, all right, let's continue.
Is there objection?
No.
Received.
And after you provided it to the detective, did you do anything else in this case?
No.
Okay. And again, this exhibit is what number? If you could say the sticker number.
S256.
So as to 256, it tells the store, correct?
Yes.
All right. It gives you the date and time of the transaction,
Mm-hmm.
whether it's paid for in cash,
Yes, no?
Yes.
whether it's paid for in cash,
Yes.
and it itemizes what items were purchased in that transaction.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, maybe they are. I'm going to try it a different way.
I have nothing else with this witness.
Cross-examine?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon yet? No, good morning, Mr. Webb. So you were a manager at Walmart around May 21st, 2020, during COVID.
Yes.
Interesting time to run a store. Were there times where your store, was closed because of COVID or had limited hours?
Objection as to the Kenosha store, irrelevant.
No, it's not. Dingleberry.
Well, if he knows he can answer.
Yes.
And what were those changes?
It depends on the store. Our store usually, during COVID, it was a protocol that had to be market level to tell the store, hey, we need to close down. But it was very seldom. And of course, we used to be a 24-hour store, but when COVID hit, we closed at 11 p.m.
And that was store specific?
In our market, yes.
What do you mean in our market?
Because there's different markets in a location where there's market 435, which is our market, and there's 444. So there's different market with different locations.
Okay.
Within Walmart.
Okay. And so, the corporate office though, would they allow the markets to make the decisions themselves, or was that something that corporate would decide for a specific market?
Well, they have to reach out.
Objection irrelevant. What corporation is doing?
Roll.
Go ahead.
Sorry, you can answer it.
So they will have to reach out to corporate and see if it's feasible. There's numbers that we have to call if we have to, close down for a certain reason.
And then during COVID, as a manager, were you aware of quantity limitations that were placed on certain products?
Yes.
Okay, and could you explain that a little bit for the jury?
Just certain like toilet paper, paper towels. We limited customers getting large quantities because people were trying to buy everything on the shelf. So it was a limited quantity that you could purchase.
And was that decided by the specific market as well?
No, it was actually company-wide.
Company-wide, okay. So as far as some other items that were restricted, how about like Lysol wipes?
That was limited too, but every store wasn't going by that.
Were they Lysol or were
And then
they
how
Clorox?
about gloves?
Gloves wasn't restricted.
Okay.
It wasn't part of the restriction.
Sorry, was not.
Was not.
Oh,
Thank
there
you.
goes Dingleberry again. Okay, hopefully this chat is better.
And at the store, did you have practices in place to like encourage maintaining social distancing, 6 feet, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. What were some of those things?
We had.
Same objection irrelevant.
Okay,
We're getting close.
remember the signs now, people. Dingleberry likes to interrupt the defense when they're over the target of one of the many holes in his case.
To the edge of relevance.
This was going to be my last line of questioning, Judge.
I can't complain. You can answer it.
Yes, there were protocols that we had to abide by during COVID. There were aisle decals that we had to put on the floor to state the distance, and arrows throughout the aisles to know the pathway to actually go in the store. Again, working at the store, customers didn't always go by that, but there was protocol that we had to put out in place for that.
Thank you. I have nothing further for the witness.
Any redirect?
Were garbage bags ever restricted, like 13-gallon garbage bags?
No.
Okay, for those of you in the chat and who are watching on Rumble, Kick, and YouTube, 13-gallon trash bags are the ones that go in your kitchen garbage can. You know, the white ones. They're not very big. If you're going to be disposing of, you know, an unalived person, I would think that you'd reach for the, for the black ones. Preferably ones that are, thicker, like contractor bags. But, that's just me. Hopefully I'll never have to find out. I don't know. Sorry. Okay, here, let's go. Oops. Oh,
Nothing
no.
else?
Any requests?
No, Judge.
Please step down, sir.
All right, moving right along. Again, Zachariah has been in prison now for 1,323 days.
Judge, just while he's making his entrance, the state would just move exhibits 207, 220, and 222 into evidence.
Is there objection?
As it relates to get more of the records for the morning. No objection.
Received.
Well, I remember certain grocery items like milk, eggs, there was restrictions on those too. There was restrictions on everything. Wasn't there like a hand sanitizer shortage? Zach already had
You
larger
solemnly swear the
eggs in the
testimony
back
you're
by the
about to give in this
passenger
matter will be the
seat.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please be seated.
The contractor bags that I use, those are like for, if you have like, okay, so let's say you're replacing like your floorboards, the little things that go along the bottom of your wall. When you, take those off, they're those large brad nails that, connected to the wall. The contractor bags that I like to use are the ones from Menards, and they're like really thick. They're almost like a tarp material, like a stretchy tarp.
Detective Brightchef, can you state your first and last name and spell your names for the record?
Certainly.
It's just so
My first name is
horrible.
Philip, Phillip. My last name is Brightshaft,
Bright Shaft.
Brightchaft.
Who was the first guy?
Are you employed?
And Schutz and
I'm
Bright
employed as a
Shaft.
detective with the City of Kenosha Police Department
How long have you been so employed?
since 2006.
How long have you been a detective?
Since June of 2017.
And I want to turn your attention now to May 21st of 2020. At that time, were you provided information that you should proceed to the Saukville Walmart?
That's correct.
Who were you with?
Mm-hmm.
I was with, at the time, Detective Antaramian, but now he's Sergeant Antaramian.
And were you provided a document that you were asked to present to an employee at the Saukville Walmart to see if they could match it to any video surveillance they had at that location?
That's correct.
That was your task?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 256. I'm going to simply ask you, in the context of what we talked about, is this a document that you recognize in terms of receiving it and then passing it on?
Yes, it is.
So you did not create that document itself, right? The document you have in front of
Let's go, Brandon. When did COVID really jump off March? Yeah, it was Friday, March 13th, 2020, when there was a press conference from the White House saying that they were going to do the 2 weeks to slow the spread, which we all know was a bunch of hooey. But that conversation is meant for my Rumble channel.
of you.
No, sir.
What is that document as best you understood as you started your task?
Absolutely. It is a receipt for several purchases from a Saukville area Walmart.
And so is that a document then that you presented to another individual at Saukville?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you meet an individual there whose name is Peter Werchnig?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did that, did you show him Exhibit 256?
Yes, at some point in time.
Okay. And then what were you present for, or what did you observe happen when you presented 256 to this individual at the Saukville Walmart?
We advised Mr. Vershnig that we're looking for video, including arrival and activity within the store, as well as departure that would surround this purchase.
And were you present as he either looked by hand or manipulated a machine or did whatever he did to try to take the document 256 and match it to video?
I'm going to object as far as the form of the question's testimony.
We objection overruled.
Were you present for any process that Mr. Werchig was involved?
Yes, sir.
What did you observe him doing?
He was going through the Walmart video surveillance system at that location, and he was applying the date and the time of this purchase into their software.
And ultimately, did this individual, Mr. Werchnig, provide you an opportunity to observe video surveillance from the Walmart store?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and then ultimately, did you observe that video and did he make you a copy?
Yes.
And did you bring that copy then back from Saukville in some fashion?
Yes, sir.
How did you get it? Physically, what was it that you were given?
Forgive me, I don't recall if it was a flash drive or a disk. I believe we had, in canvassing, we had pockets full of flash drives or USB drives. I don't recall if it was a disk at that time or if it was one of these USB drives.
And when that was provided to you, did you have an opportunity to review then what was on the flash drive?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that flash drive a true and accurate copy of the documents of what you saw depicted in the video system when that flash drive was being created?
I'm going to object as a mischaracterization of prior testimony. This witness said he couldn't remember if it was a flash drive or a disk.
Rephrase your question.
Sure. Whatever document, whatever you brought back, either a flash drive or a disk, did you have an opportunity to review that?
The video from the Walmart that surrounded this purchase, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And when you looked at the flash drive or disk, did it? What, if anything, can you say about whether it accurately depicted what you had seen on the video screens as developed by Mr. Werchnig?
What I saw at Walmart with Mr. Verchnig and in reviewing said video matched up.
And so, and then after you found that that matched up, did you transport that back and provide it to the Kenosha Police Department in some fashion?
Yes.
And how did you do that? Did you give it to the detective? Did you put it in evidence? What do you recall about what you did, if you know?
In some combination or form, Detective Antaramian or Sergeant Antaramian, however you wish to refer to him, between the two of us, we provided a copy for the rest of the investigative team and then put the original into evidence, be it a disc.
Judge, I asked for an opportunity to recall Detective Breitschaft after calling Mr. Werchnig. I want him to have an opportunity to observe the video when it's published and then to finally indicate, is this the same video that he provided? So it's at this point, it's State's Exhibit 322.
There goes the wing.
State's Exhibit 1 number.
There
I'm sorry,
goes the
State's Exhibit
dingleberry
1322. It's on our large flash drive. It's located.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay.
But I guess I guess I would object to him being present during the other witness's testimony. I think he can review the document on his own.
So what I was proposing is when that, say, I was going to have the other testify, and then I'm going to have Right Chef come in.
Oh, what is that, Dingleberry? I can't hear you. You know, he is hard of hearing. And I think his vision is impaired. He squints a lot.
Same. So I think he needs to be shown the video when he's under oath to be able to testify that it is the same.
Okay, want me to put it on the screen?
Impression that the further questioning was going to be generally limited to his confirming that they're talking about the same video.
That's correct. So,
Yeah.
so what we have
No,
is we
that's
have
okay.
exhibit 1, 3,
That's
2,
okay.
2. Okay, so can we just show it now, or how do you wish to do it?
Well, I didn't think she was in agreement with that, but if that's what was provided, yeah, I would say yes.
Okay,
It's going to require the further sponsorship of the provider.
right. Who's in the hall?
Yeah,
Okay,
but you can go ahead and play it now.
okay. So, Detective, we're going to show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, number 322, and it has a number of clips. So we're going to show you the clips, and then we're going to ask you, do you recognize this document as the true and accurate document that you saw generated at Saco Walmart, and that you then proceeded back to put it down? Starting.
Oh, my
We get,
goodness.
stop. Can we get it so that the rest of it is, we get it as full a picture as we can?
My goodness, I'm sure we're going to see Zachariah Anderson darting in and
That's
out
full
of the
screen?
aisles.
Okay.
Frantic.
Weird.
Oh, Angela, I don't know. Angela says, is this the lead detective that wasn't available for the defense because of his daughter's volleyball? Question mark. This is my first time watching it, so I'm not sure, but Encyclopedia Crown, Law Kong Express, I bet knows the answer to that. Or Ashley, or any of the other wonderful people in here. I'm starting to feel like I'm the only one that's never seen this. And Schitz wasn't available. Well, okay, so
That's the conclusion of clip 2.
pause. Let's Go Brandon says, I get really sick during the start of the Rona, and I got all of this stuff and more overnighted to me. Does that make me a serial unaliver? Well, that's interesting because one of La Kong Express's excellent videos, link in the description box below to his channel, mentions that exact thing. The door to that particular apartment complex was right there by apartment 1B. The mailboxes were right there by apartment 1B. La Kong Express says, you know, I'm going out on a limb here, but during the Rona, people had, you know, food delivered, Uber Eats or DoorDash, etc. People were ordering stuff through the, you know, Amazon or whatever. And I'm pretty sure even like the grocery stores here, like we've got Aldi, I'm pretty sure they had like, if you ordered online, they would do free delivery for a certain duration of time. So, and also, March 13th, 2020, Friday, was the day that there was that White House press conference. I know I called my kids and said, make sure to pack everything out of your lockers when you come home today because you're probably going to be home for the rest of the year. And, so the kids were home from school, they were homeschooled. So that just adds to the traffic outside of that apartment 1B. In addition to, like he even said, like dry cleaning services probably were, I mean, everybody was delivering. You were told, unless you were an essential worker, you had to stay at home. So people were home when they'd normally have been at work. How many people walk by that door between Sunday and Tuesday? Wait, no S on Aldi. Are you really a Minnesotan? Actually, we used to shop at Aldi when it was still only in Wisconsin. We had friends in the hunting circuit in Menominee. And when we would leave, for the tournament and come back home, we'd always pack coolers and get Aldi. It's Aldi's. I always say Aldi. Okay, never mind. All right. Let's pay close attention to this video. I'm sure we're going to see suspicious activity. Let's get our little microscopes out and take a gander, shall we? And if it's helpful, I can adjust the video. Oh my goodness.
I just ask that after a clip's shown that a question be asked about the witness before we just play.
Yeah, he
consistent
definitely
videos.
looks like he was involved in something, doesn't he?
So as to clips 2 and 3, are those true and accurate copies of what you saw generated by Saukville Walmart employee and what you then brought back?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show clip 4, ask you the same question.
Scott McGinnis, looking back at my Amazon purchase history, it appears a DA could convict me as an unaliver. Should I just turn myself in? Yeah, I think we all should. I mean, who doesn't have? Now I've disconnected. Who doesn't have disinfecting wipes? Who doesn't have hammers? Who doesn't have, a hankering in the middle of the day for some sardines or food in general? I mean, you saw pictures of the crime scene. There was blood all over the place, sprayed all over. Huh. Something, I tell you. I'm sure we're going to see evidence here in this video. He entered the wrong way. Oh my goodness, look at his extremely fast pace. Oh, and like June said, he went in the wrong door. Or no. And Angel, Australia, said he went in the wrong door. Now he's walking on the left aisle. My goodness, criminal. Do they have those charges in addition? Oh, and Jamie also mentions they were implying he has a body in his van too at this time. Oh man, I bet they zipped him for not maintaining that fictitious 6 foot imaginary social distancing guideline. Oh boy, there's a crime right there. Oh my goodness. That had to have just been inches. I want to also say for Soloman and Jen Anderson who have come in the chat over the last 10 episodes, I appreciate the fact that your family, has maintained a sense of humor and allowed us to, add a little humor to this tragedy. Notice any wet floor signs? No, I do not. Oh my goodness. Oh, another, that's 2 counts now of social distancing. noncompliance. Boy. He's got his hands in his pocket. I'm sure he's shielding his hands from the camera. This is disgusting. Really. And as I said when I started this journey with all of you, this could be any of us. Any of us could be convicted by an overzealous dingleberry prosecutor. And that's, I think, what's most frightening. Amazing disgrace. The real crime are these low prices. And soon, you know, that's one thing I've never looked at was the amount of rainfall. I am way more rushed when at the shops. Hoarding. Oh my God, remember the big toilet paper debacle? I had been living in the underbelly of the internet, so I got my shopping done earlier that week. We had to make our own mask. They have pharmacy at Walmart. Do you even need other stores? Personally, I don't like the Walmart in Eden Prairie because I'm the only person that speaks English, and that's not disparaging people. But for those of you who are familiar with Minnesota, we have had quite the immigration kerfuffle over the years. And incidentally, I'm usually the only one that gets stopped at the door and has their receipt checked when I do go there. My eye doctor owns the vision center there. She used to be a customer of mine years and years and years ago, and in my wedding business. She just recently retired. That's the only time I really go to Walmart. Pernilla G. Welcome to Crime Spies. Is this just on? Nobody's moving. Oh no, people are moving. Oh, here he comes. Is it? No, that's not him. Pernilla G, we didn't have lockdowns in Sweden, but they just ask us to show respect, keep our distance, and wear a mask. It's crazy how other country had it. Well, oh, there he goes. Oh, man. Do. This is leisurely, definitely not rushed. I bet all those prices now are about double.
An accurate copy of what you were provided by the Saukville Walmart on May 21st, 2020.
Yes.
Show you the next clip.
Clip 5.
5.
Oh man, get your notebooks out. Let's see if we can catch some more violations. Oh boy. Look at that white shirt. Look at that white shirt after what he is alleged to have done. There was that.
That's the end of clip 5. Again, is that a true and accurate copy of what you received from Saukville Walmart 5/21/2020?
Yes, sir.
Isn't there that?
This is 6.
Isn't there that, or there used to be that Twitter page with like things you see at Walmart? People's interesting wardrobes. Speed walking to specific aisles and shelves in order to just get them out of there. Yep, I'm kind of same thing.
That's the conclusion of clip 6. Is that a true and accurate copy of what you were provided by Saukville 5/21/2020?
Yes.
This is clip 7.
Yeah, people of Walmart. Oh boy, here we go. Look at. I'm sure they're going to point out there's some evidence on that white T-shirt. Perhaps the hood, the back of his neck that he missed. Look at him looking around, his eyes darting left and right, knowing he's got something in the back of his van. Oh, my goodness, there's those trash bags. This is insane. Oh my God. Yeah, the way he waves the barcode on there. Oh, now he's got his bag. Oh, now he's shaking so bad he can hardly take his wallet out of his pocket. Looking around left and right. Does anybody see me? I mean, people, if this doesn't make you totally disgusted, I'm really not sure what. Oh, there he's using that cash again. Trying to hide his purchase. Oh, he took time to unfold the crease in that bill. This is disgusting, really. They can send a man to prison forever with this as evidence. Heaven help all of us. Oh no, the sardines, yeah. Ugh. You know, when I've unalived someone, I have a hankering for the fishy friends too.
As to clip 7,
Oh,
same
I'm
question
sure that.
I've asked on
Wait a
each of
minute.
the other
Wait
clips.
a minute.
Yes.
I bet the guy that wiped down that self checkout scanner is going to testify that when he wiped it down, there was some evidence there that he found suspicious, put into a plastic bag, and they did testing on it.
This is clip 8.
Well, and actually even better, I'm sure they probably, put all of the dollar bills into some type of evidence bag too and shut that whole self-checkout out. Like they shut it down. Oh, look at that white shirt. My goodness. My goodness.
That's the end of clip 8. Same question.
Yes.
This is clip 9.
Oh, there is this squinting. Oh, wait a minute. That cart. Sure there's evidence on the cart.
That's the end of 9. Same question.
Yes.
This is now clip 10.
I can't even see where he is. Was that him there? Not it. Am I closer? Warmer? I'm the pink mouse. Can you see?
That's the end of clip 10. Again, is that true and accurate depiction of what you saw generated on May 21st,
Oh my God, he
2020?
didn't put his card
Yes.
away.
This is clip 11.
Where is it? Where's the van? What color is it? Is this it? Is this it? I mean, you'd think their visual aid would have like a circle or something. Is this him backing up? I don't know. Oh, there. Is that it? Is that it? Oh, God, how dare he park way at the end of the row? He walked off to the right. This is the worst. June, I've seen other unalivers go to the store and look calm, but they also left the bodies at home. Yeah, exactly. And on top of it, that body, frankly, the more I thought about it after listening to La Kong Express's videos, there's no way that whoever, assuming unalived the victim, there's no way that was a one-person job. No way.
That's the end of clip 11. Again,
Like he
same
said,
question.
there's no drag marks.
Yes.
Even if you were like the sole
This is
person,
finally
that'd still
clip
be
12
like some
left.
kind of dragging. I mean, did he have like a dolly in his car? Yeah, I just find it impossible. A guy
That's the end of 12. So
a guy
again,
of Rosalio's
is that
size
an accurate copy of what you saw
left the
produced by the
premises
Saukville
with
Walmart
only one
employee
person.
and also that you brought back to the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
So as to Exhibit 1, number 322, do you believe that to be a true and accurate depiction of the information and document, in terms of video document, that you received from Saukville Walmart on May 21st, 2020?
Yes.
Judge, I move admission again, subject to the foundation of the Walmart employee.
Objection.
No objection on the conditional admitted.
Oh,
Yes, you.
goodness.
Is there a date
Such
and
a piece of
timestamp
water
on this
drinking.
video? Can you make out what the date and time is of this final video?
Yeah. So it was clip 12, I believe. It's May 18th, 2020.
Pause. Real Housewife, RG's own mother knew one person couldn't have done this. Was that in her testimony? Question mark. And according to Gravely, he would have had to do it in a tight timeline and be back home texting on his phone. And Sadie's testimony also confirmed that there was construction going on, or like some kind of road closure, so it took a little longer. I mean,
At about
I just don't see what evidence, like they say, I think Steve Gosney said the other day, if there's a maybe at the end of the trial, if there's any maybe, or, well, there was a dot of quote unquote blood in the van and the missing carpet, but, maybe he, took him a little bit longer to get home or whatever. If there's any maybe or two plausible scenarios, that's reasonable doubt. End of story. And it's my understanding the jurors were able to take notes, and at the end of the trial, those notes would be destroyed. But then I thought I heard somebody say they weren't taking notes. Oh, there's that little bot that comes in and drops all those things. And the wrongful ladies gave me permission during one of our breaks to play their 1-minute trailer of their awesome wrongful podcast for your listening pleasure. So you get a little taste of how awesome it is.
8:38 in the morning, Central Standard Time.
God, this man
I have nothing else at this witness, Judge.
and his family.
No problem. No problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so this is where we reflect 1,323 days that Zachariah has been incarcerated. We just saw the video of him shopping at Walmart while supposedly the victim was in the back of his vehicle. I don't know. It's just so horrible. Timeline is physically impossible. To the news at the very beginning. Interesting. Making a note, feral housewife. Making a note. I don't know how to put emojis in the chat. I'm a compulsive emoji person. Noted.
State calls Peter Werchnig to the stand.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth?
Oh, okay.
The whole
But
truth and nothing
he's
but the
remembering
truth, so help
to
you
swear
God.
in the
I do.
witness. We're on a roll, gang. It's absolutely impossible, especially
And
taking
spell your last name for the
not
record.
be captured
Peter
by one
Werchnig,
camera.
Wertschning.
Mr. Werchnig, how are you currently employed?
I am a manager at Walmart Hartford.
And back in the time period of May 21st, 2020, how were you employed?
I was a manager at the Walmart Stockville.
That's in Wisconsin?
Correct.
And on May 21st, 2020, did you have Kenosha Police Department detectives come to you with a item history document from
Thank you, Baker.
the Walmart Corporation?
Yes.
And was that a document you're familiar with in your employment?
Yes, it was.
All right. And was there a request that you attempt to figure out whether you had video surveillance based on the information on that item history document?
Yes, there was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 256. Is this a document that you reviewed in the context of this case?
Yes.
And when you reviewed that document, what were you able to learn from it that was going to assist you in being able to look at any video surveillance you would have available?
The copy of the receipt actually has a transaction number, a register number, and a timestamp for where the purchase took place. So I was able to use that to backtrack through the store.
So describe a little bit for the jury how this works. So you have a date and a time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said there was an additional item that meant something to you. And what was that? The transaction?
Transaction number.
Okay. And what does the transaction number tell you? So I assume you have video of a whole store at a date and time, right? So how does the transaction number then assist you?
The transaction number will dial in the exact time that purchase took place at that register.
So it'll tell you what register and what time?
Correct. So that'll pop up automatically in the system.
Okay. So what was the date and time that you were focused on based on Exhibit 256?
It was May 18th, 2020 at 8:36 a.m.
Okay. And based on the transaction number then, you were able to narrow down which register it was at?
Correct.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about the system that you're utilizing to be able to use the information you talked about and figure out the video. So describe what kind of system you're utilizing.
Sure. The camera system allows us to sync the multiple different cameras in the store to the same time. So we can use that to move from camera to camera and show the individual moving from one frame into the next frame.
And in this situation, you're being asked to take a look at something that happened a little more than 3 days before, correct?
Correct.
All right. Is that any problem in terms of this system?
No.
And mechanically, what are we looking at? Is this a laptop that you're using, and is it a particular software that you're operating? So give us a description of mechanically what are you doing to access this system.
It actually was a desktop CPU unit with a
Sorry, pause. Alicia, one of the wonderful women involved with the Wrongful podcast, sneak peek for our concluding episode just dropped. So this week will be episode 5 on Wednesday and 6 on Thursday. Is 6 the last one? Question mark. Yeah, I did. It was supposed to be a surprise, but I am not in studio mode. So now I've gone ahead and spoiled the surprise. Okay, so what does the exact time of the transaction get the state? Doesn't the camera footage have timestamps? Pretty sure it does. My goodness. Okay, let's continue.
TV monitor.
And is this a particular system that you have experience with taking a receipt or a item transaction number and then having to work back and figure out the video? Is this something you've had to do before?
Yes, we use this system for various different managerial items in the store.
So give us an example of, other than detectives coming to visit you, so what would be the very typical way you might use this system? You have a transaction number, a receipt, and you are needing to look at video. What would be an example?
Correct. A lot of other time, too, it could be for any internal investigations with associate dishonesty, associate incident or accidents, productivity.
Okay. So would you describe yourself as moderately familiar with this system or very familiar with this system back on May 21st, 2000?
Moderately.
Okay. And did you then, were you able to plug the numbers in that you had and be able to get a result?
Yes.
Okay. Did the system that you operated do anything that caused you to believe it was not in working order? Any glitches, any problems that you remember?
No.
And using that system then, were you able to identify a particular at the register transaction that matched this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And then from there, the jury has now seen video. Looks like it has parking lot aspects, it has entry and exit, and it has walking around in the aisles. Were you the person who generated all those camera angles as well?
Yes.
So how did you do that?
As I mentioned previously, we can sync all the different cameras together. So when someone is in camera A, for example, we can see them walk into the frame of camera B, and we use that to try to track throughout the store.
And the particular software and machinery just does that for you? You don't have to go around and look for the...
I object to leading.
Well, it is suggestive, but he's talking to the person who actually is familiar with the operation of the equipment, and I suspect that the witness is unlikely to grasp at a suggestion from Mr. Gravely, whom I assume is not terribly familiar with the system at Walmart. So, oral.
So my question was, does the system cause you to have to look around for a particular individual in each aisle, or does it automatically provide you documents that matches the person?
I have to pull up that camera that was used.
Okay. So this is a hit or miss where you're looking at different aisles to see if you see an individual you believe is the same individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And using the transaction at the register, were you able to bring your video record all the way back to a vehicle in the parking lot?
Yes.
And then using this transaction at the register, were you able to then bring the video all the way out to a person going to a vehicle and then that vehicle leaving at an intersection?
Yes.
And did you have any trouble doing that in terms of utilizing the software or finding the individual who appeared to be at the register?
I did not.
Did you then generate some kind of a physical record of that? Other than keeping it in your system, did you some way cause that to be provided to the Kenosha Police Department?
Correct. It was downloaded into a CD form.
Okay. And was that item then provided to the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes, it was.
And when you did that, were you providing them a true and accurate copy of the document that you had just generated?
Yes.
Were there any changes or
Happy New Year,
alterations
it's me,
from what
Josie.
you were providing them from what you had reviewed with them in the video system while you were present?
There were not.
Judge, based on the testimony now, I'd ask for the admission of Exhibit 1322 based on that foundational testimony.
No objection.
Received.
I just don't see, and another thing that really is irritating or bothersome, I should say, is he was arrested, 13 hours after the 911 call was made? How in the world can they have a case? Or wait, he was arrested for stalking, but then he was charged like in the early morning hours of the 20th. I maybe should print and stick the timeline on the wall here. C-Swept, Happy New Year! And lovely chat crazies. Thank you for joining us. Are you as tired as I am? I stayed up too late. Good thing I'm not a drinker, or I'd be in the hurt locker for certain. I'd be hurting for certain. I tell you, he sure maintains his composure during this whole entire thing. The murder charges didn't come until 7 months later. Well,
And I provide you Exhibit 256. That is
the thing I find interesting is neither the prosecutor nor the judge has called him unalived. They keep referring to him as disappeared. The missing man.
the actual or a copy of the actual document you were provided to provide this information?
Oh.
Yes.
And that
Sorry, pause one more time. XZZZ said to say so, but I think his daughter's testimony flipped the jury, in which 90% they were supposed to disregard. So we are actually, I know several people wanted to, roll with that. I'm gonna bump that up to 1.25 times speed. So the winged man here will be a little faster than normal. I'll slow it down if it's too fast, but we still have like 2.5 hours of this day. So there, that's my
confirms
plan.
that this transaction was in Saukville?
Correct.
I am curious to see. We have to watch the daughter today for sure. Okay, settle up, Sally.
And is this document a document that provides other information other than the date and time of the transaction and the store?
Yes.
What other information is included in a document of this type?
It has the items that were purchased, which we were able to use to determine what cameras to look up.
Oh, so that's part of how you knew where to look?
Correct.
Okay. Why is that? Are you familiar with where items are in what aisle?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So what items were purchased per this transaction on May 18th, 2020 at 8:36 a.m.?
There were a few items in the health and beauty department: Q-tips, Old Spice, and a shaver.
Okay.
There was also garbage bags.
How many boxes of garbage bags?
2 boxes of garbage bags.
And what
he bought a
do you know?
shaver?
Could you tell what size they were?
13-gallon.
Okay.
He bought a
There was
shaver?
some Playtex gloves.
How many containers or how many of those boxes?
2 packages of large gloves.
Okay.
There was three containers of sardines.
Okay.
And there was 2 containers of Clorox wipes.
I'm
And
sorry.
can you
I'm
tell-
sorry. What was that brand again? Was that Clorox wipes? Huh. Clorox wipes. Do Clorox wipes contain bleach? Here, let me look at mine. Mine are Arm & Hammer. Let's see here. Huh, no bleach. Wonder if those Clorox wipes have bleach in them. because anything Clorox makes has bleach in it, which is, it's a brand. Just like we talked about this the other day, Kleenex. When you're at your friend's house and you got, the sniffles, do you say, hey, Joe, can you hand me that box of Puffs? Or do you say, can you hand me a tissue or a Kleenex?
How those items were paid for, again, just based on 256.
Cash.
Oh, the prison snitch. Yeah, he was the other day.
Only if you know. Do you know when the store, this particular...
So Jamie says, can you, for Scott, give us a rundown of the state narrative of why Zach did it? Well, I'm only on day 10, so I'm only like halfway through, but let me just say actually, no, I have it written down from a closing argument summary, or opening statement summary. Just a moment. It would be somewhere I can't find. Okay, so all right, so it sounds to me like Zachariah Anderson was so jealous that Sadie was dating this guy Rosalio, a guy which she was only one of the hoes on the whole totem pole, and it's my understanding she was like the bottom rung. All right, so he was dating like several different women, but Sadie was in a relationship, or, I mean, do you call it a relationship? I mean, were they just like, friends with benefits? I don't know. I have no idea. And actually, it's kind of toe curling to think of it. But anyway, so Zachariah was in a relationship with Christine, and apparently he was still just so fixated on this mother of his 3 children that he, in a jealous rage, in the middle of the night, drove over there, committed this crime, and then scooted back within like the smallest parameter of time. That's not very good. I'll find it. All right, I will find it. I think I need to
Walmart store in Saukville was opening for the day back on May 18th of 2020. So we've just hit COVID. Do you know what the store hours were during that period?
I believe 6 a.m.
Okay, so John Gary's comment, it's fairly common for unalived convictions to be obtained without a body being found. I wonder what the percentage is of that. I mean, it is a circumstantial case. Also, the defense all but conceded he was unalived. They just disputed that Zachariah Anderson did it. I said that earlier today and several other times. I mean, based on just what I'm seeing from the crime scene, I mean, that was a significant bloodletting event, if you will. And, it looks like it was kind of all over the place. It was by the front door. It was in the dining room. It was on the couch. Where are the bruises? How the heck did he get him out of the house? Did he have like a motorized cart that he just stuck him on? And plus, on top of it, you would think if he put him in the back of the van that, there'd be some sort of something within the bumper, or, you know what? I bet with all the rain it washed away.
Nothing else, Judge.
Cross-examined?
Yes, thank you.
So I think
you
it's
had
pretty
stated
safe
that
to
the
assume
normal
that
hours during
he
COVID,
is
open
no
hours
longer
was what? Sorry, I missed
I
it.
believe it was
air.
6 a.m.
Was that different than your normal hours?
The store used to be a 24-hour location prior to COVID.
Okay, so when approximately, so in May 21st, 2020, or May 18th of 2020, your hours were different than what your normal hours would have been.
Correct.
And then as far as items with your store, were you familiar about any policies that were in place that restricted the amount of certain items customers could purchase?
Not at that time.
Not at that time? Okay. And during that time, though, did you as a manager notice that there was a increase in demand for certain items?
I believe there was, yes.
Do you remember what some of those items were?
Most likely disinfectants and cleaning supplies.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Nothing on those.
Give me a step down, sir.
All right, so again, we're at 1.25 times speed. I just was kind of
What do you think?
curious.
How about lunch? Let's
There's a-
take a break until 1:10.
There's a lot of
and,
witnesses today
Please
that,
don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
oh, except for you,
Don't
Judge.
discuss it with anyone, including members of your household and other jurors. And any questions? All right, we'll see you in a little over an hour.
All right, so again, 1,323 days. Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated. I did want to pause for a moment to thank you to Alicia and Josie in the chat, two of the fine women involved with the Wrongful podcast. They have said it's okay for me to play the trailer just so you can get. Okay, so that little bot I have is putting the here's the promo. Listen carefully, people. Uh-oh. Where's my volume? Where's my volume? Oh, FFS. How do I not have volume? Okay, I'll find it. Never mind. How does that not come up with volume? Oh, here. It's up here. FFS. Muted.
Hi, and welcome to Wrongful,
That's
a
Josie.
podcast where we look at cases of potential wrongful convictions. Follow along as we introduce you to our first case, the trial of Zachariah Anderson.
Even the music is perfect. God, people are wonderful. Pause. I'll see if I can't find. I think there's another one. Oh, here. Episode 1.
All dolled up to go out and you go to Kenosha because you found my phone? Or you already had plans and just like to try to guilt me? You treat me like I'm so stupid.
I had no plans to go there actually. After I found it, I called and asked if I could cruise out and why. I didn't even go inside because he had his kid. You're stupid for trying to fuck with me, so you get fucked with back. So, which is it? Did she find the phone while she was already at Rosalio's, or did she drive out there afterwards? Her court testimony made it sound like she had already planned to be at his house that day. But, according to these text messages, it doesn't sound like that was a plan at all. In fact, she said she didn't even go inside because he had his kids. So why else would she need to go there? Was it because Zach was stupid for trying to fuck with her, so he was getting fucked with back?
I should actually post this in the link. I'll do that. They even do readings because they're awesome. So there, thank you for allowing me to play just a small portion of the promos. I'll add those links to the thing. Wait a minute. Who said there's a ghost? Who's the ghost? Oh man. Assuming, okay. I'm going to read this later. Let's continue. Does anybody know how you can, how you can preserve the live chat for like live chat replays? It's too bad you can't do a transcript of them. Because there's some really great things that go by. And also, I do have a
Would you come down,
notebook
please?
with 1, 2, 3, 4, so far 4 sections. So I'm trying to stay a little bit more organized. I want to keep track of, like the sticking points that seem
So it was
to
a holy day.
stick in the minds of people who thought the state proved their case. And then also, what else do I have? Oh, that's from last night. Oh my God, there was the biggest cat fight. Is Summer still in here? Summer, the cat fight, the New Year's Eve cat fight. I gotta say, if there's ever going to be a live cat fight on the YouTubes, Detective John is a great moderator. That could have gone it started off sideways, but it seemed to kind of mellow out. Then it got spicy again, then it mellowed out again.
Trying to figure out what that says.
Summer, did you hear the cat fight last night? In like it was like
Brooklyn?
a couple hours into Detective John's.
What's that? The Nets?
Oh my God.
The Nets?
That was really fun last night.
Yeah.
I enjoyed myself. And I did not.
Well, I know it says Brooklyn. I was trying to figure out.
David had a cat fight on air.
I'm old enough to remember the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Oh,
Really?
Brooklyn Dodgers.
Jackie Robinson? All right, let's continue.
They called Rebecca Daigle to the stand.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
He's actually.
Please be seated.
He's actually swearing in that witness. That's good.
Ma'am, could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Rebecca Jakel, REBECCA.
Oh, I'm slowing this down. This is Sadie's bestie.
And do you know somebody by the name of Sadie
I'm going in
Beecham?
Fraser
I do.
Green mode, so
And
I'm
how do you
quiet.
know Sadie Beecham?
We've been friends for about 30 years.
For how long? I think.
About 30 years.
And during your friendship with Miss Beecham, did you come to know someone by the name of Zachariah Anderson?
I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point out where he's seated, what he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit with a plaid fish tie, sitting at the table in the middle over there.
What kind of a tie?
It kind of looks plaid, blue and gray.
Fish.
No, plaid-ish. Sorry.
Plaid-ish. Okay.
Plaid fish.
You think it's a fish tie? Is that what you said?
I thought she said a plaid fish tie.
I got it. Okay.
And I said, is it one of the shaped like a fish? Or
Yeah.
I've seen them.
Okay, I'm not 100% in Fraser Crane mode, but Summer Watson and I were both in Detective John's 11-hour New Year's Eve live stream last night. And about 3 hours in, there was a cat fight that broke out. He drops the StreamYard link and people pop in, and he's a former detective, excellent moderator. He has a brand new puppy too. And it was interesting. And then it kind of subsided for a little bit. I was actually, I was listening to it while I was watching the chat on MLS's Midwestern New Year's Eve. And then I had to scoot because I figured Detective John would have invited me. I was in the middle of trying to see if I could accomplish polishing off a whole pumpkin pie, and on one night I'd waffled going over to the neighbor's house, And I just ended up putting on my pajamas. And then I had to put my pumpkin pie down for a while and go on for a little bit. And then my daughters had friends over. So it was really fun. It came out of nowhere. I'll have to drop the link. It was very interesting. Oh, and I hate her face. Okay, we can do that. Pretty sure I fixed the volume.
I hate her face.
Oh, it's the wrong face, though. Wait. Should we do this one, maybe? I don't know. I think that's really funny. Becky's in love with Shady. Oh, interesting. All right, here we go. I'm going into Fraser Crane mode.
Okay, so
All right, indicating the accused.
and taking you back to 2019, 2020, did you become aware of when Miss Beecham ended her relationship for the last time with the defendant?
I'm going to object to relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
And when do you recall that being the final time that they had broken up?
I would say it was like around Christmas or shortly after.
Of what year?
2019.
Now, fast forward a short while. Did you become aware of Miss Beecham planning a vacation?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of that vacation that you were aware of?
She had let me know that other friends of hers.
Okay, just for those of you who are familiar with this case and are familiar with their custody arrangement, I understand they were not married. But when my ex-husband and I got divorced, you know, you have to put your schedule in. We did week on, week off, traveling salesman. It worked out better. I know a lot of people do like the 3-4-4-3 thing. But this dawned on me because in our divorce agreement, we had to like designate, you know, I get Christmas Day, he gets Christmas Eve. You know, my family doesn't really do Easter, so he gets the kids on Easter, etc. Holidays, you know, you get the kids on holidays if it falls on your week, for example. But it was written in our agreement that if you were to go out of town, the first person you must ask to watch the kids if it falls on your week is each other. So if he had to go out of town for work, he was required by the court to ask me, give me first opportunity to have the kids. And like I said, it was really ugly in the beginning. Now we're really good friends. So, you know, I'm kind of curious where they were at with their custody agreement and if that was something, because she calls, obviously, in this case, she didn't call Zach and say, hey, can you watch the kids? I'm going on vacation. She calls her, or at least that's my understanding. I'm writing a note.
Had been looking at going on a trip down to Mexico and that she had the opportunity to go and that she was thinking about going. And
what month would that have been in, if you can recall?
The trip was at the beginning of March 2020.
And what, if any, role were you going to be playing in her ability to go on this trip in March of 2020?
She had asked me if I would be able to possibly help out with the kids for a couple of nights while she was gone.
And what was the plan concerning you watching the children?
Well, they were in daycare at the time. I think the boys were, and I think their daughter, it was COVID, so I don't know where they were during the day, but I was at work. And then I would be there for the kids in the evening for dinner, bedtime, and then get them off to where they needed to be in the morning before I went to work. And it was Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday I was going to have the kids go with her stepmom and dad.
And what was the plan, to your knowledge, of whether or not the defendant was supposed to be present for any of that?
He was not going to be. He was actually out of state, was my understanding.
So I'm going to direct your attention to the early morning hours of March 5th of 2020. Do you recall something that caused you concern on that one? And what was that?
I had fallen asleep in the living room on the couch, and think the
fixed
TV was in sleep mode, and
gotta get rid
I
of that
saw a dark
hotkey.
figure at the end of the couch. And then when I don't know if I moved or made a sound.
I'm sorry. So I made these. I thought I was being smart the other day. I made a hotkey, and apparently my hotkey is Control V for the video. Made sense at the time. I didn't really think that through. Sorry about that. So Let's Go Brandon asked. Oh my God, I'm going to do it again. It's paste. Rebecca, Becky, Sadie's bestie. And some speculate whether or not there was a romantic element involved in their relationship.
Or whatnot, but
Boy,
where
I'm
my
glad I
feet
didn't wear that jean jacket I
were,
thought
there was
about
the
wearing today.
I was going to have the kids go with her stepmom and dad.
And what was the plan, to your knowledge, to be present for any of that?
He was not going to be. He was actually out of state, was my understanding.
So I'm going to direct your attention to the early morning hours of March 5th of 2020. Do you recall something that caused you concern on that morning?
Yeah.
And what was that?
I had fallen asleep in the living room on the couch, and when I had woke up, the lights were off. I think the TV was in sleep mode, and I saw a dark figure at the end of the couch. And then when I don't know if I moved or made a sound or whatnot, but where my feet were, there was...
Judge, I'm going to object on the grounds of relevance and other acts. And if this needs to be argued further, I'd like it to be outside the presence of the jury.
Well, I'm gonna, at this point, overrule the objection. Go ahead.
So what happened when you saw the figure at the end of the couch?
Like I said, I don't know if I moved or made a sound, but the lights went on, and the defendant was standing at the end of the couch, just smiling at me and said, "Hey there." And I didn't really even know what to say. And so then he said, "Where the fuck are my kids and their whore mother?" And he went upstairs and woke up the kids.
And do you recall roughly what time of morning this was?
Okay, so I'm not condoning, but I can understand his anger. And also, for those of you who are new to watching this trial, he was given permission to go into her house and do laundry. So it wasn't forbidden for him to go in there and do his laundry. And I think it was just like a timing thing that he happened to be there in the middle of the night, shows up to do his laundry, and happens to notice this person sleeping on the couch and clearly was angry. But I don't know. I mean, that's another sign of a... Yeah, I get to... Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, he's angry. I don't know. If you looked at my text messages during the time I was getting divorced, or things I said, you know, I'd probably be in prison too.
It was about 3:45 in the morning.
And where were you staying that night that the defendant was in the living room?
In Sadie's home.
And to your knowledge, did the defendant live there?
No, he did not.
To your knowledge, was he supposed to be there?
No.
Bullshit.
After the...
He was permitted to come and do his laundry, come and go. He didn't have to make a schedule. That's my understanding.
The defendant went upstairs to wake up the children. What do you recall happening next?
He came back down with the
Nancy,
kids and stood there and started asking me. He's actually told me that he was surprised I was there because he thought I was be down in Mexico whoring with her when he saw my Jeep in the driveway. And then he asked me again who she was with, and I told him the people who he also knows. And he told me not to lie and that he knows she's fucking somebody whose name starts with an L.
Now, at this point, given your friendship with Miss Beecham, are you aware of anyone in her life at that point whose name or nickname started with an L?
Yeah.
And who is that?
Rosaleo. We actually called him Leo because when she first told me his name, I'm kind of hard of hearing. And so I was like, I didn't understand what she said. So we started, like, made a joke that we would call him Leo. And that's, for a while, that's how she referred to him whenever she would speak to me about him.
And prior to this March 5th incident you're talking about, approximately how long before that did you first hear about this Leo?
Later.
I want to say maybe late January, early February, she kind of started talking about this guy that she was kind of chatting with. And I don't know for sure if that was when, but I remember like closer to Valentine's Day, she really started to talk more about him than, you know, she had in the weeks prior.
Now back to March 5th of 2020, after I think the defendant said the thing about thinking that you'd be in Mexico. What happened next?
After he came back down with the kids, you mean?
Yes.
I remember I contacted Sadie and 911 was called. And he was in the kitchen making breakfast and telling them to hurry up and eat because Auntie Becky says I'm a bad man and the cops are coming.
And was this still roughly around 4 a.m.?
It was around, yeah. I mean, when I looked at the clock, it was about, for the first time that I remember looking, it was about 3:45 in the morning, according to the clock in the living room.
And who had been the one to call 911?
Sadie did.
And why, in your understanding, was that done?
Because I contacted her and I let her know.
I don't object as far as speculation as to why Miss Beecham called 911.
Your Honor, I believe she's saying what she stated to Miss Beecham, which I believe she will then represent as why she believes 911 was called. It's all about her statements to Miss Beecham.
All what?
It's all about her statements to Miss Beecham about the situation. So it's not hearsay because she's going to provide it, and Miss Beecham has testified had been crossed.
Overruled.
So I had contacted her and I just said, what the hell, Zach is here? Like, what is he doing here? And I didn't know what to do. I was terrified. I didn't know why he was there. My understanding he wasn't supposed to be there. And she proceeded to call 911 because if she hadn't, I told her I would.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 282. Do these appear to be the phone calls you referenced between yourself and Miss Beecham on March 5th of 2020, starting at 3:56 a.m.?
Yes.
And then ultimately culminating with one at 10:43 a.m.?
Yes.
Now, in reference to Miss Beecham's relationship with someone you knew to be named Leo, you had indicated that the ending of the defendant and Miss Beecham's relationship was around Christmas of 2019. Was Leo the first person that you were aware of that Sadie had shown any interest in?
Yeah, he was.
And being her friend of 30 years, were you privy to how that relationship was going starting in February of 2020?
Yeah, I was.
Now, did you ever meet Leo in person?
Unfortunately, I did not with COVID, but I did have an opportunity. He was at her house decorating for their daughter's birthday, and we had like a Facebook, it was Facebook Messenger, like a video call that night. We talked with them for quite a long time and got to know him a little bit. And then a couple times, like if she had been on the phone with him and she was with me, you know, she'd put it on speaker so he could say hello, but I never actually got to meet him face to face, no.
Now, being a friend of Miss Beecham's for this long period of time, did she confide in you about her problems regarding the defendant?
She did.
And what in general do you remember being complaints that she was making in April and May of 2020 regarding the defendant towards her?
She was just the text messages, constant text messages and emails, showing up in places, or just kind of, sometimes he would go radio silent and then out of nowhere just send her really random messages, just very, I don't even know how to explain it. It was just a lot of instances that she had told me about of weird things happening. And then him kind of confirming it to her when she would call him out on it.
And at any point in April and May of 2020, did Miss Beecham indicate to you any interest in rekindling her relationship with the defendant?
No.
And how would you describe the trajectory of Miss Beecham's relationship with Leo during those same months? Were they still seeing each other? How was that going?
They were still talking. She seemed very happy, excited.
Seemingly is making you emotional. Why are you emotional over that sentiment that you just shared with us?
Objection relevance.
Turner goes directly to the
It's
motion.
commenting on her emotional state on the witness stand.
The objection is overruled.
Why does that make you emotional?
She deserved it. I wanted to see her happy. I wanted to see her in something that was good for her, you know? She's my best friend, and it was nice to see her truly, genuinely smile about someone who was treating her well.
Had it been a while since you'd seen her that happy?
I'm sorry, what?
Had it been a while since you'd seen her that happy?
It had been.
I'm going to object to relevance.
Sustained.
At some point during April, May of 2020, did Miss Beecham share fears with you that she was being tracked by the defendant?
She did.
And what in general do you remember regarding those conversations with Miss Beecham?
There were a couple instances where she had let me know about a time that she had found a phone in her vehicle after she had taken the kids over to Zach's house to drop them off for the night. She had let me know about, there was a time that he was sending her messages about where she was headed and what she was doing. There was instances where he was sending her messages and she had told me that it was basically word for word of something that her and Leo were talking about while in his living room. And then she had gotten a message from him almost immediately after, word for word on what Leo had said to her.
And so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 283. Between you and Miss Beecham on May 14th, starting at roughly 2:33 p.m. Do you see those? And does the first one read from Miss Beecham to you? He's hacking into my phone or something. Liv just told me he hacked into her school Chromebook. And then she says, I can't prove it is the problem. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you respond with, well, this is where Olivia needs to stand up and tell the police these things and they can look into it. Is that from you?
Yes.
Okay, and then a minute later, is there a text from you that says, phone call has been placed? And then a text, all I was told is it will be again, and you will not know when, where, or how. Call me in 1 week. And then a minute later, it will begin.
Yeah.
What is that text string from you about regarding phone call has been placed? Who did you call?
My son.
And back in May of 2020, how old was your son?
18.
And why did you call your son at that moment?
Because he was 18 and he knows a lot about different applications and telephones and things like that. And I had asked him if there was anything we could put on her phone that would show that maybe that he had put something on her phone, but a way that he wouldn't know it was on her phone in order to prove that he was doing the things he was doing to her.
When you say things on her phone, whose phone were you hoping to find some application for?
Sadie's.
And why did you think perhaps your son would be able to assist with this?
Because like I said, he's, he was young and they're very privy, and a good friend of his also, they're big into the video games and the software and things like that, and just had asked if they knew of anything that they could do to prove what was happening.
And ultimately, after calling your son and making that request of him, was anything able to be done in regards to helping out Ms. Beecham regarding potential software on her phone?
No, because he had told me that a friend of his...
I'm going to object to hearsay as to what her son said.
It sounds that way.
In general, was your son able to offer up any assistance in furtherance of this?
I'm going to object to foundation and how this witness would have personal knowledge of that.
Well,
Judge, if you recall, this specific text was brought up in opening. He indicated we were going to bring a witness to talk about this specific text. So this was a ruling that the court made, and regarding this text. So we're
I'm talking about the question. There's an objection that it's lacking in foundation. Even though the general subject was explored earlier, there still needs to be foundational support for the testimony.
At this point, she's being asked the question, did anything come of this? So
Actually, that's not the question that was asked.
I can rephrase it.
Bless you.
Did anything come of this inquiry in terms of putting something on the phone?
No.
Moving forward to May 18th of 2020, do you recall having conversations with Ms. Beecham regarding the fact that she hadn't heard from Leo that day?
Yes, I do.
And in being friends with Ms. Beecham in the way that you were and how close you were, was it unusual that there'd be large periods of time where Leo would not be in contact with her?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Sure. In knowing Ms. Beecham as you do, in her relationship with Leo, was it unusual that Leo would not be in contact with her for a large period of time?
It was unusual for him to not contact her.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 284. Just turning your attention to these texts between you and Ms. Beecham on May 18th at roughly 3:36 p.m. She tells you also no word from Leo today. and says, that's weird. Maybe he forgot his phone. And then she says, then no word from Zach either. And your response is, that scared me. Have you let Leo know that you just want him to check in? And then you also responded 3:37, I wonder if he got his mail yet. Is that accurate?
Yes.
When you respond with, I wonder if he got his mail yet, what are you referring to?
I don't even remember.
Okay. So moving on to the next message at 3:37, yep, and no word. And you respond back with, has he been active on Facebook at all? And she says back, dunno, I'm a little sick. Leo usually checks in, or I guess on me. And nope, not since yesterday. He texts saying he just dropped off his kid and was going to his buddy's house. And then she says, thinking maybe he forgot his phone there or something. I don't know, kind of weird though. And you then respond with, okay, so hopefully he just forgot his phone. Do you think Zach would do some shit? She says, dunno, he's capable of anything. And you said, right, that is just it. Did you mail that shit? And she said, yes, it was expected to arrive today. Do you know what she had mailed?
I don't know, but I know at that time she was talking about mailing.
I'm going to object to speculation. She just said she didn't know.
The objection is sustained.
And then you say, oh boy, well, whatever you do, please keep in contact with me, even just a hi, if I text you through the night. All accurate?
Yes.
And that was in concerns to not hearing from Leo that day?
Yes.
Now moving on to later that day, States Exhibit 285. I'm going to show you texts that begin at roughly 6:04 p.m., so 2.5 hours later. Does Ms. Beecham text you, well, it's been almost 24 hours since I last heard from him. Either he lost his phone, something's wrong, or he is ignoring, blocking me. She says his phone goes straight to voicemail. And you respond with Leo ? All accurate?
Yes.
She then says, yep. And then you ask, was he upset with you? When you ask, was he upset with you, were you referring to?
Leo.
And then you ask, what about Nutcase? Hear from him at all? And you say, what about Nutcase? Who are you referring to?
Zach.
And does she respond back with, Zach sent me a text about an hour ago of a license plate that said got twins, weird. And then Leo didn't seem upset about anything. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then you respond with, yeah, very. Maybe he just left his phone and it died through day. You know, if you have receipts from certified letter, you can see if they attempted or made delivery. And
would you stop for just a moment, please? I'm going to ask the jurors to step out for just 2 minutes to talk about the case. Ms. Beecham, you've been nodding your head in agreement with some of the testimony that's being given. And earlier on in the case, these folks over here on this side, I've seen some very occasional wagging of heads indicating disagreement with what's being said. If I notice anybody nodding in agreement or wagging head in disagreement, you will be immediately excused and will not be permitted to re-enter the courtroom. Does anybody have a question about that? Okay, thank you very much. Ask the jurors to come back here.
Trisha's here. I was in the kitchen. Tricia is also one from Detective John's live stream last night. Hello, Tricia. Tricia. Ugh, I'm still tired. That was really fun. Everybody, welcome to Tricia from last night. Are you in for a treat? Summer is here too, I think, from last night. Happy New Year. Yeah, we ended before her New Year. She was the only one stuck in 2023 still. Teresa, have you seen this Zachariah Anderson trial? We're on day 10 of 17.
So we were in the middle of these text messages from May 18th, where we ended with the delivery one. So did Miss Beecham then say back to you, yep, that's what I'm hoping, but still weird, he wouldn't go back for it? And you say, true. I would think if Zach contacted him in any way, he would be letting you know. I'm sure he is okay, but please let me know when you hear from him. And she says, I will. All accurate?
Yes.
Your message seemingly indicates you feeling that Zach may have reached out to Leo. Why did you feel that way?
Object.
Why did you feel that way?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Your message seemingly says, it actually legitimately says, I would think if Zach contacted him in any way, he would be letting you know. Why did you think there was a possibility that Zach would be trying to contact Leo?
Because of issues that had occurred prior to this exchange, just with the fact that she thought he was tracing or whatever, had something on her phone to be able to tell what her conversations were. And because of the fact that there had been an incident a few weeks earlier that took place at her house that was directly affecting Leo.
And then when you respond back at 6:14, you respond, I just hate the fact that because Zach is so goddamn twisted that your brain has to even go there. What did you mean by that?
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm going to object to relevance.
Well-
There's not a charge with Miss Jekyll here. Why she felt a certain way about Mr. Anderson is completely irrelevant.
What's going on? Bless you.
So moving on, then do you and Ms. Beecham have a 30, almost 7-minute phone conversation?
Yes.
And then roughly an hour-ish after that at 8:04 p.m., does she then text you, dude, I feel sick. I have a terrible feeling. My anxiety is soaring right now. And do you respond with, maybe you should drive there? And IDK, I don't know, have you called again? All accurate?
Yes.
And did she then say, I did call and I really want to? And you asked, did it ring or go straight to voicemail? Is that accurate?
Yes.
And she says, VM? Accurate?
Yes.
And you say, She then responds, he would have gotten another phone if it was broken or lost. And then she said, I think Zach has something to do with this. Somehow it is...
Judge, I'm sorry. I'm going to object at this point on the grounds that none of these text messages were covered with Miss Beecham. Why a text message string now with hearsay components with this particular witness is relevant to the case is a stretch.
But we've talked about opening the door. Counsel introduced a number of text messages, and the state made a similar objection, and the court believed that the door had been open to this sort of back and forth discussion for certainly. That's what we're doing.
I had not introduced any text messages between Miss Jekyll and Miss Beecham from this date. It was from May 14th, 2020. What I can see up on the screen is that this is May, is it 18th or 19th? I can't see from this bar.
18.
Well, there's a lot of questions that are limited probative limited probative value and are speculative and conclusory. So wrap it up.
Ultimately, that evening, does Sadie continue to show concern that she hasn't heard from Leo on the night of the 18th?
Yes.
Now, moving on to the morning of the 19th. Does she text you at 7:58 a.m.? I'm so fucking sick right now, want to go for a ride. Did she text you that?
She did.
And what was that referencing in terms of your guys' conversation, as it looks like then you have a phone call right after that?
She wanted to drive down to Leo's house because she hadn't heard from him at that point.
And were you able to ride down with her to Kenosha to check in on Leo?
I was not.
And why not?
I had a meeting at work that afternoon in Brown Deer.
But as the morning progresses, do you stay in phone contact with Miss Beecham?
Yeah.
And while you're in phone contact with her, what is she doing?
There's speculation as to what Miss Beecham's doing.
When you receive the phone calls, I guess, are you on the phone with Miss Beecham when something causes her an amount of surprise?
Yes.
And how did you know she was surprised at that moment?
So, I guess the only way I can describe that I knew there was something wrong is I heard the most guttural sound I've ever heard come from a human being. And I was talking to her and she had said both his vehicles were in the parking lot, and she said she was going to go to the door and just see if he was there. And then I heard her make a sound that I've never heard come from a human before, and she said, "There's blood all over." And I told her to hang up the phone and call 911 and get in her fucking car. Those were my words.
And ultimately, did she do that, to your knowledge? Did she hang up?
She hung up, and then I heard back from her again after. But I don't really recall the sequence, whether it was text message, phone calls, whatever. It was a whirlwind. It was a whirlwind.
And did you and she have a number of other conversations that day via the phone after the discovery of that scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask to move into evidence states 282, 283, 284, 285, and 286 at this time.
Any objection?
I guess I would object to the text message string between Miss Jekyll and Miss Beecham from 5/18 for reasons previously stated.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Ms. Mueller?
Thank you, Judge. Going back to when you were watching the kids when Miss Beecham was in Mexico, had you been made aware that Mr. Anderson would be coming to the residence to do laundry?
Nope, I was not.
Okay. And was there some sort of protective order that you were aware of that Mr. Anderson could not see his children?
No.
You had mentioned on direct examination that there were times where Mr. Anderson would go radio silent.
Yes.
Can you explain what you meant by that?
it's a term like he literally would just completely not speak to her, not contact her, and then out of nowhere, turned up the volume.
How frequently would that happen?
It happened quite a bit, I would say, I would say in 2019 is when it became a pretty frequent thing on and off.
So there were times where Mr. Anderson would literally have no contact with Miss Beecham.
That I'm aware of, yes.
And that was I'm just trying to understand, that was on a pretty frequent basis starting in 2019.
More and more in 2019.
Okay. Into 2020?
No, I said in 2019 is when it became more frequent.
Okay. Do you remember when in 2019?
After we came back from Arizona at the beginning of 2019, there was some issues. And after that took place, he went radio silent and then showed up out of nowhere after about 2 weeks. And then he was around quite a bit, and then he would do it again. And then towards the end of 2019, he thrown around again, and that was that.
Okay. You talked about, I'm going to show you again, State's Exhibit 283. Is it up there?
Nope, it's right here.
I'm going to be talking to you about this text message string about phone call has been placed. All I was told is it will be again, and you will not know when, where, or how. Call me in 1 week.
Mhm.
That next message you says it will begin. Are you correcting yourself for where you said it will be again?
I don't know. I don't know.
So you don't know if it will begin is supposed to be put in. So the text would read, all I was told is it will begin, and you will not know when, where, or how. Call me in 1 week.
Objection.
I don't know.
Objection. She said she doesn't know. So then the question is repeated, but her answer was, I don't know.
All right.
So talk a little bit today about what you meant by that text. The state asked you some questions. When did you talk to law enforcement about this text?
I didn't talk to them until recently.
When you say recently, was this a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
About 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
I'm going to pause for a moment. Teresa said it's to check my Venmo. Teresa, no one has ever used my Venmo since Letitia Stauck. I'm not even sure where the password is, but I will find it. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. I don't know what to say. I sure hope I can find the login credentials. I think it's on my iPad. Second of all, I'm trying to put up the timeline that La Kong Express is mentioning, and I don't know how to put it in reader mode, so it's like getting kind of stuck at the top. So $5, really? Oh. Honest to God, no one's ever used it before. Thank you, Teresa. I appreciate you. Boy, this year is off with a bang now. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna look for that 911 call. Okay, so I don't know how in the world I can't get this up on the side, but I did put a link. I'll do it again. This is the timeline link. honest to God, the website, I mean, you could do a whole entire all-day live stream just going over the stuff in this website. It is so good. Now I just got to figure out, oh, I know what I can do. Oops, not that. Where is it? I can't see it. It's not that one. It's not that one. Okay, see. Hold on. Okay, that's not going to work for now. I'll tinker later. And I'll see if I can't find that 911 call. Was supposed to be on the line with Becky and 911 at the same time, question mark. Okay, so here, I know what I'm going to do. I think I need it. Okay. All right, so this is our timeline. And then if you go down here, there's different tabs. This is where I'm running into a problem because I can't find the link to the specific tab. I don't think. So I was going to, oh no, my stupid head's in the way. So I was going to see if there would be a way for me to cleverly add that to the screen so we could kind of scroll down. See, I mean, this is just chock full of information. But it's my understanding that when Sadie pulled up to his apartment, remember when Sadie testified and she said she had some kind of like conversation with herself before she opened the door and walked up there? And then she looked in the slider, saw the blood, went to the front door, knocked. No one answered, which again, why wouldn't she just, if the door's locked, just go back to the other one, in my opinion. So I don't know. I mean, if she was on the phone, that would be interesting to see. Like, did she end her call with Sadie? Did she put Sadie on like call waiting? Did she do like a 3-way call between the three of them? And another thing I thought was interesting is the transcript of the 911 calls only 2 pages long. And at the very end, of it, they're like, okay, well, the police are going to be showing up. Like, granted, I'm an accountant, but, I've watched my share, let's just say, of true crime and documentaries, trials. And it sure seems to me that the end of the 911 call, like they keep the person calling on the line until the police officers show up. Okay, I'll put that back down here for now. Oh, actually, this is interesting. So here's Zach in his white shirt. And again, like an hour or so ago, we were discussing about the crime scene. There was all that blood spatter in the dining room, all over the kids' Easter art and baskets and candy. And then there was that, area of the couch. You got blood on the outside of the door, spatter, if you will, on the inside door jamb, if you will. And, they were, approximately the same height. He was like 216. Rosalio was like 270, 280, but both his mom and someone else said he had lost weight. Conveniently, had dropped weight down to approximately Zachariah Anderson's size. But I mean, if you're in the front door and then you're in the living room or dining room and then vice versa, you'd think the guy would have some scratches or some, bruising beginning. I mean, and he was in construction. You could see his feet even. Look at those hands. Look at those hands. Huh. That's interesting. Even his nails are nice and trimmed and cuticles pushed back. This is shocking. I mean, he was in construction. It's just terrifying. Terrifying. All right, let's continue.
Ago. Prior to 2 weeks ago, had law enforcement ever talked to you?
Not about this, no.
So 2 weeks ago, you tell law enforcement or whomever, and you testified to it today, that this message had to deal with your son, correct?
It had to deal with us trying to prove that he had something on her phone and who I contacted.
So you called your son, and your son then told you that it will begin. You will not know when, where, or how. Call me in 1 week.
I didn't say my son said that. That was my text message to Sadie. My son had told me that if he and his friend would do it, it would be about a week.
Okay, and your son was 18 at the time?
Yes.
You living at home?
Yes.
So your son who's living at home, you'd have to call him in 1 week to ask him about something.
No, I didn't say that. I said that she can call me in a week. It doesn't say call him in a week. It says call in a week.
We'll break down the text you sent. You said, all I was told is, correct?
Correct.
So you're talking about, at this point, something that was told to you.
Correct.
And then you continue, it will begin and you will not know when, where, or how. Call me in 1 week.
Call me in 1 week.
So the call me in 1 week is something that you're saying wasn't told to you, but is what you're telling to Sadie.
Correct.
But everything prior to that is what you were told.
Objection, it's argumentative.
No, it says you will not. My message was to Sadie, and it says you will not. So that's my message to Sadie. I'm not repeating what was said to me. That message is to Sadie.
So what were you told then? Because you're saying all I was told is, but you're saying everything after that is not what you were told, but is something you're just telling Sadie?
All I was told was it will be again. That's what I was told. And then I say, you will not know where or how. Call me in a week. That's my text message.
So what did you...
I call bullshit, lady. What the hell are they talking about? I gotta find it on here. I know I'm getting closer.
What do you mean to Sadie then when you told her you will not know when, where, or how?
I don't know. I was being cryptic in the fact that I thought Zach was actually able to read her messages at that point.
So you don't know what you meant by this text.
Bullshit.
I know what I meant
She's
by
so
it,
full of
but
shit,
and
her
it's
back teeth
basically
are
saying
brown.
it'll be a week and you can get it's to her.
So at any point, did you get Sadie's phone?
No, I already said that nothing happened. I already said that nothing came of it.
But when you texted her, you didn't tell her that someone would need her phone.
I didn't have to tell her that at that point.
So you're thinking that Miss Beecham knew what your cryptic text meant.
No, I didn't think that she knew what it meant.
Oh, Dingleberry has to chime in
You can answer.
because she's getting over the
I just
target.
did. I said, no, I didn't know for sure that she needed to know at that point.
You give law enforcement your son's information to talk to him about this?
They asked about where he was, and I said that he was stationed in Virginia at this time. And that was all I was asked.
You didn't give them his phone number?
No,
Give him an email?
no, I wasn't asked.
Defiant little position she's got up there on the witness
No further
stand.
questions.
While the smoke begins to billow up behind her. See what Dingleberry has to say.
On that, thank you.
Dingleberry's minion.
We have no redirect.
Right, so
Yeah, so I guess we're done. Give me a step down.
Thank you.
There she goes, her pants aflame. Figuratively.
They called FBI agent Hannah Judd to the stand.
I'm telling you, there's so much stuff that's happens. It's really hard. Like you could do a separate each day. This is my impression. Of course, I have a case of the squirrels, and I'm trying not to hurt your ears with my stingers. And I'm trying to come up with some clever ways to entertain you. In the meantime, let's reflect on today is 1,323 days Zachariah has been incarcerated. That's 3 years, 7.5 months, roughly. I'll tell you what, that Becky, she's right up there in the Pinocchios along with Becky Hill, in my opinion. Becky Hill's audiobook is on my Rumble channel. She reads it, which is barf. Like
Raise your right
need
hand,
to bring
please.
your-
Do you
Oh,
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in
He,
this matter will be the truth,
he
the
at
whole
least
truth, and
remembered
nothing
to
but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please be
swear in
seated.
this witness. Let me try to readjust the window now.
Agent Judd, can you state your first and last name and spell both of your names for the record?
Hannah Judd,
Is she related to Ashley and
HANNAHJUDD.
And Agent Judd, how are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I started the academy in June of 2022 and graduated in October.
October
Pause.
of last year?
So if she went through the academy in 2022, what is she going to offer here? The crime happened allegedly May 17th, 2022. Crime scene discovered May 19th. I'm just speaking
Correct.
randomly.
Okay. And so you've been an FBI agent officially out of the academy since that date?
Correct.
Prior to that employment, were you also employed by the FBI in a different capacity?
Yes, I was a staff operations specialist.
And how long were you employed as a staff operations specialist for the FBI?
Since about March of 2017 and additional professional support
that's
staff
where
positions prior to
that's
that.
where Dingleberry's going with this.
How long have you been employed by the FBI altogether?
Since June of 2014.
Okay. And can you mention again what the position is in terms of being a specialist before you were an agent?
Sure. So I was a staff operations specialist, which means I provided direct case support in the form
That's my sister
of
from another
communications
mister. She's
analysis,
here.
data analysis, open source research.
Pause. Happy New Year, my sister from another mister. Chrissy is in the chat. Happy New Year. You know, we're going to be... There are so many people here with wonderful, similar personalities. It's like we're children of Octomom, really. Oh, Chrissy. I'm so glad to see you. We are 3 hours in, trying to get through day 10 testimony. Day 11 testimony is the minor child of Zachariah and Sadie. We will refer to her as OA. And I've heard that testimony could have been the pivot for the jurors. Also heard the testimony was on the lines of Pinocchio. And Jodie Foster here. Did you know tomorrow, I think it's tomorrow, True Detective Season 4 is being released. And Jodie Foster is the lead. For those of you who never saw True Detective Season 1 with Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey, it was so good. Kind of reminds, a couple people have mentioned it. I think Steve from Publicly Buzzed had said it gives him kind of like the Delphi Odinism vibe. Season 2 was such a disappointment that I boycotted the series when they finally had Season 3 come out. So I've never seen Season 3, but that comes out tomorrow. And The Curious Case of Natalia Grace, the sequel to that called Natalia Speaks, is supposed to come out today or tomorrow. We did that live stream on Rumble in the summer. It was unbelievable. I'm going to make a note. Okay.
And social media research.
And so you were not an agent, but you were directly assisting agents in those capacities?
Yes.
Were phone records a large part of your duties as a staff operations specialist?
Yes.
And are there various, or is there a program that the FBI utilizes to provide them data about what cell phone towers phones are utilizing based on the phone records you're provided by the carriers?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. Well, let me ask it this way.
Sure.
If you have someone's phone number in your capacity as a staff operations specialist, was there a way you were trained to try to figure out cell tower information regarding that phone?
Yes, so a search warrant would have to be obtained in order to get those records. And then there is a program that the FBI has that automates the analysis of those records, but I also would do analysis by hand to ensure the quality of that analysis.
And did you receive any specialized training regarding the analysis that we're speaking about thus far?
Yes, I took a approximately 2-day course put on by the cell site analysis experts of the FBI.
And after having completed that course, were you a person regularly used by the FBI to look at a phone number and attempt to figure out cell tower information regarding that number?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So back in May of 2020, well, let me go through the time period of May through November of 2020. Were you still employed in that capacity?
Yes, I was.
And during that time period, were you at one point asked to assist the Kenosha Police Department regarding phone activity on a phone in a case that you knew to be named Zachariah Anderson?
Yes, I was.
And was the phone number that you were asked to take a look at 689-3585. Was that one of the primary numbers you were asked to investigate?
Yes, that was one of the numbers.
And so based on your training, based on your duties, and having that number, were you able to figure out the carrier for that number?
I was provided the search warrant records that Kenosha Police Department had obtained from a search warrant authorized by the Circuit Court in Kenosha, and those were records provided by U.S. Cellular.
So at that point, you knew who the carrier was?
Yes.
Okay. You had a phone number, and you had records?
Correct.
Okay. And mechanically then, were you asked first to find out if this phone, again, 689-3585, whether that phone had been in Kenosha at any time that the records reflected?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able then to use the FBI program you'd been trained on?
Pause. I'm sorry. Okay, so we're just going to pause for a moment. Sometimes it takes a little while for me to... This is the 911 call.
May 19, 2020, 11:07:23.
Kenosha 911, what's the address for emergency?
Let's see, the address is, oh gosh, sorry, I should know this. It's actually I shouldn't know it. It's I'm just looking here, 3715. Is that the building? Yes, 3715. Mm-hmm.
And what street?
What was that?
What's the rest of the address? 3715 what? 15th Street. I'm not familiar with this area very well. Is it Wood Creek?
15th Avenue, is it 15th?
15th Street is Wood Creek. What apartment?
1B. So I was doing a wellness check on a good friend of mine that I was dating, and I found it weird because I haven't talked to him for like 24 hours. And I just went to his house, and his screen door is wide open.
Okay.
And I knocked on the door, and I saw something like scattered on the outside of the outside door. And then I just, I kept calling his name and knocking on the windows and knocking on the doors, and the screen door is like wide open. And I just pulled the
Okay, so were you able to see inside?
Yeah, I pulled the blinds back, and there's blood all over the floor in the living room. And
I didn't see him at all anywhere?
I didn't go any further.
Okay, and are you sure about 3715? I'm not showing that as one of the building numbers.
37. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Only just walk in front. I'm kind of freaking out. 3709. I'm sorry.
3709 15th Street, Apartment 1B. What's the phone number that you're calling from?
Phone number redacted. Okay, I can't help with the sound.
What's his name?
Rosalio Gutierrez.
Okay. Do you know how old he is?
40.
Okay. And you can't see him at all, though?
I didn't go any further, no.
Okay.
I'm afraid. I just saw blood on the floor, and that's not normal.
She's afraid. I mean, I know John.
Something's not right. He's got kids.
We're gonna get officers over there. There's nobody else there that you could see?
No, he hasn't been answering the phone. Both of his vehicles are here. And like I said, his phone's been going straight to voicemail since maybe 11 o'clock last night.
Do you know what his phone number is?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't help that. I'm sorry.
And when did you say the last time was that you spoke with him?
8:30 on Sunday night.
8:30 p.m. on Sunday night?
He texted me. Yeah, that was the last time we texted.
And he seemed fine? Everything seemed okay?
Everything seemed okay. He said he was going to go by a friend's house.
Okay.
And I said, well, call me when you're on your way home or whatever. And he said, okay. And that was the last I heard from him.
Okay. Do you know if he lives there with anybody? Nope, he doesn't. I mean, we've been dating for like the last couple of months, and I don't.
But nobody else. He doesn't have a roommate. But you said kids. Do they normally stay there with him?
Yeah, he had his kids this last weekend, and he had just dropped them off, and and just said he had dropped them off and went to a friend's house.
Okay.
And I, didn't think anything of it, but then I thought it was odd that he didn't text me in the morning because he usually texts me good morning.
Mm-hmm.
And then I texted him and I didn't hear anything, and then I texted him that afternoon and didn't hear anything, and then I called and it went straight to voicemail, and I thought that's weird. Like, it seems just strange.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we do have an officer on the way, so he's going to be there shortly. If you find out anything else, give us a call back, okay?
Should I go in? Do I not go in? Do I go check?
That's up to you, but if you don't feel safe going in, I don't suggest doing that. But I would probably not, just in case there's something else going on. It's better if you just wait outside for the officer.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
There you have it, folks. The link for it.
May 19,
Oops.
2020.
Okay, hold on. Stop. The first link is the audio, and the second link is the transcript. See, for those of you who use StreamYard and Restream Studio, I don't think you could do that. That's why I like it. Sometimes it does take me a while, though, to figure it out. All right. Now, let me... Yeah, police do wellness checks. That's what I said. I mean... Why didn't she call 911 and say, hey, there's a friend of mine I've been dating for a couple months and he's not answering his phone. Can you do a wellness check? Instead, you go over there, coincidentally, an hour after the garbage has been, hauled away by the trash man. And you're on the phone with your bestie. Then from her testimony, she did some sort of in the car psych herself up to, go up to the door. This is stupid. You supposedly loved him so much, but you don't go in and see if he needs help or is in there when you see blood. Why do you think the defense didn't play this? Even the 911 person doesn't want to talk to her. Kayla says, Oh, Kayla's here. Happy New Year. Okay, so for those of you, Summer and Teresa from Detective John's live stream last night, Sadie is also one of the wonderful women who have produced the Wrongful podcast. The link is in the description box below. And I mean, I know these trials are really long. Those podcast episodes are done so masterfully. They pack in so much information. 4 episodes are now on their Wrongful podcast. And the last 2 episodes are actually both being released this week, Wednesday and Thursday. So, I mean, it's just absolutely wonderful. People so knowledgeable of this case. Come and join us on a regular basis and say hello and answer questions. We appreciate you. Hope you said a prayer that 2024 is the year that Zachariah Anderson is granted an appeal and hopefully released on bond. And then hopefully it gets thrown out And then hopefully after that, he sues for millions. And then hopefully after that, Gravely gets disbarred. And hopefully after that, maybe he even wears some stripes. Of course, I haven't watched the whole entire trial.
To do a search to
I
see
hope that was helpful.
whether that phone had been in Kenosha during any of the relevant time periods.
So in this case, I did not use that program. I completed the analysis by hand. So I interpreted the cell towers that were provided in the call detail records and did a search through all of those for an instance in the Kenosha area.
And had you been given ahead of time a particular date to look for in this regard, or was it a
Judge,
wide
I'm going to object to this line of questioning based on the witness's own representation that she relied on data that was provided by a third-party source. The state has not provided notice as to relying on that record, whether that record's been certified. None of that evidence has even been introduced yet.
Well, we stipulated this.
No, we have not stipulated to the certification of records. This was a point in my motions in limine.
So the stipulation, Judge, is that all?
Judge, if I can,
Why don't I take a look at the stipulation?
And
why don't I take a look at the stipulation?
There he goes. This stupid smart person. While we're waiting for the judge, let's put a little smile on your face. Wish I could get the timing on that orange a little bit better. Where's my orange? Aren't you glad you joined us today, Kayla? Man, I don't know where it is. He's pondering.
Well, it's going to depend, I think, on the degree of confidence that the witness is able to express as to the authenticity of the records. So even though it says without foundational testimony, I mean, there has to be something to authenticate what she was working with.
Well, I will have a detective who will indicate I was a part of doing subpoenas for these records, and then I turn them over to the FBI. We have that detective is still to testify in this case. But again, this says we have the foundation stipulated to. So I would not be on notice that I would need to provide anything additional. That the phone number I've given is the phone number of the defendant. These are phone records from the relevant period of time. We've already talked about that. So there'd be no reason for the state to assume that this stipulation would not cover these phone records. We, in fact, Judge, have been.
Teresa, thank you again so much for donating to the Crime Spies Venmo account. You're the first person that's ever done that. I appreciate you. See, Detective John brings all kinds of wonderful people together on his live streams. Come back and join us anytime. I look forward to seeing you again. I hope your new year is off to a great start. Everyone say goodbye to Teresa, who I met last night in Detective John's live stream. She's turning on notifications. Yeah, we're gonna try to get through the rest of this trial over the next week, so I hope you can join us. Oh, so sweet. Look at you people are so wonderful.
Presenting phone records of this very phone number throughout this case.
Here he goes again.
As long as the witness is assured that the records are authentic, then I think you've covered it with the stipulation.
Okay. So should I go on?
If you wish.
Thank you. Again, my question at this time was,
Oops.
were you provided ahead of time any
So
specific date
DLarge.
to look for, other than a range of time period,
I'd like
to look
thank
for
the wonderful
Kenosha
people of Wrongful
tower
for
information for this particular
sending
phone?
me this.
So I was asked specifically to look at the time period of May 17th and
I
18th,
have to tinker a
but
little
then
bit
also
more.
any time in the
Or no, it
records
was
when the
C-SWAP
phone
that
would have
sent it.
registered calls on cell towers in Kenosha.
And did you find an occasion where the phone, again, 689-3585, did register on a Kenosha tower to provide then to the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes, there was one instance on May 13th that a call was registered on a cell tower located in the Kenosha suburb area.
And did you prepare a visual map or diagram pursuant to your review of those records for purposes of display?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 289. My first question is this a document?
Yes, it is.
Help me, Councilor Lucas. Next slide. So,
Was that
and is
his
this,
hand?
again, the record for May 13th that you just indicated?
Yes.
Does he have clear nail polish on his
And
finger?
what did your review reveal in terms of May 13th on that phone number that we just talked about?
There was one phone call that occurred on the U.S. Cellular site at 818 12th Street, Summer, Wisconsin, at approximately 9:34 p.m.
And were you provided the address for an individual identified as Rosalio Gutierrez as well?
Yes.
And did you indicate that on this map?
Yes.
Can you just approach the diagram and with your finger, just use that?
Thank you, Greg.
Can you approach 289 up on display and indicate with the pointer where it is you have an address that's relevant? And the cell tower is located where? Thank you. So from your perspective, the cell tower is in the location you've mentioned, and the proximity is outlined on this map on 289 regarding where that particular address, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Other than this, did you ever find the phone that we've spoken about in Kenosha?
Not for the time period I was provided.
Is this document 289 a true and accurate representation of your review and conclusions regarding the phone you were asked to take a look at for May 13th, 2020?
Yes, and it was also peer reviewed by an associate of mine.
Has been changed or altered in any way other than the sticker being placed on this particular exhibit?
No.
Judge, I move admission of State's Exhibit 289.
I would ask that it be conditionally accepted or conditionally moved in with the condition being the authentication of the records by the detective.
I'm going to receive it subject to your cross, and if there's an issue raised, then I'll reconsider it.
So it's received at this point?
Right.
Okay. And other than the task of seeing if the phone number in question had been to Kenosha, were you also asked to take a look at the same phone number and see where it had been, if you could determine, during the dates of May 17th and May 18th?
Yes.
And did you prepare a diagram or a map that also reflected what you found regarding that?
Yes, I prepared a series of maps indicating the different locations.
So I'm going to first show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 290. And ask you, is 290 a map that you prepared?
Yes.
And does this account for a certain time period regarding that same phone that we've already spoken about?
Yes, this covers the time period of May 17th at 10:20 a.m. through May 18th at 6:38 a.m.
Okay, so throughout the evening hours of May 17th, correct?
Yes.
Into May 18th and through the early morning hours?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a period of time on May 17th where this phone is receiving calls that are not answered?
Yes.
And what is the time period that this phone is receiving calls that are not answered?
There were approximately 5 phone calls that were unanswered, forwarded to voicemail between 7:47 p.m. and 8:47 p.m.
Okay, I want to ask you about the limitations and your ability to be helpful on phone location, U.S. cellular records back in 2020 from May to November. If a phone call is not answered, are you able to provide any information to anyone regarding that phone's location?
No, if a call is forwarded to voicemail, U.S. Cellular does not provide any cell site information.
So anytime a phone's not answered, it's not going to register one way or another as to where it is, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What about texts, right? So a large number of people no longer use their phone for voice discussion anymore. Are you aware of this?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
So if something is texted, does it show up in any review of any of the records that you've done so far or that we're going to talk about now?
No, based on my experience and training at the time, U.S. Cellular did not provide cell site records for text messages. And also, as far as location information, my training told me that voice calls are the best evidence as far as location for the phone.
Okay. So again, the limitations then are text messages are not covered. Unanswered voice calls are also not covered.
Yes.
What if a person calls?
Well, there was an answer 3 or 4 questions ago I wanted to be clear on.
Yeah.
And that was that calls which were forwarded, is what you said, are not recorded. Calls that are not answered. Do all calls that are forwarded fall into the category as not having been answered, even if they are answered at the forwarded number?
When she meant forwarded to voicemail. What she said was forwarded to voicemail.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, exhibiting.
She didn't mean call forwarding to a different number or a
Okay.
different location.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
There's
So
so
in-
many
Thank you.
tells.
Could I
it's
clarify?
exhibiting right
So in the
now.
records, there's a indication for when calls are forwarded to voicemail. And so when we see that code, there is no cell site record associated with that instance.
Okay, so let me just be sure I got this. So texts you're not
Gotta
able to
make
cover.
Sure the dingleberries got
And
it straight.
if somebody calls the phone, whether I answer it and have no voicemail, or if I have a voicemail set up and so it goes to my voicemail, in either of those cases, it's not covered by your records in terms of cell tower data.
I don't know exactly how U.S. Cellular defines call forwarded to voicemail, but if U.S. Cellular registers the call as a call that was forwarded to voicemail, then there is no cell site record, correct?
Okay. So we've indicated there were 5 calls during that hour period in the evening hours of May 17th that were not, that went to voicemail, right? Were not answered?
Yes.
Okay. For the rest of the time period that you have talked about on this, where is the same phone that we talked about for May?
It's in the Mequon area, registering calls on a cell tower in Mequon and a cell tower in Cedarburg.
Okay. At what times is it doing each?
Okay.
And if you need to get closer or to be able to review it, feel free to do it.
Yes.
Do you still have the handheld mic? Well, the jury may be assisted in having the map as it is. Just so let's talk about when is the phone where a voice call is being answered. When is the phone going off of Mequon location?
Okay, so the first call on May 17th registers off of this tower in Mequon at approximately 10:20 a.m.
On the 17th.
On 17th.
Okay, morning of the 17th.
I'm going to pause for a moment and put this back down to normal speed because I want to get this straight too. Amazing disgrace. They can tell it was sent directly to voicemail, or are they bluffing and not getting called out on it? And then also we're trying to decipher, C-SWEP says, if it was on the phone Sadie had. Let me see if I can't look for that in the evidence thing and do it like a side-by-side screen thing. I seriously think there is a law enforcement officer in there too. So, yes, that's also interesting. There's a guy sitting at the prosecution table that's a witness. I forget the name. The guy in the gray suit. Oh, look at that little bot I programmed. Oh, make sure you have, what does it say now? Be sure to select live chat at the top of the chat window so you don't miss any good stuff. Stray, I copy and pasted that from yours. I was just kind of come up with ideas. Also, I don't know how to put the little emojis in this new little thing I discovered. Check out the new Wrongful podcast, available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, iHeart, and more. Spelled MOAR for fun. And then the link to contribute monetary or non-monetary contributions by sharing the link, prayers, and the link to that. She's sad because she knows Gravelie is doing verbal gymnastics with her statements. You guys are awesome. Gravelie. Again, to the Anderson family, we don't need to make light of this horrible injustice. And I appreciate you. Soloman Anderson was the one that actually suggested Zelda as Zelda Wow was what he suggested for that orange video. So I appreciate the fact that the Anderson family has maintained their sense of humor despite this injustice that's unfolded. One thing that just popped in my head before we watch OA's testimony, the eldest child of Sadie and Zachariah on day 11, which is in like an hour and a half from now. Let's see. So by the time OA testifies, her dad had been in prison for what, 2.5 years? 3 years, roughly, close to 3 years. So she'd been under Sadie's thumb, if you will, for 3 years. I wonder if that had any, effect on her testimony. Question mark. All right, continue.
The next call on the 17th also registers on the same cell tower at approximately 12:06
You need the orange clip again?
p.m.
Okay. So around lunchtime.
I can do that. Say swept. At least I have the volume fixed on that one. I deleted the other ones. I want to get rid of that court reporter lady. I wonder if she's the one that pointed out that Zachariah was like pinching his lips together, which I see as kind of like a little, subconscious tick, if you will. Like I said, Soloman suggested the Zelda. I couldn't find the Zelda Wow, but I found that. All right. Continue.
Still that one.
At approximately 4:42 p.m., there is a call that registers on the Cedarburg cell site located here.
Okay.
And then at 4:53, 4:54, 4:55, and 4:57, there are calls that register on this cell site in Mequon.
So the phone is again off of Mequon Towers in the late afternoon, just before 5. Then what?
There is another call at 6:23 p.m. on the Mequon Tower.
Okay.
A call at 6:35 p.m. on the Cedarburg Tower.
All right.
A call at 6:47 p.m., 6:59 p.m. on the Mequon Tower.
So wait, what's the latest one so far? 6:59?
6:59.
On the Mequon Tower, okay.
Yes.
Oh, is he
Then
repeating
a call
just to
at
punctuate, or did he
p.m.
not
and
hear?
7:34 p.m. on the Cedarburg Tower.
Okay, then what?
Then there are no calls until 11:19 that register on the cell towers until 11:19 p.m.
So let me stop you. So the Cedarburg one, which was the last one where you had to register on the Cedarburg Tower, was what? What was the latest time?
7:34 p.m.
7:34 Cedarburg. And then the very next one that you see is when?
11:19 p.m.
Okay.
on the Mequon Tower.
So no tower activity at all from 7:30 to 11:19, 7:30, whatever, to 7:19. I mean 11:19.
7:30,
7:34
whatever.
to 11:19.
Okay, well, we're
Okay.
trying to pinpoint
Um,
a pretty
then
tight time
at
frame there.
11:19, where is it?
There's a call that registers on the Mech 1 cell tower.
Okay, so back in the Mech 1 tower at 11:19. All right. Anything else on this particular exhibit?
Yes, so then there are 2 phone calls that register on the Mech 1 tower at 12 o'clock a.m. on May 18th. And then there were no calls in the record between 12 a.m. and 6:36 a.m. when there's another call on the Mech 1 tower.
Okay, so just so I understand, there is a call. There's a call or two right at 12 a.m., so right at midnight.
Smart
Yes.
person.
Okay. The phone's in Mech 1 at that point.
Yes,
And then nothing until 6:36 a.m.?
correct. No calls sent or received.
Okay. And then at that time, the phone is again in Mech 1.
Yes.
Okay. Or the tower is again Mech 1.
And then there is one additional call at 6:38 a.m. that registers on the Cedarburg cell tower.
Okay. All right. And do those towers, based on your review of the information, appear to be nearby each other?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a moment. Let me see if I can't. Yeah, it's not going to work. Hold on. Please hold. See, normally I would... Maybe we just do it like this. Just give me one tiny second here. We might have to not have it in full screen. Let's try this.
So, based on your review of the records, is there any reason to believe that when it's at a Seabird tower as opposed to the Mech 1 tower, that the phone is actually moving somewhere, or are those close enough that you would not think that was reason that is something somebody should conclude?
He just mentioned this 6:36.
You can't definitively say whether or not the phone was moving, but it is possible, given the proximity of those 2 towers, that the phone was stationary.
Okay. So this in no way indicates, even though it's 2 different towers, that the person has necessarily moved because of how close they are.
It's not required, no.
Oh. As to Exhibit 290, does it appear to be a true and accurate representation of the documentation you prepared in your investigation?
Yes.
Appear to be changed or altered in any way other than the sticker that's on?
No.
Move admission of 290. Steve? Yep. Excuse me. Continue then to look through the phone activity again on this same phone later on May 18th.
Yes.
And were you able also to find some information regarding tower activity then later in the day?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 291. And ask you, is this a document that you prepared?
Yes.
And does it indicate some of the phone tower activity of the same phone later on in the day on the 18th?
Yes, this displays 3 phone calls that occurred in the Belgium area.
Okay, and the Belgium area, what time is this phone located or coming off the towers in the Belgium area?
So there's 1 call at approximately 8:45 a.m. and 2 calls at 11:38 a.m. and 11:41 a.m. respectively.
So the time period would be the morning hours starting from around 8:30 until almost noon. That's where the phone is going off towers.
Okay, so it looks like we are at... Let's just back up a minute. So he went through this thing here. Michael Campbell visits the landfill. Testimony suggests he has a rug. He's just... Wait a minute, did that happen on the 19th? Texts his mother sometime in the morning asking if she can take him to the bank, to 2 banks. Oh, did Dingleberry skip over that part? 12 a.m. Zach phone pings off a tower in Mequon. 3 calls total between this time and 6:36. Time unknown. Sadie to Rebecca, are you home? Gotta grab the phone. 4:18. Zach uses his G6 phone. That reminds me of that song. To Google search for Lowe's hours. Oh, yeah. Menards. Oh, Menards. I love Menards. Zach uses his Google search for Home Depot. So he's looking for a hardware store. And then Walmart. Then he has a conversation with his, could have been lobster, I'm not sure. Oh, talking about laundry. That rat. Okay. Then, 6:36, Zach's phone pings off a phone in Mequon. Pings off a phone in Mequon. Uses his phone to search for Milwaukee 3-day weather forecast. Well, I'm sure he's going to try to plan to dispose of the body when there's no rain. You know, heaven forbid, you know, it gets to be kind of messy, you know, when rainwater mixes with blood. Goes to Walmart, makes his purchase. Pings off a tower in Belgium, where Zach was employed to do demo in the house of Susan. Text messages with his possibly lobster. Michael's phone pings in Illinois. Zach's phone has a missed call. He makes a phone call. Say to Rebecca, hey, are you at home? Gotta grab the phone. Okay. Sure seems like, okay, so we talked about this. Always go to 2 banks for fun. Yeah, I mean, doesn't everybody have 2 banks? You know, heaven forbid you put all your shit in one bank. This is something that Detective John said when he was in here during Ben Wee's testimony. When you process a scene, you process all the evidence, not just pick and choose. Sure seems like Dingleberry is kind of selecting what he wants to ask. Of course, now hopefully the defense kind of goes through some of this other stuff. But you see how well organized that website is? I will actually put the link in where I'm at. Right now. There. I have to go turn the heater on. It's cold. I'm cold. Continue.
Those 3 calls.
For those 3 calls, yes.
Okay. Then, did you take a look then at any activities on this phone, same phone from noon on?
Yes.
On May 18th. Okay. And were you able then to do some mapping or some diagramming in that regard?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So he's Google searching the back and spine clinic. I'm sure because he strained it, moving that victim.
I'm now going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 292. So as to 292, again, is this a document you prepared pursuant to your investigation?
Yes.
And does this then track the activities of this same phone from noon to a certain time period?
Yes.
And that's from when to when?
From this map shows the calls that occurred at 6:38 a.m. that I previously talked about, and then the calls that occurred from approximately 11:48 a.m. through 4:15 p.m.
Okay, so we've covered some of these on the prior diagram.
Yes.
So I'm not going to repeat those. What are more further into the day calls that are on this
He's not
diagram?
going to repeat those, but
which is Exhibit
seems to
292.
like to repeat the other.
So at 11:48 a.m., there is a call that registers on the cell site located here in the approximate Fort Washington area. At approximately 11:55 a.m., there is a call that registers on a cell site here, also in Fort Washington area. Also at 11:55 a.m., there is a call that registers on this cell tower in Grafton. At approximately 12:23 p.m., there's a call that registers on this cell site in Grafton. And then between 1:30 p.m. and 4:15 p.m., there are 6 calls that register on this cell site. That's one.
And is that back in that original location where many of the other calls were?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to, and as to Exhibit 292, does that appear to be a true and accurate representation of what you prepared in your investigation in this case?
Yes.
Any changes or alterations other than the sticker that's placed on that exhibit?
No.
Again, I'm going to ask admission then of 292, Your Honor.
Objection.
No.
See.
I'm now asking you to take a look at State's Exhibit 293. Is this also a document you prepared in your investigation in this case?
Yes.
Pursuant to this document, were you taking a look at some additional time period on the 18th of May, 2020 to see where this same phone went?
Yes, between approximately 4:15 p.m. and 4:52 p.m.
And during that time period, were you able to make a determination what, if any, tower activity was going on in regards to this phone?
Yes. There was one call at approximately 4:15 p.m.
The 4:15 p.m., is that the anonymous Crime Stopper tip states that they saw a dark-haired woman on Rosalio's balcony at this time. She asked the tipper for the time. Huh. I wonder how far away the account is in Menominee Falls from the dark-haired woman seen leaving the balcony, like roughly around the same time.
That occurred on this cell tower in Mequon, and one call that occurred at approximately 4:52 p.m. on the cell tower in Menominee Falls.
Is that Exhibit 293, is that a true and accurate representation of what you prepared in your investigation in this case?
Yes.
And other than the sticker 290.
4:52 p.m. on the cell, approximately 4:15 p.m. that occurred on this cell tower in Mequon, and one call that occurred at approximately 4:52 p.m. on the cell tower in Menominee Falls.
So the 4:15 cell ping in Mequon is not on this.
Is that Exhibit 293, is that a true and accurate representation of what you prepared?
So if 4:15 here, he pinged off of Mequon basically around the same time as some anonymous person states they saw a dark-haired woman on Rosalio's balcony. I mean, that's like within a minute. Hi, Myra. Happy New Year. Welcome. I hope you have a lovely time. I hope you're not in the hurt locker today. I was up too late. Thankfully, I don't drink alcohol, or I'd probably be still sleeping. I hope you had a good time. I hope 2024 sets this man free, unless I see something in the next 7 days of the trial that makes me significantly change my mind.
In your investigation in this case?
Yes.
And other than the sticker, is it changed or altered in any way from the document you prepared?
No.
Move admission of 293.
No.
I'm going to write this down if I find my pen. Mequon. So Zach ping Mequon 4:15, and a minute later somebody notices a dark-haired woman on Rosalio's balcony. dark-haired woman. Woman sighting. Yep. Another thing I should do when I do like the date, today is day 1000. Well, the screen's kind of messed up right now. I'm experimenting. Today is day 1,323 days since he's been incarcerated. Roughly 3 years, 7.5 months. What I should do is I should do a ticker also that shows how close the $50,000 goal is. Last I looked, it's like 46, 47. I mean, they're close.
Now I'm going to put it in our state exhibit 294 and ask did you also take a look later in the day on the 18th from 8:34 p.m. Into the morning hours of May 19th. Is that what 294 depicts?
Yes, this depicts the rest of the day on May 18th.
All right, and so for May 18th, the rest of the day, what, if anything, can you tell us in terms of?
So at 8:34 p.m., there was a call that registered on this cell tower in Mequon. At
Oops. I wish I would have thought to do this. I find this helpful. I'm not sure if you do. I wish I would have had this up for her testimony.
approximately
I have no idea what it looks like on your
between
end, but
8:48 p.m. and 9:52 p.m., there were 4 calls that registered on this cell tower, also in Mequon. There was 1 call that registered on this cell tower in Milwaukee at approximately 9:57 p.m. and 1 call that registered on this cell tower at approximately 9:58 p.m. also in Mequon.
And is that the last call that registered?
Yes, for May 18th.
Okay. And then, so when is the next time there's a call then on that phone where there's voice contact after that time?
May 19th at 8:41 a.m.
And May 19th in the morning, where is the cell tower activity?
oh, the audio. I can bump it up a little bit. It's so all over the place. I'm trying not to get it in the orange zone, but yes, I do notice it's. I'll bump it up a bit. Somehow or another thing I need to figure out. There's like different filters for the audio, like noise gates and different things. I wish I knew better how to use those.
Yeah.
It is in Mequon, but that is not depicted on the map.
Okay, because that was outside of the area of the time period you were
right,
asked to take a look at. Is
Right.
that right?
Yes.
So as to 294, then is that a true? I'm sorry, not this one. Yeah. As to 294, is that a true?
You can't hear anything at all. Can you hear me? Can you hear me talking? I'll turn on my. Okay, I'm going to turn this on.
An accurate copy of your mapping activities in terms of phone tower activity of the phone in question back on the date of, in this case, May 18th, 2020.
Yes.
And does it appear to be changed or altered in any way from what you put together other than the sticker that's affixed on?
I do want to mention, yesterday I noticed that, and chain of custody just basically said what I was thinking. I know yesterday I had trouble with YouTube as well. Like all of a sudden it would work and then it wouldn't work. And so I'd have to like close and reopen it. Chain of custody just basically said the same thing. And I close my app and it will come back for my sound to work. So I'm just kind of wondering. Yeah, that happened to me yesterday when I was tag teaming MLS's New Year's with Detective Johns. All of a sudden, just like out of the blue, it would just cut out. And I'm like, oh, did I sometimes yeah, okay. They must be messing with something. Remember the other day I had that weird thing where like YouTube, it would just go like what the video we're watching would just spin for a while and then and then it would say you're not connected to the internet, but I was like live streaming on Kick and Rumble just fine with the spinny screen. It's weird. And a weird choppy thing. Yeah. That happened to me yesterday too. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I'm not hearing it. So I wonder if it's on the receiving side. I don't know what they're doing.
No.
Move admission of 294 then as well, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Steve?
Weird. That is just weird. I should maybe add that to like the reminders to just like bring it up for a while if you get like a weird sound just disappears. Yeah, and I mean, usually I go downstairs in the kitchen and I just put it on my cell phone, go downstairs, and it would be playing on one and not the other one. It's just weird. Look at him. Oh, and also Soloman, and I believe the Wrongful podcast also mentioned
Phone is located in
the fookery, if you will, of him while he was in prison during this trial. They were intentionally trying to disrupt his sleep. How is that not a civil rights violation? It's disgusting.
Is registering calls off of the site in Belgium, Wisconsin, in the early morning hours from about 8:45 to 11:41. Are there any missed calls that you observed?
Yes, there was a missed call around 10:30 a.m. I can't recall the specific time.
And when was that call returned? In other words, was there a call made from this phone to that same number sometime after that?
Yes.
You know when it was?
One of the calls that occurred between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. was that call.
Okay. So do you remember the exact time at this point without reviewing your report?
I don't.
I'm going to ask you would a review of your report regarding that topic refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if he's on the 18th or the 19th at this point. This is interesting too.
Again, my question is, as to missing a call at 10:31 a.m. From that Belgium, Wisconsin tower, when was it returned? Okay, so I'm going to just point you to a specific sentence in case that assists. Starts right there, Zachariah.
God, I hate him. Must be hit this.
The call was returned at approximately 10:38 a.m.
Yep.
So about an hour later.
Yes, correct.
Wonder what Michael's doing in Illinois, which isn't Illinois only like 20 minutes away? What's the deal here, Gravely? Where are you trying to point us? Where are you trying to con us into believing, if you will? Makes a phone call and then an hour later
I have nothing further with the witness, Your Honor.
An
Thank
hour
you.
later, it looks like he needs to make an appointment with his chiropractor.
Thank you, Judge.
Pause. Not pause. So just an observation. So pings off tower in Grafton. Sadie to Rosalio. Hey, how are you? Another rainy day? Hope your day is going well. Question mark. You've been missing how long at this point? 18 hours maybe? Or so? 1:00 p.m. Witness Lynn Douglas. Initial statement to police states she heard arguing in Rosalio's apartment around this time. She later changes her statement. Meanwhile, Zachariah is in Mequon again. Man, he's like a time traveler, too. Interesting. I get the feeling I'm the only one that's never seen this trial before. So, pardon my...
What just basically showed to you, but States Exhibit 290. And this was the chart you had made for Mr. Anderson's phone activity on May 17th from 10:20 a.m. to May 18th, 6:38 a.m.
Yes.
And there was a phone call that you said was made at 11:19 p.m. on May 17th, 2020.
Yes.
And that pinged at the bottom or to the right Mequon Tower.
Yes.
And you had indicated that based on all of these calls and where the, or to the right, 11:19 p.m. on May 17th, 2020.
Yes.
And that pinged at the bottom or to the right Mequon Tower.
Yes.
And you had indicated that based on all of these calls and where the towers were located, that it was likely or probable that the phone was stationary, even though it was pinging on different cell towers.
It's a possibility, yes.
And can you explain to the jury why that is?
So cell towers have a certain radius.
Cell towers sometimes get overloaded depending on what have you, and then I think they just ping off the next available. Okay, so now we've got Lokong Express dropping in a little breadcrumb, if you will. I wonder how the police confused Sunday 9 p.m. with Monday in the afternoon. Douglas said the police were confused. Huh. Noted.
Radius that they can reach. When a call is made, it registers off of what is the closest in proximity to that phone. If there are two towers that are in near proximity to each other, the phone can select either one.
Yeah. So cell tower info is, but I mean, this was May 2020. So if you had ever watched the documentary series 21, or not 21 Mules, 2000 Mules, they go in extensive detail about this geofencing technology that can get someone's cell phone within like 3 feet of a certain location. So this was just prior to that. I've got to believe that that technology was available in Wisconsin. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure Wisconsin is one of the states that was covered in the documentary 2000 Mules. I've seen it twice. I'm going to make a note and see what they have. But it's my understanding if they're relying on cell phone towers, they will ping off of the closest available tower unless that tower has too much traffic, then it'll ping off the next available. C-Swept. They built their entire case on unreliable science, elastic bands, and gum. I love that. That's true. I wish I would have thought to put this stuff up with what's-her-face's testimony, the liar that was on here.
There would have to
previously.
be additional information from the provider to determine exactly how far that phone was from the tower.
Oh, so Korea did the fencing, but it was too much work for him. Noted. They MacGyvered it together. I mean...
And you didn't get that information?
No.
I'm just going to pause.
And
just have her
two
explain it
towers
without-
that are, when a call is made, it registers off of what is the closest in proximity to that phone. If there are two towers that are in near proximity to each other, the phone can select either one. There would have to be additional information from the provider to determine exactly how far that phone was from the tower.
And you didn't get that information?
No.
And
Boy.
another reason that sometimes a phone might ping to a different cell tower is if there's too much activity on one tower, the phone then might go to a different tower.
So generally, the first tower that a phone registers the call on will be the cell tower that is closest in proximity, and then the network will manage the calls after that.
So it would go to one, if it's too busy, too much traffic going on at one, the network will say, hey, let's bump them to a different tower.
Yes.
That could also explain why we see a phone pinging at different locations that are in close proximity. That the network had decided to bump it to a different tower.
No, because this register, the register that we analyzed, is the first instant that the call touches the network. So it's the cell tower that the phone chooses to make contact with.
Okay, so you didn't get any information for any second or subsequent, or the information you did receive and reviewed only showed that first tower?
I would have to review the specific records from US Cellular, but it is my practice to only review the first cell tower that a phone connects to.
Okay.
Another thing that is interesting I would like to know is, and I'm pretty sure I asked this before, but again, this website is so comprehensive. I've got to believe that they have everything on here. They've got, they've got text messages between people, but did they only run Zachariah's phone pings? Not Sadie's, or, I mean, I saw Michael up here earlier. Yeah, write that down, maybe. They had their goat. Wouldn't want to uncover something that might negate your BS narrative. Ding, ding.
So that's helpful
turn
here.
the heater on.
So the phone call then that was placed at 11:19 p.m., that's pinging at this cell tower, correct?
Yes.
That was the first tower that the phone went to, so that's going to be the tower that the phone is in closest proximity to.
Yes, it's the tower that the phone selected to connect to.
Okay, and that's true for that 11:19 p.m. call.
Yes.
And then, sounds kind of like a dumb question, but there were no phone calls on May 17th or to May 18th for this time period in Kenosha, Wisconsin, correct?
Correct.
Wanted to draw your attention then to states, is the Belgian one? So you had testified that there were no calls from, what was it, midnight May 18th to, was it 6 something in the morning?
6:36, yes.
Okay. And you can't comment on why there's an absence of phone calls, correct?
No.
So May 18th, 2020 in States Exhibit 291. Again, these calls that were made, the one call at 8:45 and then the two calls that were made at 11:38 ping at this cell tower, and this was the first cell tower that picked it up, so it was the closest cell tower to that phone.
Yes.
Sorry, we can refer to that. It's hard to hear because we're not.
Well, you can see the.
I can't read it from here, so just tell me
Dingleberry needs to go see an
number,
ophthalmologist.
Well, it's the States Exhibit 291.
The time of the call you're referring to was my question, because it's hard to hear you because you're facing away. So I'm just asking you to
you're
repeat
facing
it.
away, of course.
Let's give you the exhibit.
Okay.
God, I can't stand Dingleberry.
The same thing for those calls,
Stupid smart
right?
person.
That cell tower is where the phone is closest in proximity to.
It's the cell tower the phone selects, yeah.
Got it?
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. So then, based on the data and what you reviewed, the phone calls that happened at 8:45 a.m. and 11:38 a.m. are close in proximity to this tower.
Yes.
In Belgium, Wisconsin.
Yes.
And on May 18th, 2020 to May 19th, 2020, were there any calls that pinged in Kenosha?
No.
I need a map.
I'm going to show you what was marked as 293, but before I do that, I'm going to show it to the states. Phone calls.
We did that for when Danilo Cavalcante, his manhunt. We had a map. We were dropping pins.
So these were the phone calls from May 18th, 4:15 p.m. to 4:52 p.m. And again, sorry to be repetitive, but I just want to go through it with each of these exhibits. I'm more interested in the phone call that occurred at 4:52 p.m. in Menominee Falls. So the phone, when that call was made, pinged at the tower, and that was the tower closest to the cell phone.
It would be the cell tower that the phone selected as the
closest one.
Boy, that sounds like pretty accurate science, doesn't it? Close enough.
I would have to have more advanced training to speak specifically to how the phone selects the cell towers. I just know that the first cell tower that appears on the records as the call registering to is the cell tower that the phone selects. So we view it as the most reliable for location information.
Okay. And do you know, and if you don't, that's fine.
Zach is nowhere near Kenosha on the 18th. Huh.
Proximity mile-wise, how far a phone would need to be to ping off of that first?
Is he Rubberman too? Do we need to have
It depends on the tower. So each tower will have a radius set by the cell phone company. And again, there are experts that have additional training and know those kind of radiuses, but I do not have that training.
Oh, okay. I see.
But
it's
still,
important to have a man's
your testimony
life on
stands that this was
people who
the
don't have
phone call that was
training.
made at 4:52 in this area was the first tower that the cell phone did choose.
Yes.
You just can't provide further information on why.
Correct.
That's fine.
Interesting. Hey, wait a minute. What is this?
The state had asked you about a missed call.
Well, it's been almost 24 hours since I last heard from him. Either he lost his phone. Oh my God, my friend Becky used to say that. Oh, instantly, Becky. She'd say, "Did you drop your phone and run away from it?" Okay, so, Sadie to Rebecca, his phone goes straight to voicemail. Rebecca to Sadie, Leo, yep. Was he upset with you? Was he upset with you? Where's the response? Rebecca to Sadie, and then what is this, deleted? Then she asked another question. What about Nutcase? Heard from him? Was he upset with you? Where's the text after that one? The answer. Funny, isn't it? She went, was he upset with you? Referring to Leo. What about the Nutcase? So obviously she responded, and it's deleted.
That was made on May 18th, 2020. And you had noted that it was what the phone number was.
What was her response? That's what I want to know.
I don't know if you actually said it. I apologize if I do.
Watch
but the missed call that Mr. Anderson had on the 18th, he called back, correct?
Correct.
That phone number, you had also done a location data analysis on that phone number as well, correct?
I don't recall. I reviewed a number of phone records. If I prepared a report for it, I did review it.
If I showed you your report, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I had gotten things mixed up. There were several other phones, though, that you did do analysis as well on. Do you remember those people's names of who you did them on, or would you need to see your reports to refresh your recollection?
I would need to see my reports to refresh my recollection.
I don't have all of your reports printed out because there were a lot, so I'm just going to give you my computer.
Okay.
Wouldn't prior to testimony they review all of their things, so it's at least sort of top of mind? Question mark. She doesn't look like she's very confident here, does she?
There's quite a I think she was just going through them. There's quite a
I know, but it's okay with me if she just
Oh, Dingleberry.
Reflecting, may not, it's what I'm saying, it may not work if
Sure.
it's a few names.
If you don't mind, then yeah, if you want to just go and name the names of the other individuals
So
that
she's
you
over
had
the target of one of the many
analyzed
holes.
phone records of.
He's
Yes.
gotta chime in.
Are these names that have been mentioned in this case before?
Yeah,
Or are they names of people?
they're names of people who have been mentioned.
Oh,
She almost looks like she's been crying. She's got that
I don't
mascara.
know about. I can't remember all
I
the
mean,
names.
that
we
she-
were with
She
other
slept in her makeup
warrants
the night prior and didn't have time
or
to
cases.
They were all for this case.
use a Q-tip underneath
Everything.
her eyes.
Everything, yes.
Maybe she was crying because
Okay.
she knows that this is bunk.
Okay, and the names that are associated to these phone numbers were provided to me by the Kenosha Police Department. I didn't do a separate verification of
Okay.
that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that helps. Thank
Okay.
you.
So Andrew Schultz, Fred Brown Williamson, Jason Palmer, Josh Anderson, Soloman Anderson, and Zachariah Anderson.
Thank you.
Oh, look at that little bot is doing its job.
Besides the people that you read, had you done any other analysis in this case? Or were you asked to do any other analyses by the Kenosha County or the Kenosha Police Department?
I do not recall specifically. My recollection is I prepared a report for every phone that I analyzed that had cell site records available that I was asked to.
I have nothing further for the witness, Judge.
Any redirect?
We have no further questions.
Give me a step, Tom. Thank you.
Okay, I know I'm going to probably jinx myself here.
Yeah, a lot of break since we have a new witness, and
but we haven't had the
All right,
skins
let's take a break.
for a few days after I
Please don't
ran
rewatch
that
or listen to any
test.
account of the trial.
And we're also getting
discuss the case with anyone.
60 frames
even
per
fellow
second now,
jurors.
not 30.
About 10 to 15 minutes.
And between 4,500 and 5,000 kilobytes per second. Which is better.
Sure.
Sam, call Sean Morton for the stand.
Another witness. Let's see if he gets sweared in. Oh, I know. I'm sorry. You know what? That's a thing. Like, everybody's so used to having people use StreamYard or, like, for example, Restream is basically simple. The only person I know that uses OBS is Gazilla. Grizzly True Crime. I love her. Oh my God, she had the best one on the other day. Might have been yesterday, actually. I know it does get confusing, but, you know, I like to be different. No.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated.
You know, it's all different. It depends on if, like, if
Could
we're
you
doing a
please state your name for the record and spell it?
Sean Morton, SHAUN, MORTON,
And how are you currently employed?
as a forensic examiner for the City of Kenosha Police Department.
Okay, I'm going to move
And
this out of
how
the
long
way.
in general have you been a police officer?
About 21 years.
Stand by.
And how long have you been the forensic examiner for the police department?
Doing this for just over 10.
And
Oh,
what
he
does a
doesn't sound
forensic
very
examiner
confident
do?
either.
We examine cell phones, computers.
Okay, that's a couple witnesses now that we've seen. They get up there and they're just not real comfortable. Now, if any of you watch, what's his face's trial, Bryce Rhodes, you know, the rapper. No, what's his name? I forget. Doesn't matter. You know, the detective that testified towards the end of the state's case. I mean, he was asked for a good hour about this back seat of this Mazda. And there, you know, he explained it very good. He didn't waffle or Rambo the rapper. That was his name. That was the last trial we just did. The guy that was they had entertained putting some type of shocking device on him because of his outbursts. Apparently he was kind of like Daryl Brooks Band-Aid guy. I had always wondered what was going on with the back of his head. Somebody on Twitter or X had said they thought maybe it was like an offensive tattoo. Other people, you know, opined, if you will, using Detective John's word. It was a skin condition they were trying to cover up. I don't know. All right, here we go. I'm going to go turn on my heater. I'm cold.
Tablets, pretty much anything digital evidence-wise.
And when you examine it, do you also download it and put it into a form that can be turned over to parties to review?
Yes.
And as part of your task, do you often review those things that you're downloading and looking through?
Yes.
So to orient you to this case, were you brought in to do downloads of different devices concerning the disappearance of Mr. Gutierrez Jr. in May of 2020?
Yes, I was.
And was one of those devices that you were asked to download and look through an MSI laptop recovered at Mr. Zachariah Anderson's home?
Yes.
And walk me through how a download of a laptop such as this happens from your perspective.
So a detective would request it to be examined. At that point, we would receive it. The hard drive would be removed from the computer. We then create what's called a forensic image of it, which is basically an exact copy of the hard drive. Then that's the data that we work with and examine.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
And initially, did you just do a full download of it and turn it back over to detectives?
It was a very brief, we did a download. I did a very brief overview, tagged a few items that I thought could be of interest to them. A computer contains a lot of data and a lot of information, so I try to tag things that could be relevant.
And were you asked at approximately May 26th of 2020 to do a more in-depth review of that laptop by detectives?
Yes, I was.
And did you perform that more in-depth exam on that laptop?
Yes, I did.
And prior to doing that examination, what, if anything, did you know about the circumstances of this case to orient you in what you could potentially be looking for on such a large computer?
At that point, I knew Rosalio Gutierrez was missing, and somehow Zachariah Anderson had been developed as a possible suspect, and was now examining his laptop for any evidence of either Rosalio on the computer or anything that could be relevant to the case.
So you, at this point, didn't know anything specific about Mr. Anderson other than he was developed as a suspect and this is his computer?
Correct.
So when you start looking at the download of this MSI laptop, what is a folder or anything that jumps out to you as where you potentially find evidence that you think is relevant?
Just generally in a laptop exam, I'd start at the desktop. On the desktop, there was a folder that was created labeled Kids. I opened that up and actually found another folder inside that titled Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.
And you had indicated that was a name you were looking for given the context of this case?
Yes.
And did you then go into the Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. folder to do further investigation into that?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you locate inside the Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. folder on this laptop?
There were several pictures and screenshots. Appeared to be from Facebook and other websites.
I'm going to approach you first with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6. Tell me in general what this appears to be in regards to the MSI laptop download.
Supposed to be a section of the report that I would generate. These are the items that I tagged as potential evidence, the title of them, what they are, when they were created on the computer, and where they reside.
And for these specific items, are these all JPEGs?
Yes, they are.
And so would that have been some of the pictures located in that Rosalio Gutierrez folder?
Yes.
Now I'm going to zoom in here. Do you see on the top there that there's essentially 3 categories: created, accessed, and modified?
Yes.
And so in looking at these different JPEG files, they all have slightly different times of creation. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
All roughly April 25th of 2020, somewhere in the 3:30 a.m. range. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Now, given the fact that these all have different times of creation, what can you say regarding the manner in which these photographs were placed onto this computer?
So each one was individually saved and placed at the time indicated. placed in this folder at the time indicated on the computer.
So each of these different, and I believe there are 24 items between the two pages, would have had to be individually placed?
Due to the time differences, yes.
Okay, so if they had all been select all, paste all, would we expect to see then the same time for each of those in the creation window?
Yeah, within a few seconds of each other.
So I'm now going to hand you directly States Exhibits 7 through 30. Can you page through that set of documents and tell me if you recognize them as something found on that left?
They do appear to be the images that were inside the Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. folder.
Now, in addition to those photographs in this Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. folder, did you also find some things that were clearly from Facebook?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 34 and 36. Can you tell me what those are?
There are screenshots from Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. Facebook page.
Pause for a moment. Let's go, Brandon. Audio keeps doing me dirty. Yeah, we were talking earlier. This happened to me last night when I was watching a couple other live streams, and now it's happening to some of the people on this live stream. I'm not, so far, knock on wood, not getting any glitchy, but it looks like people are just like exiting out of YouTube and reopening it, and then it works again. Also, June, I let Poppy in here because it looks like Lily is gone right now. So she's playing with a spring right now, but my guess is she'll come up and say hello to you.
That include, when you say screenshot, what does that mean in your world?
Somebody either uses a tool to take a picture of something that's on the screen, like a snippet tool.
She's right there. Those were located in that same Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. file?
Yes, they were.
Judge, I would ask for permission to publish these to the juror because of the minor. There are definitely some pictures with minors in them. I don't want to put them up on the screen, but can I pass them around to the juror?
Is there objection?
No.
Right.
This is just exhibits 7 through 30.
7 through 30, and then the Facebook ones he just testified. 34,
36.
35,
34 and 36.
La Kong Express. I hate they don't show what he is looking at. I have the photos from the website up here, and I just kind of perused through them. And I see Zach's home, Zach's caravan, Zach's Audi, Anderson Tree Farm, Michael Campbell's alibi, Kenosha County Jail, and Rosalio's apartment. Again, I wish I would have had those up on the screen when we were watching that. This could have been so much better. I am learning. So many exhibits we do not get to see. Is there anybody watching right now that has not seen this trial? A newbie, if you will. A green pea, if you will. Audi. Audi. Isn't that what they're called? Audis? Audis. Oh, look at that little bot. See, isn't that so much easier? Although the timing's a little off. Orange, you glad you joined all the Crime Spies today? I found my orange. Gravely says Audi. It's Audi, isn't it Audi? Audi. Maybe now would be a good time to remind ourselves. Where is it? $1,323 days Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated. The link to the... Oh, here we go.
I hate her face.
And I just saw it. Where's my music? Where is it? See, now I'm going to miss my cue. Here it is. There it is. Audi, not Odie. Poppy No Snitch. That was Sadie. Sadie to Rosalio. That was when they were talking about the broken legs. That was when Sadie was providing Zachariah Anderson's address. And then they were waffling around like, well, maybe just like a broken leg or something, you know, implying bodily harm towards Zachariah Anderson. And then Sadie says to him,
Officer Morton, in addition to those photographs that I've just shown you and now the jury, were there any other things found in that Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. folder that you believed were of note?
Found a screenshot of a page from the Department of Wisconsin Financial Institutions, I believe, and included Rosalio's name and address.
Approaching you with what's been marked as States Exhibit 32 and 30.
Do you see the little breadcrumbs that La Kong Express so kindly sprinkles into the chat? A lot of what is in the Rosalio file could be his criminal record and business license. Is there a business license on the missing Rosalio?
3.
Oh, yes, that's right, because he received that, what did they call that? He received that Rona fund, Rona money for businesses. Remember they were dishing out so people could, pay, do their payroll? I forget what they're called.
These appear to be.
It's an acronym.
Those would be those screenshots from the Wisconsin Department of
had.
Financial Institutions. Contains corporate records for North Star Renovations LLC.
She was around
With
back
the registered agent being Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.
Munch.
Includes his address.
And when you say screenshots, what does that mean in your world?
Again, somebody either used the screenshot function through Windows or used a snippet program to capture something that was on the screen.
So it was Munch. Okay, so forgive me. Munch was that one of the friends? Not Michael Carpenter, but the other one with the I think he had like a dark colored shirt on. Was a couple witnesses before Michael Carpenter. Was that Munch? And he's the one that received that Rona. I want to say it was like. Didn't even remember how much money it was that they were just, doling out, which if you've watched some of those subcommittee hearings, you will see how that was managed, how they recorded the money that they were sending out. Don't even get me started. You're going to have to go on Rumble for that
function on Windows
stuff.
You press
Munch is
function
the snitch.
screenshot, and then it'll
Oh, Munch received the money.
save
Okay.
what's on the screen, and then you can paste it to a Word
Thank you for
document.
correcting me. I don't want to spread misinformation.
Going to show the jury. So, State's Exhibit 33. Is that one of those screenshots you just identified?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to stop interrupting, but you all have the most wonderful comments. C-swept again. Or proof he was stashing money in 2 separate banks under his mom's name to hide the money since he was avoiding child support. Oh, really? He was avoiding child support. Huh. Writing that down. Detective John knows something about people who skip out on their child support payments. Making a note. The one question I had too was the bank accounts. Were the names on the bank accounts the same or different? Because sometimes, you know, people share bank accounts. I'm just kind of curious who the account's name was in. I'm making a note. I got a bigger notebook. More
you
notes.
indicated that
Nice catch,
registered
Miriam.
agent office was Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. with 3709 15th Street 1B, Kenosha, Wisconsin 53144 as the address.
Yes.
And was this just another angle of that zoomed in closer?
Yes, it is.
And were those 2 separate screenshots that were located in this file folder?
Yes, they were.
Now, as part of this investigation, were you made aware that that was Mr. Gutierrez Jr.'s actual address at the time of May 17th of 2020?
I knew there was a location, that building. I didn't know the exact address of the apartment, but
Celia's account.
And do these appear to be true and accurate copies of what you recovered from that Rosalio Gutierrez file when you downloaded and reviewed the computer download?
yes, they are.
In addition to those documents in that file, was there anything else of note that you located in that file regarding the investigation into this case?
Located several other screenshots that appeared to be from a Find My Device phone that Androids have.
And explain for the jury what Find My Device for Android phones is in your world.
So if you don't know an Android phone like a Samsung or Motorola, when you log into your Google account that's attached to your phone, let's say you lose your phone, you can go to a computer, log into Google, go to the Find My Device page.
Pause. Encyclopedia, Crown, Law, Kong Express. Rosalio did try to get unemployment after he went missing? Question mark. C-swept says, question mark, I think I missed that. Miriam, I'm sorry, my throat is, I need honey. There was someone who tried to get unemployment. It wasn't proven to be Rosalio. When's Zachariah? Hi, Half Irish. A couple days post-birthday. I hope you had a great New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Welcome again. When Zachariah have destroyed that computer, had he been planning to off JR? No, he didn't. See, all right. So another thing. So weird the cops didn't look into that. Another thing for those of you who don't use Kick, I know it's, you know, kind of a gamer website, but I know Publicly Buzzed Steve, he had like a Twilight Zone marathon yesterday. Jessika For Justice had, what's it called now? Love After Lockup marathon yesterday on Kick. And in the Kick chat, you can actually click on someone's message and then hit the reply button. And then the message that you're replying to is like a shadow above it, so you know which one you're answering to. For those of you who use the YouTube mobile app, your only option is to block or report somebody, which is super dumb. And if you're old like me and forget how to spell people's names, it's kind of hard to tag them. I've been Fraser. Oh, wonderful. You've been listening. Excellent. Yes. Exactly. Quite the planner he was. Well, that's not sus. Let's continue. We have about 45 minutes left.
And any phone that's logged into the same account
get
will
to
show
day
up where it's
11?
located at. It'll let you track where your phone is, or if you lose it, locate it.
And did you find any evidence on the MSI laptop that Find My Phone or the Google My Account, Find Your Phone webpage had been visited by this computer?
Yes, it was actually bookmarked or saved as a bookmark on the computer.
And do you recall when that occurred?
The end of April 2020.
Now, you indicated that there were a couple of different, these more screenshots like we've been talking about.
Yes.
An approach with what's been marked as States Exhibit 3, 4, and 5. Can you tell me what these appear to be to you?
If you're going to be an attorney,
Those are the screenshots from the Find My Device.
that you'd be a
webpage.
little bit better public
And is that
speaker.
consistent with what the webpage looks like in your training and experience doing forensic downloads?
Sounds like
Yes.
a robot.
Now, these screenshots, did they have specific names that corresponded to a date and time for each individual image?
So we had used the snippet program to create those, and that program generally just names of the date and time that it was taken.
You talked about screenshotting. What is the snippet program?
So another program built into Windows that allows you to capture part of a screen.
And in your training experience, when you capture something using the snippet program, it gives you the date and time that you captured it.
Yeah, it titles it with the date and time.
So this first one was titled 5_8_2020_2054. So in your world, what does that mean regarding when this first screenshot was snippet or whatever the program is called?
That would tell me it was taken on May 8th, 2020 at 8:54 p.m.
And in general, what is this location that was on this first snippet from Find My Device on May 8th at roughly 8:54 p.m.?
That was determined it was somewhere in Oak Creek, just off the interstate.
And then States Exhibit number 4. This one was titled 5_8_2020 and _2116. So in your snippet program mastery, what time, date, and time did this have been captured on this MSI laptop?
It'd been the same date at 9:16, I believe you said, p.m.
And in terms of this case, what is this a general picture of, if you know?
Looks like it's locating device that's on the north side of Kenosha.
And when you say locating a device, is that because there's some sort of specific pin that you're focusing in on this picture?
Yeah, so the Find My Device icon on the phone looks much identical to that icon you see towards the top there in green.
Would you point that out just so the jury knows exactly what we're looking at? So then showing you States Exhibit 5, which was titled on this computer 5_8_2020_2117. In your experience, would that mean it's 9:17 p.m. on that same day we just talked about? And what is this, if you know, in terms of location in Kenosha, zoomed in on?
About the 3700 block of 15th apartment building there. So it'll be 15th here. These are the apartment buildings in the parking lot.
And Mr. Gutierrez's apartment was 3709 15th Street?
Correct.
Oh boy. Playing with fire here, people. Brace yourself.
The States Exhibit 31. Can you tell me what this is in relation to your review of the MSI laptop?
Pause.
There's a picture.
June Munch is on episode 7 of Crime Spies, Justice or Injustice 4 days ago. Episode 7, part 2. That was the day I had to cut you off and start a new one. It's on the end of that one. Episode 7. That's why I started doing these in episodes, because I found it kind of hard to keep track. All right, let's continue.
Sure, of a GPS tracking device I found downloaded.
And where did you find this downloaded on that laptop, if you can recall?
Could have been in that kid's or Rosalio Gutierrez folder.
And why was this something you flagged
Oh, he
as
testifies
important in this
again?
investigation?
Oh.
After noticing the tracking of the phone and
Okay,
the
never
GPS
mind.
tracker, it's irrelevant.
God. Okay, let me just keep
Showing State's Exhibit 31. Obviously, did you know anything about this tracker or any sort of tracking program regarding this?
No.
So you just found this picture in that file?
Yes.
Oh, pause. No, I don't need to pause. He comes back. He does on trial day 13. So we are in the end of day 10.
In addition to the things
We're
we've
gonna
talked
move in-
about, did you
so it'll
find
probably be in a
any
couple days. We'll get to that
recordings of
one.
any kind that you thought were relevant to your investigation?
There were several video and audio recordings in that folder.
When you say several, how many would you estimate that you noticed in that file folder?
Oh,
About
it
3
says
dozen.
Again.
And in terms of the contents of them, did you listen to all of them in full?
No.
And why is that?
Determined there's about 10 or more hours worth of recordings.
Now,
Oh,
did you
and
listen to
Shucks-
selective pieces
and
of them to
Shucks
try to
comes
figure out what
back
they were
too.
recordings of?
Yes.
And in general, in your review of these approximately 3 dozen recordings, what were you able to ascertain was, in general, the contents on them?
Generally, it sounded like a man and woman arguing, mainly over children.
C-SWAP, I have a story of that too.
And in your review,
That was
were there
during
any
the
that appeared to
age
be actually
15
recorded
year-
by children?
Age 15 of triplets.
Object speculation.
Adding to the story list.
Sustained.
The night Mama played detective. What are they doing?
Exhibit 31 No object.
3 through
Let's see what the Dingleberry Minion has to say here.
to admit states 3 through 35.
Objection?
I'd ask that they, no objections to 3, 4, and 5. And the only objection I have is to Exhibit 31 subject to recross, or to cross.
All right, you can reoffer it at the completion of the cross.
Yeah, I don't mind if the other ones are admitted though, Judge.
They'll be received. Cross-examine?
Thank you. Officer Morton, as it related to Exhibit 31, which I'll show you. Exhibit. You said you found that when doing a review of the MSI laptop. Was that, you found that when you were doing a manual review of the laptop or after you did the download and you reviewed the download?
It was during the download review.
So you're looking at your report, the report, or the actual laptop?
So we process the image we get from the laptop with the program, and then that breaks out pictures and messages and certain artifacts. So I'm using a program to examine the image of the hard drive.
And is that program the program that the parties would have access to, which is like the, like a link?
I'm sorry, the parties?
Like when you do the download, you put it on a disk or do something so that it's accessible to other people for discovery.
Yeah. So that'll be the program I create the report with.
Okay.
And that was gets sent to the detective. So.
Okay. So in your report, where is that item located?
Be in the images section of the report.
Okay. And if I were to give you your report, and the report is a link, correct?
I believe the report in this one is a HTML file,
Okay.
which contains links.
You have to access it through the internet.
You have to access it using a web browser. It's not online. But
Okay. So if I were to give you your report for the MSI laptop, would you be able to find that image so you could be definitive whether it's in that report?
eventually, computers contain hundreds of thousands, if not millions of images that are going to be in there. I mean, eventually, yes, I would find it. I can't tell you how long that's going to take.
Well, I'll give you my computer. So at first, feel free to do with my computer as you wish. Yours for the time being. First, can you let the jury know whether what you're looking at right now is, in fact, you don't have to show them, but that is the report?
Yes. Sorry, your report doesn't seem to be working.
Is there an easier way to access the report?
No, not at. But at this time, this is how we generated reports in what's called HTML files. They're extremely large and they run through a web browser. Yours seems to be stuck on this page.
Oh, boy.
You need to refresh it.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, maybe. Do you know how to use a
It says it can't
computer
find the
system?
file anymore.
Can't find it.
Can't find the what?
Sounds like
It can't find the
like
report
the
file.
investigator, doesn't he?
Just have them take the ones that need to be.
Isn't that part of his job? I don't know. For those of you who listen to Dan Bongino, he often says he's got one job. Let me see here. What's the date of this?
I can scroll, yeah. Seems like some of the pictures are missing.
Oh, some of the pictures
It's a
are
file
missing.
3000, it looks like.
Is it corrupt?
Yeah.
Should we have an
Like I said, there's usually hundreds of
that
thousands
your
of
report is
pictures on a
junk?
computer.
Maybe. I mean, you'd think they'd have control over this. How do you know it hasn't been tampered with in any way, sir?
You mind if I go into the folder where this report's stored?
Yeah, if you could say which folder that is. I have a sidebar, Judge.
He's still looking.
Necessary. Okay,
The report files don't seem to be complete.
necessary. You're saying you don't see that image in this report?
The report files don't seem to be complete. So the actual main page of the report's there, but all the supporting
just gotten thrown away.
folders that would contain the image aren't in here.
It's not
Okay.
complete, but,
Judge, can we have a sidebar, please?
Oh, Agent Orange is scratching his melon again. Looks like he needs to see an eye doctor too. What's with the eye?
Screenshot of a track.
All right, what's up?
So the report that basically Exhibit 31 is a screenshot of a tracker that the state and the witness have purported and testified to that was in the folder titled Rosalio, and that photo was in the report. I had never seen that photo before, not included in the report that I have. I had a hard drive from the state, which is here, that contained all of the downloads of the devices in this case. With this witness, I pulled up that report. The witness went through it and just testified that it's not a complete report. This photo cannot be located. The contents of that folder cannot be located in this report that I had. So obviously the defense has an issue now where we are not given a full report. That information I've never had before. I had asked the state where that was located because I couldn't find it prior to today's date. I thought I'd be able to clear things up with this officer or detective, pardon me. And clearly I can't because the defense was never given the full report.
I wonder what
So
else
I'd be
wasn't
asking
given in
for
full.
the full report to be able to go through it, or alternatively, strike all this testimony.
That the jury's already
I think
heard.
counsel will acknowledge that on Officer Morton's report, page 2 of 3 is where I'm referring. I'm looking at paragraph 4, it's full paragraph 4 of Officer Morton's report. He says on April 24, 2020 at 15:07, a picture of the Rewire Security TK102 Nano GPS tracker, which is the document that we just described, was downloaded to the folder. Also collected in this case was a mini GPS tracking device, goes on to say. So he has indicated in his report, which is dated May 27th, 2020, that this picture was downloaded to the file. So counsel certainly is on notice that a picture of a Rewire Security TK Nano was downloaded and is part of Officer Morton's report. It is the primary report in this case. I don't know if Officer Morton, who said it might take hours, is able to confidently indicate at this stage, I guess we could ask him, he's on the stand, that in fact, he has done a thorough enough look at this that he knows for sure that this document is not in the copy that we have and that the defense has. But I suggest that we either ask him further or we make sure he's had enough time to be sure that the record made, and I have no reason, I'm not casting aspersions. If the defense attorney is saying so far the record indicates that it's not included, I don't know if Officer Morton has done a thorough enough search when he previously testified it would take hours possibly to find this picture, whether he has done enough that he is confident that it is not included.
If I may briefly respond, there's a difference between reports that we're talking about. The report the state just referenced was Detective Morton's written report about what he did in this case. That report's not really clear where this alleged photo was accessible from. The report says that he reviewed the folders and saw this picture in there. But the actual report that I'm talking about is the forensic download report created by the detective that has all the files. That report that Attorney Gravely mentioned doesn't have the files. I think the detective's testimony right now was extremely clear that the report that I have that's supposed to contain all the files is not complete. I knew about this written report. I also told the state before today's date and again that I don't know where this picture is located because I can't find it anywhere. And so even if I'm on notice, that doesn't mean that I have the obligation to ensure that I have a complete and full accurate report. I believe the state's Wachowski, which was just decided by the Supreme Court, that talked about when it's dealing with exculpatory evidence, the defense has absolutely zero burden to seek out that information. So this is an issue. It's come up. We do not have a full report. I'd be asking for the full report to be given to me to be able to review it, so that I can then question effectively on this issue of where that picture is located, when it was taken, and I can confirm that, and be able to cross-examine on it. And if the state and the court's not willing to give the defense time to obtain what should have been given to them a long time ago, then I'd be asking that the testimony pertaining to Exhibit 31 be struck and not considered.
Well, the detective stated it could take hours, made reference to thousands of photographs. It certainly
Wouldn't this be grounds for some kind of appeal?
was an expectation that we'd end up in a point like where we're at now.
And is this still in front of the jury?
This was the day we were going to be done with the case.
Oh, the judge made it funny.
No, it wasn't.
He doesn't even remember.
Yeah, it was.
We only did 2 weeks. Yeah, if you'd asked us, we thought last Friday.
Oh.
Yeah, well, anyway.
Dingleberry, he's good on time
So,
management.
my initial reaction, is kind of biblical. The story about a woman who has 100 coins and loses one, and she puts everything else aside, and she looks until she finds the one coin. That's usually my reaction when I've lost something of value, or better yet, better stated, when I have misplaced or can't locate something of value. It'll probably pop up. And being in the computer age, this apparently is just a mirror image of something which exists elsewhere now, and is also often traceable as to where it's been. So I'm not going to panic right now, but we're going to move on to something else, and we can come back to this. And poor Detective Morton is going to have to do like the widow and put aside everything else while you look for the coin.
I can do that.
All right.
And I just guess, but from your review of the file that I had, it doesn't include the files that you were looking for.
Right. So normally we really don't generate reports like that anymore because it comes in so many different parts, which is edible. I mean, you could delete a folder and all of a sudden all your images are gone. Well, the folder I was looking for that contains those images wasn't in. I didn't find it. So I took a brief look through there.
By the way, now for the bad news. And this is routinely discussed and was discussed a couple of judges meetings ago about people who bring in flash drives, especially in like small claims cases. And they want the judge to put it in and look at their evidence. And I guess on several occasions, some of my colleagues, not me, of course, have corrupted the whole system with all kinds of gremlins that come in under those circumstances. So my resolution has been to tell people, well, how did you look at it? And they tell me I played it on my computer. And I said, well, bring your computer here and we'll play it on your computer here. But then I have to keep your computer.
Is that like when you were?
Yes.
No, I'm not looking to introduce the file. I was simply just trying.
Well, but you're trying to introduce its absence.
Well, I mean, people can come look at my folder.
You don't really want that. You don't really want that.
Don't have anything dangerous on there. I promise you, Judge. But
what? You don't have anything what?
Dangerous.
Well, I look. The bottom. I'm an optimist. I'm expecting this will have a happy resolution, and so
that was close.
The detective can work on it, and as I've demonstrated in the past, on nationwide television. I don't know much about computers, but you provided the defense. She referred to it as
Like a huge.
It looked like a huge.
It's like a
yeah,
terabyte.
big a terabyte.
Terabyte.
External hard drive, really.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I assume that there's a migratory path
They don't
from
have flash
the
drives
source
that are a terabyte, do they?
to that, and so that perhaps by examination of the source from which that was created, we can determine whether or not it ever went onto that.
Right, so that would come from our digital server. We store all of our
Over the
digital evidence.
KPD or joint services.
Yes.
I could always go there too after court today. I don't know what your availability is.
Yeah, I mean, we
Look on the file on the server.
But the point is, there's probably some historical information available as to whether that material was ever provided to the defense.
So normally we get a discovery request from evidence. That's the normal. I don't recall how this one got to her. So normally somebody, defense attorney would submit a discovery request. Joint services would then give that to us. And any files we had on that case, we would send to the defense attorney.
Yeah.
Analyze the external hard drive to determine whether there was what was put on here. When...
Just a quick question for those of you who are attorneys out there. When do each attorney have to do the prosecution and the defense each have to file their own discovery? Aren't they supposed to be sharing information? Question mark.
Either that or the source of the what went on there.
Looks like we're almost done.
I can compare it to what I have. Whether something was removed after I put it on there, I wouldn't be able to determine that. But that is the issue. They develop better ways that they can't be altered.
Have I still got the jury in the library?
Yes.
People. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to stop for the day. Tomorrow we'll be ready with next witness. And
Tomorrow be ready, you said?
Be ready to start with another witness?
Yep.
Unless this matter has been resolved by then. And we'll just act like nothing happened until we have to answer for all of this. And so we don't have to waste the jurors' time any more than we already do.
Understood.
Okay, any question?
No.
All right, and sorry if you don't get any sleep.
Whether something was moved after I put it on
Okay.
there, I wouldn't be able.
One small matter, Judge.
Oh yeah, but we can do that after the jury comes back in. Let's do that. We just have something, but we can bring the jury in
Wouldn't be
and
able
then
to
discuss
determine
afterwards.
that is the
Okay.
issue. To
Well, I see that
afterwards.
short matters have
But
now
they can't
become
be
small matters,
altered.
not free. Come back in. We'll start again at 9 tomorrow morning. Is that a problem for anybody?
Can you give the jury hope and let them know the state probably only has 2 more witnesses after this so that they at least...
Give the jury hope. There's only 2 more witnesses after this. Dingleberry is punctuating the McJustice system. This trial goes, sir, until all the evidence has been presented. Hi, Lynn Dalton, and Happy New Year to you. We're almost done with day 10, getting ready to
but she's tapping you while you're saying that, so
of
there's
the minor child
Oh, somebody was sick today?
testimony.
Yep, there was a sick individual.
Well, anyway, we are moving along, and well, I'll leave it at that. We've got a little bit. We have to finish up here, and in the meantime, please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Don't talk to family members, friends, members of your household, other jurors. Any question? Enjoy the evening.
That's really disgusting, in my opinion, planting in the jurors' heads. We've only got 2 more witnesses. Give them some hope. Like the defense is, messing with their timeline. That's disgusting. How is that allowed?
This is for Thursday.
Yeah.
We're recalling Marcon Washington, which is a state's witness, and then we're calling another inmate from KCDC by the name of Nicholas McAtee. So we prepared writs for you. Just wanted you to know so you could sign them and have them. They were pulled through.
Writ of habeas corpus ad prosequendum.
I know.
Well, it's supposed to be ad testificandum.
What? We always use ad prosecutum.
Dati mihi Anglicam paris verbis Latinus.
Are they talking Latin?
I was just like, I think I'm going insane.
So I just wanted to let you know that. That's all.
All right. So on to the next one. Do your stretching, pause. Just a moment. Just a moment. Do your stretching exercises. And let's do that. And Orange. Orange, you glad you joined us today, Lynn? Let's do it one more time. If I was clever, I would just do that spontaneously just for fun. Okay, so here we are. We are now going to begin day 11. Oops. Day 11. So let's do your stretching. Stretch your hamstrings. I don't know if any of you have ever watched iPod 1776. He's got a clever little jingle he made. Do your stretches. This is going to be the testimony on day 11. The whole day is the minor child of Sadie and Zachariah, the daughter, and then they had twin boys. Day 11. Thank you for joining me today on this, the first day of 2024. The 1,323rd day that Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated. That's about 3 years, 7.5 months. The party doesn't start until you're here, Lynn. I forgot to tell Soloman you have his Zelda clip. Was he here? He hasn't been here. He recommended Zelda WoW. I couldn't find it. I don't know what that's called, but I love it. I wish I was clever with that CapCut and could add little maracas and shake it around a little bit. Although I would like to crop out that court reporter. Can't do that while you guys are here, or you'll hear all of my things back here. Don't know how to fix that either. Doesn't speak Mandarin. That's funny.
Record on the clear issue that you dispatched us to go try to figure out before the jury was brought in, but otherwise we are ready.
Right,
Is by my foot.
before. And what's
I'll
up?
jump up here soon.
What's up, Judge, is you don't need to fret.
Don't need to fret.
Yesterday, after the whole issue with the report, I was able to go back to the Kenosha Police Department with forensic examiner Sean Morton. They had attempted to locate the report, and that attempt was unsuccessful. They could not find the report in the property. However, Examiner Morton was able to find the original hard drive download, which he said if he was going to generate a new report would take hours and hours and hours. I had informed him that I was really just concerned with the contents of that specific folder we were talking about, and we did go through the rest of the documents that were in that download directly from the computer hard drive. So I was able to review that. I have a copy of the documents that I requested. I was able to review that last night in its entirety. There were some videos that I was not able to review. However, I don't think that would preclude us from being able to move forward.
Grandma.
Well, what do you think of that?
How's that grab you,
I
Judge?
think we're ready to go.
Dingleberry.
Oh, well, that's all's well then as well, right? Let's proceed. And is the detective still on the stand? Yeah. All right. Ready for the jury?
Wait, I have something here.
Officer Morton was being copied in.
Dingleberry chiming in again.
Would you come down, please?
Yeah.
Now, if I was smart, where did I put it? Here it is. Oh no, you're going to be able to see it. I guess all my secrets are no longer secret. I would like to thank C-Swept for this the other day to entertain you. Oh, yes, and the Wrongful Podcast, the final 2 episodes this week, Wednesday and Thursday. And Josie, one of the lovely ladies that was in here earlier, had said there is a teaser for this week's episode.
Whenever I have
I don't know if it's 1 or 2. Okay, let's just speed this guy along here.
Let's continue with the examination of Detective Morton, and go ahead. What's going on here? Oh,
my goodness. Oh, are we going to get another orange? Are we going to get another orange here? Maybe a
I beg your pardon?
another
Oh,
snack of
yeah. Fire away.
Wait,
Thank
when
you,
did the
Judge.
macadamia nuts come into the equation?
So yesterday we seemed to have a little debacle about the report. That was solved.
Yeah.
We were able to locate that back at the police department.
Correct.
In this case, you had completed a device extraction on Sadie Beecham's Samsung Galaxy S9.
Yeah, I did.
And you, though, were unable to do a SIM card extraction.
Had to review my report, but
I'd provide you a copy of that report, but it helped refresh your recollection.
yes. Yes, would indicate that they're, yeah, well, probably was not a SIM card on the phone.
Well, there would have to be a SIM card in the phone in order for it to work, correct?
Not necessarily.
Maybe you want to flip to that second page and see if that helps refresh your recollection.
It still appears that there was no SIM card. This is a card check here. There might be a SIM number here. Oh, okay, correct.
Did that help?
Yeah, so there was a SIM card. She needed the phone back, so I did not have time to do it, so it wasn't noted in the report.
Okay, and what's some data you can normally get off of a SIM card?
Nowadays, just the assigned phone number, the subscriber ID. SIM cards are normally just used to access LTE networks at this time.
Okay, and then you also noted in your report from the extraction on Ms. Beecham's cell phone that the GPS location had been turned off, correct?
When was this? Sorry,
Yes.
I missed that.
And that the phone was encrypted.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what it means when a phone is encrypted?
So an encrypted phone is when it's locked or not unlocked so you can access it. All the data on there is encrypted, so if we were to just dump the memory chip from the phone, we really wouldn't be able to analyze it because it's encrypted. So you would need the PIN or the password to decrypt it in order to be able to view the files.
So even, and when you say you're going to dump the download, you have a lot of different software applications that you could use in an attempt to withdraw information or download information from a cell phone, right?
Yes.
And so you're saying that without the passcode, you would not be able to get any information off of Miss Beecham's cell phone?
I don't recall the specific model, but there are ways around encryption.
Did you use those?
What are some of those ways?
Using bootloader programs, so like our Celebrate UFED unit, as a way to bypass that encryption or the passcode.
And you did that? I'm
We would
assuming.
restart the phone, and prior to the operating system loading, it would inject what's called a bootloader, which would allow access to the data on the phone without actually entering the PIN into the phone.
But that's something that you would still need to have the physical phone for, right?
Yes.
You couldn't do that from a remote location.
No.
When you do phone extractions, if spyware or anything had been uploaded onto a phone, is that something you would be able to see in the data of a phone?
If we're looking for it.
Okay. And in this case, there was no note of any sort of spyware or things of that nature on Miss Beecham's phone that you saw.
I did not run the malware program against it, so I was not looking for any spyware.
You think you would do
Why
that?
didn't you run a malware program to look for spyware in Miss Beecham's phone?
It's not a normal course of a case like this.
Why not?
If someone, though, if you had information that that person claims that they believe someone hacked into their phone, you would want to do a malware search, correct?
Yes, but I was not told that any hacking attempts.
Okay.
Okay. So if this is his job, like, obviously he's supposed to be some kind of expert. Is he implying that he wasn't asked to do it, so then he didn't do it? Like, if you're an attorney, wouldn't you just presume, like, they knew what they were doing to get the data off the phone? I don't even know if that makes sense.
You also completed a device extraction on Motorola Play that was attributable to Mr. Anderson, correct?
Again, I have to read my reports, but that does sound familiar.
Are you referring to the Moto G6? Oh, different.
There's a plate.
Dingleberry interruption. She must be over the target of something. In the Swiss cheese case he's got. And there he sits, patiently waiting for people who are supposed to be investigators to do their job, which so far sure seems to me like they're not doing a very good job. Why isn't my... Oh.
Well, strike that. The Motorola Play. Do you remember doing an extraction on that?
I do remember what Motorola is. I don't recall the exact model or who it belonged to.
You don't remember that?
I'd have to read my report.
Okay.
Oh, that is interesting. So there's a little discussion. For those of you who are in Fraser Crane mode, there's some discussion about considering this was a quote-unquote stalking case. I don't know where the original question is.
So yes, I did examine a Motorola Play belonging to Zachariah Anderson.
Okay, and that phone, you had noted that there did not appear that there was no record that there had been a factory reset of that phone, correct? You need to refresh a recollection on that.
I mean, in a murder case or a
Yes.
disappearance case or an unaliving case, you would think they would use all the tools in the toolbox to make sure that the information they're getting off of someone's cell phone is full and complete and unedited, and then share that with the other side. Isn't that how you're supposed to play this game? Most jobs nowadays do the minimum of what they need to do, funding and lack of resources. Well, I'm just saying, if you're an attorney and, you know, you're asking
So it actually did indicate it was factory reset.
Where? It was factory reset. When? What date?
The last sentence on page 2.
Do you know when?
No, I did not know the date or time. It was either not recorded or
So
I was
what's
not
the
able to find
relevance of
activity to
him even
indicate
saying
when.
that?
But there were still some items from May and April, correct?
Yes, it looks like there was a picture taken in May.
Okay.
Some
Again, isn't
emails
that
found from April.
prejudicial that they would even say he had a factory reset phone
Okay, and then
when they couldn't even have the
that
date? Why is that
device
even
was
allowed to be said
also,
out loud? Question mark.
strike that. You also, back to the Motorola G6, you did a did Detective Valerie also do extractions, to your knowledge?
I can't recall. She was assisting me during this time. Yeah, but I don't recall if she did any extractions on this case. I know there were several devices that were examined.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if I'm an attorney and I ask a cell phone expert to give me something, I'm not going to know what all the steps are. I just
Did
want
an
the
extraction
dish,
on a tracker device that was located at
intel,
Mr. Anderson's home,
if you will.
correct?
Yes, I did.
Grab that picture.
Day after day, he sits there patiently looking.
So you two exhibits, Defense Exhibit 239, Defense Exhibit 240.
Train wreck of a trial.
Does this look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that was 239. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 240 now. Is this the information for the GPS tracking device that you did the extraction on?
Again, I have to review my report, but if that's a picture of the box, then yes.
I got you.
A lot of numbers.
I do have a question, though. Now it's like, sometimes it takes a while for my brain to connect. But when did Sadie first mention that he was stalking her? Was it during the 911 call? Was it like the day before when she was having her texting thing with her quote-unquote bestie?
Okay, and
I don't think the defense got a chance to ask what
you
they
noted
needed.
that for this particular device to work, it would need a SIM card inserted into it, correct?
Okay, they had to take what the prosecution gave them. But isn't it under, I believe, like Brady? Isn't it a Brady violation if they don't pass over information that's exculpatory? Question mark. Couldn't that be grounds for Dingleberry's disbarment?
Yes.
And that it didn't appear that there was a SIM card, correct?
No, there was not.
And you also said that the SIM card would need to be registered at HTTP.
Okay, so my contacts are dirty. Miriam. I think it was when she was interviewed by the Kenosha Police Department. First mistrial was related to a Brady violation. She told them he was stalking her at that time. Okay, so nobody finds that suspicious? That she doesn't talk about him stalking her until her friend that she'd been dating, according to her own words, goes missing? And nobody in the police department found that was suspicious, that she never mentioned it before? I see why you people watch this over and over again. And actually another list, I mean, since we're into list making, like with this guy when he said, oh yes, I noted here on the bottom of page 2, the phone was factory reset. And then she says, really? Well, when was that? I can't tell. So then why do you say it to begin with? And shouldn't she have asked for that to be stricken, although you can't unring a bell?
Jitsu.
And also, no wonder people are so, wishy-washy about his, guilt or innocence. This is horrifying. And granted, we're on day 11 of 17, and I haven't seen this before, so I'm sure something will come up.
GPSUI.net, correct?
Because if it continues on this road, which I highly suspect.
And that once registered, the device can be accessed either online, at the same site, or via the Android or iOS app, correct?
Correct.
So in your other extractions that you did, including the MSI laptop, you did not come across any evidence that this GPS device was registered to be used, correct?
Correct.
Then why is it in evidence? Isn't that also prejudicial? I mean, I have an orange here.
Judge, at this
If
time,
it's not in a crime,
to move into evidence defense exhibit
this box of
239 and
Altoids.
240.
No problem. No objection.
I mean, why would it be entered into evidence if it ends up not being nothing? That's just planting false information, if you will, misinformation in the minds of the jury. Then the jury goes back and deliberates, and they can't remember if the factory reset actually happened during the time in question.
That the state had, which was this picture, for Rewire Security Nano Tracker, State's Exhibit 31.
Pixies in Fraser Crane mode. I should download that. I'm listening. I love Fraser Crane. Nails. Have you ever seen that clip of Nails ironing
There's
his
certain
pants that have a wrinkle?
images where you can determine if it was a screenshot, if it was organically taken, if it was a tool like a snipping tool on the computer. You can determine what kind of file a picture is, correct?
Yes.
So were you able to determine what this was?
Yes.
Sorry to pause. Law Kong Express says the get around Brady is the evidence filters through the prosecutor. The prosecutor gets to determine what's exculpatory. So if you have an overeager prosecution, corrupt, if you will, that I mean, even the judge said a few days ago something about sabotage. Like playing the game of sabotage. You know, it's like a sport, these trials. Who wins, who loses. That's disgusting. And how would the defense even know what is exculpatory if you've got a dingleberry for a prosecutor who probably just, conveniently plays that stupid smart person that he is and is like, I didn't realize we had this when he gets busted. This is disgusting. We need a mole. Oh my gosh. Is Summer still here? I know Teresa left. Okay, this is so off topic. Well, we'll talk about it later. I'll write it down for story time.
A file created by the snippet tool.
Okay.
Windows.
So that would mean that it could be taken from anywhere that was seen on a computer.
On the screen.
On the screen. That this wasn't a photo that someone had taken themselves.
Right.
But you didn't find you didn't analyze a tracker like this, correct?
No.
Did you look into at all how this type of tracker works?
Nothing.
Okay. So you wouldn't know if this would need to also be registered like the other one with an app. You wouldn't know how the information then would go from the tracker to an individual.
Object because he's already said, I don't know how it works. So to ask multiple questions about what he wouldn't know when he's already answered,
She's
he doesn't
over the
know how
target
it
over
works,
something here.
is repetitive and irrelevant based on his first answer. I don't know how it works.
Well, I don't know how the computer works either, but some of the time I'm able to actually
This
operate
is one of the holes in the Swiss
roll.
cheese that is his case.
So no.
But regardless that you don't know how it works, don't know how the information gets transmitted or how the information gets accessed, whether it be via an app or anything.
Law County Express. That is not the tracker Zach bought. C-SWAP, this whole case is BS. June, I blame Korea. We haven't gotten to him yet, have we? So a random screenshot to make him look bad. That just kind of goes into the same, memory file as, I don't know, bleach, burner phone was factory reset, garbage pile.
Anything. You did not find anything on Mr. Anderson's devices that would indicate he was registered to receive.
For those in Frasier mode, June has a good point. I forgot why exactly, but later, Mueller, is it pronounced Mueller like Robert Mueller? Or Mueller? Mueller has to argue that the burden of proof isn't on them and that she didn't have access to run additional tests. He's an innocent man, unless they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt otherwise. It's not like a civil case where it's preponderance of the evidence. For those of you who are watching that think he's guilty, it's not preponderance of the evidence. Like, well, there was a dot of something in the back of the van. Well, the carpet was missing and he must have done it. But then there's, a couple nuggets of things that any, the cat could probably figure out is in Zach's innocent column, if you will. That's reasonable doubt. One little thing in that column is reasonable doubt. I said a while ago, please, this is not disparaging remark, but Helen Keller can tell he's not guilty at this point. I stole that from Glenn Beck.
Information or registered that device, correct?
That device, no.
Okay, so this device, for those of you keeping track, this device that they're talking about basically should go into the garbage pile because they're talking about a tracker that isn't the tracker that he bought. Kind of like the bleach. That wasn't bleach. It was a brand, Clorox, that had no bleach in it. This is such a shit show. Gravely says some about how Mueller didn't run a test. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't think that there would be this much incompetence in our judicial system, but each trial I watch, more often than not, there's incompetence. Lynn, that's what's so terribly infuriating about this case. How can 12 people come to the conclusion they did? Well, if Helen Keller would have been on the jury, she would have probably been the holdout. And I said earlier today, same jury pool as Rittenhouse, same judge as Rittenhouse, albeit he fell down and went boom between that trial and this trial. So, to me, I think the mismanagement of this trial because of the judge's, brain injury he sustained is a humongous problem. Again, I'm an accountant. I think the defense tried to argue that a test should have been done and gravely pointed out that if the defense requests a test, the test is done. But the defense didn't request it. Noting, in my opinion, he should be getting as much call for resigning like for Gravely. The judge, yes. Well, Gravely is an elected official. Stick that feather in your cap. I think I told this story, very short story the other day. It wasn't until several years ago that I, started paying attention, like pre-looking at my ballot, if you will, and making sure every single section that was on there, I voted for somebody that I had, been familiar with. The lesser of all of the evils in some cases, versus voting for the top of the ticket and then just ignoring the rest. This is how dingleberries stay in office as long as they do, in my opinion. I need a bigger desk. I keep losing my pen.
You also completed examinations on things like a PNY drive, a Seagate drive. Correct? There was 2 PNY drives and a Seagate drive,
I believe so, yes.
but you did not find anything of value on those.
No, I didn't.
You had talked a little bit before about Cellbrite. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Cellbrite's a company that specializes in obtaining data from old devices like cell phones, tablets. They now expanded it to computers. So it's a digital forensics company, basically.
And you're aware that there were several Cellbrite downloads done in this case, correct?
Yes, there were.
And one of those was of Mr. Gutierrez's phone.
Yes.
And that one was actually sent out to Cellbrite, the company itself, to complete.
Yes, it was.
And then you received a copy of that report.
I received a copy of the extraction they obtained.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury what an extraction is?
So it's kind of similar to the hard drive from the computer. So we're just extracting data from the memory chip on the phone. Then that eventually gets processed and programmed to be able to see what's on that memory card.
And so you, even though you didn't physically do the Cellbrite extraction for Mr. Gutierrez's phone, you have done how many Cellbrite extractions in your career?
Thousands.
And you've reviewed Cellbrite extractions. How many?
Yeah.
Thousands? Okay. So you know all the terminology, the things to look for, and things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay.
Neon colored pen. Actually, that's a weakness of people who are in accounting. One of the contract jobs I had, they threw me when the contract was over, they threw me.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as.
Gave me highlighters. That was part of my gift.
Defense Exhibit 298.
I still couldn't find it though because it gets stuck in the cushion.
This is a
or on the floor.
Portion of Mr. Gutierrez's Cellbrite report. I apologize. This is terribly terrible as it relates to
terrible.
Quality. Can you see everything up there okay?
Yes.
Okay, does this look familiar to you, the layout?
It does.
So does this look like something from a Cellbrite download?
It'd be, yeah, or generated from this plan.
Okay, so this is just a.
You could seriously have about 45 tabs of categories of questions, unanswered questions. C-swept. They should have tested to see who else was there. They didn't test all the bottles. The police incompetence, Detective John, when he was in here Christmas Eve, I think it was, said when you process a crime scene, you process the whole entire crime scene, not just some of it. I mean, seriously, a 10-year-old could run through this and say, what about this? What about this? Guess Zach didn't smoke. I wonder if Buddy Mike did. Yeah, see. Then there's those little crumbs that Lakong cleverly places in the chat to make us all think about it. Interesting. But they collected them, didn't they? Weren't they in like some kind of bucket or evidence bag?
Page. So it doesn't have on the top what it is, but if you see in all the action, it said all the action says launch, correct? From what you could see, and I'm focused on the highlighted ones.
I'm sorry?
Under additional.
No, under action.
Oh, yeah. No, sorry. Oh, once highlighted.
It's like
yes,
selective editing.
Can you
that
explain to the
media
jury
does,
what that
Lynn.
means?
In particular, with the SMS that was launched.
I'm sorry, the what?
SMS app, the short messaging system, the texting.
And what does that mean when something is launched? That the SMS system on the phone was launched?
Opened.
It was opened. Okay. Activated. And so could you tell the jury at what time the mobile messaging was accessed or activated on Mr. Gutierrez's device? The first highlighted, actually the bottom one. So this one first.
May 17, 2020.
At what time?
9:23 a.m.
AM or PM?
Oh, I'm sorry, PM.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then the mobile app, the SMS messaging on his phone was also accessed again. It was launched at 9:24:23 p.m. on May 17th, 2020, correct?
Yep.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 296. I'm going to go up here first. So again, consistent with Cellbrite download data?
Yeah.
Okay, and this says device events. Can you explain what device events are?
Pause. I'm going to try to do that split screen thing like I did before as I tried to hunt and peck my way through this. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Grab, move, nope. Grab, move, nope. I have too many open. Grab, move. One moment. Oops. I can't see. The light is too bright in my eyeballs.
To the jury.
They're powering events or.
Oh, I did want to say something here. Now, for those of you who are where's the thing about putting the elbow in the brain? Oh, look at this. I don't think this setup, okay, works. Water drains too slow and backs up, and the water is sitting in the disposer. Can I put an elbow back on the disposal instead of having a straight pipe? Huh, that's interesting. Bow in the disposal. But that's actually accurate. Isn't it called like a J-trap or something? I don't know.
Orientation event.
That's under the sink.
Okay, so we're going to start in the bottom here.
Oh my gosh, you
So this says that Mr. Gutierrez's cell phone was unlocked at 9:26:24 p.m. on May 17th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other things, display on, display off, display on, display off, display on. Not going to do wax on, wax off, but you get it.
Yeah.
This could just be these displays on, these displays off, could just be when the iPhone's face is lighting up, correct?
I'm in the wrong spot.
That doesn't mean that someone's physically doing something, correct? Okay. And then at 10:10 p.m. on May 17th, 2020, the phone has an orientation change, right?
Yes.
Which means handing the band of my cell phone, we can demonstrate to the jury what that means.
An orientation changes. Rotate the phone. Landscape or portrait.
Okay. So it means a physical change of the phone.
Right.
Okay. And that happened at 10:44 p.m.
Yes.
And this is for Mr. Gutierrez's phone.
Yes.
Part of a Cellbrite download too is you can get location data, correct?
At time.
Places, sometimes the phone doesn't have location data turned on, right?
Right.
So if it isn't on, you're not going to have the data. If it is on, you will have the data. And that would give you device locations, correct?
Correct.
So where the device physically is.
Correct.
Where a cell phone, or in this case, where Mr. Gutierrez's phone physically was.
Heaters.
Yes. Okay.
Michael
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 297. Probably going to have to hand this to you, but first, there's real small lettering. Does this look familiar to you?
Yeah.
Okay, and you'd agree that this is on the Cellbrite app itself, the Cellbrite reader, and that's a software program that's accessible on a desktop.
Correct.
Okay, and this is I'm going to hand you it so you can. I'm going to hand you a different copy. I'm handing him a copy that just so you can read it.
I still don't understand how he could have been arrested.
So this is
like
the device
13
locations
hours
for Mr. Gutierrez's cell phone, correct?
after the scene was stumbled upon. Seems premature.
Just yeah. And this, if we look at the location data that's on the right-hand side of the document, I'm going to zoom in so you might be able to see it on the screen now, but you might still want to read it there.
They didn't, wait a minute. I'm a little farther back in the chat. Log Kong Express, another nugget dropped from, if you will. They didn't test Zach's clothes until after the trial. First trial. You mean that that white shirt he was wearing when he was, meandering around Walmart, that white shirt, whilst supposedly the victim was in the back of his minivan, that nice bright white shirt. And surely by the time they took these fine photographs of him in the evidence photo section, surely Rosalio wasn't in the back of his van, yet he's still wearing that white shirt. Or maybe it was a different day. Yep. Jamie, any of us could be in the same position based off a few weird this one time. I also find it very suspicious that the detectives, if there's any detectives in the chat right now, and someone is found missing and someone close to that person refers to someone else as being like afraid of someone else being stalking them, if you will, don't you think you'd find that a little suspicious that that was brought up and yet nothing preceding that ever was mentioned? Where are her text messages prior to that that say he's stalking her? I mean, you would think there'd be evidence of that. Oh, yes, that's right. That one text message that's missing. Oh, Lynn. Oh, yes. Where was that? I'll find it. I noticed that a couple hours ago, I think, at the time that the dark-haired woman, I want to say it was like 4:16. I don't remember. The time that the dark-haired woman called and said, or the time the person called reporting a dark-haired woman outside of Rosalio's, Zach's phone had pinged off of a tower a minute before that. Why didn't Jeremy Kipp take the stand? You know, I'm starting to think that La Kong Express is kind of like Charlie. He just like sits behind a desk and like just goes, let's drop this little crumb bomb, if you will, in the chat. Ah, funny. Okay, I'm going to write that down. I don't even know what page that goes on. Jeremy Kipp. Who is Jeremy Kipp? What testimony could he have given? Okay, who's going to live stream this trial when I'm done live streaming it so I can ask all the questions? You guys are so... this is really... Oh. Rosalio's best friend. Like you could, oh, he's Rosalio's best friend. You could do a whole
And so this
live
says
stream after
that
these.
Mr. Gutierrez's phone was at these specific positions on, this is for April 26th, 2020.
Half Irish says Brinka said he might, or MLS. Didn't MLS, David, didn't he live stream this when it was happening? And then Brinka, I liked him until someone mentioned Crime Spies is doing this. And he goes, oh, I don't know who that is. Then right down to the bottom of the list he went.
At 9:29 p.m., correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, it's saying that this is the device locations, right?
So the way to celebrate reports locations, that's really complex. So you got to take everything into account. You can't just look at a date and time and a location and say the phone was there. For example, if you receive an email that contains an address in it, that's going to show up as a location to celebrate. Doesn't mean the phone was never there. It just means celebrate while processing that, recognize the location and put it in the locations category.
But in this case, it could be. You don't know.
I couldn't say.
Okay. But we do know that we do have this data, right?
Yes.
And this data says that the device location on 4/26/2020 at 9:29 p.m. was at 6813 Highland Road, Mequon, Wisconsin, correct? That's what the data says.
Jack, he's already characterized that as the data says that address is of note at that time. He did not say that the data says the phone is located there.
I'm saying this is, okay, so I'm simply saying what the report says, what the data says.
Well,
that this is device, it literally says device location. Now I'm going into what the location, what it says.
I would
I'm
like to
not
watch
asking
this
him
with
to
an
speculate. I'm
attorney.
simply asking him that this is what this data says.
You know, at the helm, if you will.
Okay, I just want to get in the address, though, Judge.
During this trial.
So,
Oh,
Hey, that unit speaks for itself.
Jamie, I had
okay.
last night. I had this headband on, the one that we're
Still
both
like him to
fond
read
of.
it. I don't think that's an impermissible question if I ask him to read
And
the
then when
address.
I turned on the camera, I looked like
May I do so?
Well, you know, it's,
Olivia Newton-John in the Let's Get Physical video.
So go ahead.
Thank you.
So I quickly
So
took
the
it off.
address here that's listed is
You never look
6813
like that.
Highland Road, Mequon, Wisconsin, correct?
Cue gravely water tantrum. Oh boy.
Judge, I'd like to move into admittance defense exhibits 296, 297, 298.
Objection. Okay.
Stray, pause 1 moment. Stray, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I copy and pasted some of your reminders in the chat because I don't know how to add the emojis in this restream in the chat. There's no like drop down emoji list, if you will. So some of them may look familiar. Fell asleep and had one of those weird time of day naps. So I'm having coffee at night. Well, cheers. I am too. If Lily was home, I'd have her whip me up one of those Nespresso delightful treats she made me earlier. I gotta believe we're almost to OA's testimony soon. So fighting a little hard to not get in the evidence, Rosalio went to Zach's house. Oh, is that when he went over there?
I have no further questions.
Prompted
Subject
by
to
the
recross.
leg-breaking texts?
Officer Morton, when you downloaded Ms. Beecham's cell phone, did you have the PIN? Or did you have to use this brute force attack, if you can recall?
We would just have the PIN first.
And that would be something she would have to provide to you because you wouldn't have a way of guessing that?
Oh, I guess.
You've done thousands of Celebrite downloads. Is it unusual to have GPS location data turned off on a phone?
Yes.
More common now that people are aware of it. So yeah, in the last 5, 6, 7 years, we see it awful lot.
You see the GPS.
Turned off a lot, yeah.
And is that something you would specifically do in your phone for some specific reason, or?
I'm going to object as far as relevance.
Calls
you
for
she opened the door
speculation.
to the fact that the GPS location.
How does that have anything to do with this?
Is that something you typically do?
Is that something you would have to physically do to the phone to turn off the location data?
Yes.
Well,
and that's
can't
more
you
prevalent
select
in the last several years?
In my experience, yes.
You were showed defense exhibit.
Like I sometimes turn my
296
thing off and on if
specifically talking about orientation change and what that meant. Do you recall that?
I don't know where this is.
I'm going to put this back up.
Find orientation change. Remember that during Murdoch and the yeet of the phone test? I mean, they sure went over that orientation of that phone a lot. I'm sure it's on this.
This says orientation changed to landscape at 10:10 p.m. on May 17th. Is that accurate?
Find this.
Yes.
And the end time for that was 10:44:18. Is that accurate? Or
16 maybe, but
16. I apologize.
within 2 seconds, yes.
And end time, would that mean that something is now changed on the phone? So now it's the orientation hasn't been changed again because we don't see notice of that. Just something's changed.
From this report, I would say something's changed.
And for instance, if a phone were to die, where, it's in a position and then it's simply...
Pause. Okay, so it's my understanding that, like, I take location tracking off of my phone for, like, the apps. So if I want to shop at Target, it'll say, well, you need to turn it on so we can determine if that cat food you're looking for is at your local Target. And, but, I mean, it still would know, like, I mean, if any of my kids went and saw where mom was on the Find My Phone, they would know. Or any of, of the other little devices under the list. I think the only way to take the GPS off is if you take the SIM card out, correct? Guilty. Study still tracks your movements and whereabouts. Like I said, I have location tracking off on all of my apps. But if I'm looking for the phone or the iPad or the watch or whatever, it still shows me how many feet I am away from it. GPS tracking. Phones unaliver. I even burned things in my fire pit. Oh my God, it was me. Guilty. All this time it was Seal. Oh man. You guys are awesome. Again, thanks to the Anderson family for letting us interject a little comic relief on occasion.
Runs out of battery. Would we see something like this where it just ends, but it doesn't say anything about a different orientation?
Oh, search here. I always delete mine every day just out of habit.
Do you notice one level up that the next time, the next event on this device event says May 28th, 2020, that it's powered on? Is that accurate?
Yes.
So obviously in order for it to be powered on, would it have first had to have been powered off or battery died?
Yes.
And in your experience with phones, are there certain environmental conditions that can cause a battery to die quicker than simply running out?
Yes, every time they update the software. Okay, so pause. So I don't know, for those of you who use the iPhone, Apple devices, until Elon Musk comes out with an affordable satellite phone. There's a channel on YouTube called like Peyton Forward or something. I don't know. But they both used to work at the Apple store, like in the, problem solving area. So every time there's an update, they're like, okay, these are the updates you should turn on, or the new features you should turn on. These are the ones you're going to want to make sure to turn off, etc. There are two guys, dark-haired and the blonde-haired guys. Hysterical. Anyway, and then they have some live streams on occasion where people can ask questions. But a couple years ago, there was one, because I'm like, boy, it just seems like, I usually don't plug in my phone until it says, low battery. And every single, update, what they do is to get you to buy a phone that's, like the latest, greatest model, encourage you to buy it. When there's updates, they put some junk on it that makes the battery life. Like my iPad, it's not, that old, I don't think. But, it's weird. It seems like it's dead all the time. Well, then never mind. But that would make me even more guilty somehow. I always clear out my browser. Every time I shut down the browser on here, this is Windows 11, I have it set up to just immediately dump it. Dump the only thing I don't have a dump is anything I've downloaded, because I download the thumbnails and stuff, and then all of a sudden they're gone. But on my phones, I'm thinking pretty much always do the clear history. I don't know. It's just a habit. A weird
So if a phone were,
habit.
say, found in a freezer, would the coldness of that freezer potentially cause the phone to die?
Or maybe you're just cooling it down because it got overheated and it gave you the thermometer. Puppy. Come here, baby.
in
That's
terms of
another reminder.
orientation changing, if you were to place a phone in a freezer or set it down in the freezer, would that then change potentially the orientation of that device from upright to landscape?
Potentially.
I think pretty much everybody saw the yeeting of the Murdaugh phone out
You
the
were
window
talking about
experiment.
this tracker picture that was located on the MSI laptop, states 31. And you indicated that this was captured via the snippet tool that we talked about yesterday.
Correct.
Oh, is that the
So in order for
tracker
this
that
to be
doesn't match the
captured,
one that
the
Zachariah
person
actually bought?
doing the
That one?
capturing would have to see this image somewhere, this picture somewhere,
Yes, to be on the screen.
and then decide to capture that image,
Yes.
and then decide where to save that image on the laptop.
Correct.
So it wouldn't just automatically go somewhere. You'd have to make those sets of decisions to have this appear on the laptop like it did.
Yes.
Is this Spielhammer Media's way of saying there's a recess? Alright, so it's been...
My dad.
Okay. I'm going
Oh
to
man,
refer to
here
that.
we go. Oh boy. Alright, just a reminder, everyone who is here. Number one, I appreciate you. Number two, Happy New Year. Make sure to say a prayer that 2024 is the year that Zachariah Anderson is granted an appeal and subsequently released on bond or whatever they have it, so he can get out of prison while he awaits his retrial, which hopefully will just be an acquittal, and then he can sue for millions and Gravely can get disbarred and then maybe take his spot in the prison. That would be true justice from what I'm seeing. Now, granted, I've never seen this before. We are on day 11. There's still 6 more days. And I think at this point, before her testimony, we need to do this. My orange is actually under my foot. I'm rolling it. It should be perfect when I get it back. Okay, let's just do it one more time in case you missed it. In case you're in Fraser Crane mode, perhaps doing the dishes, or you're folding some laundry and you missed it and don't want to rewind, let's do it again. And thanks again to the Anderson family for letting us use a little humor in between, all intermixed amongst all the sad. I do love that. Oh, Spielhammer Media is here. Thank you so much for your excellent. Let's make sure we have hit the thumbs up button. Also his playlist. Yep. Only 2 people, me and one other person, have liked this video. So the link to the playlist is underneath this video. If you wouldn't mind just going through the whole works in your copious free time and hitting that thumbs up button. Look at all these oranges. Alrighty. A couple more reminders. This week on Wrongful Podcast, underneath this video, there's all kinds of things we covered in the very, very beginning, about 6.5 hours ago of this episode number 10. We went through all of them. The first several ones pertain to the Give, Send, Go fund at the top of the window right now, and the free ZachariahAnderson.org website, the Wrongful Podcast. And for those of you who haven't listened to Wrongful, there is a little bot that comes into the chat, I think like every 20 minutes or so. And reminds you it's available on Apple Podcast and Spotify and iHeartRadio, and they have a YouTube channel, and they're awesome. We did play a little bit of a couple of their trailers earlier, but this week, Wednesday, will be episode 5, and the last episode 6 will be released the day after. Actually, for those of you who did the Wrongful podcast, as like a series conclusion, you should do a live stream so we could listen and ask questions and make fun of Gravely. Okay. The GPS stuff is scary to me for a variety of reasons, mainly how much they know and how much they get wrong when it's meant to be relied upon in court. Stray, have you seen 2000 Mules? I'm assuming yes. If not, it's on my Rumble channel. It's usually suppressed from most streaming services. I think I rented it. But don't worry, I have it. And I also think I cloaked it underneath like another heading, you know, to be clever. Although Rumble pretty much leaves me alone. Poor girl, friendly reminder that Zach wanted her to testify on video, but Sadie and the DA preferred to put her in the courtroom like their pet circus act. Noted. It's so nice of you to join us, Philhammer. Oy's testimony brings forth the loudest screaming and head wrapping of YouTube lawyers all at once I've ever seen in my life. What? Testimony brings forth the loudest screaming and oh my. Oh my. Someone had suggested we do this on a separate day, but it's only 7:30 here. And, you know, I'm finally waking up. I slept till almost noon. I'll have to check it out. Okay, I'll get the link for 2000 Mules. So the whole reason I bring that up is not, you know, for politics, but it does show you the technology of the geofencing, how the information is obtained, how it's analyzed, and how accurate it is. Also, it'll make you really question if our elections are fair, but we'll leave that politics stuff for the Rumble side. Yes, I do. I will find the link. And also, before I forget, with Rumble, you do not need to have an account to watch it. And this was in the summertime, so it was before I started live streaming on Kick. And you do not have to have a Rumble account to watch it. You only need to have a Rumble account if you want to, you know, like it or comment in the chat, which that's not possible for that. There's like a comment below it. Somewhere in the description box underneath this video is a link to like a referral. So if you don't have a Rumble account, if you use that referral, it plugs Crime Spies in. And I think it's like $5, which nobody has used. But there's always hope. Because Teresa was here earlier, and she made a $5 contribution to my Venmo account, which I'm pretty sure, I know for a fact nobody's ever used before. And I'm not sure I have the password, but I'm pretty sure I'll find it. Thank you again, Teresa, if you're watching this part on the replay. All right, let's get going here. 4 hours. If you don't know what streaming or Kick is. Okay, so there's 2 Kicks. There's one KIK. That's not good. You don't want that one. This is kick, like I kick the ball, not K-I-K. It's for gamers. Even my son said, Mom, you should be strumbling. You should be streaming this on Kick. And then Lily goes, she does. But I know Shaming of Jay is on there. Joe Giacalone, Sergeant, is on there. Bob Mata, Defense Diaries, is on there. Jessika For Justice is on there. And my favorite, Steve, Publicly Buzzed. He had a Twilight Zone watch party last night on Kick. I'm trying to get Steve over on Rumble. Got to work on that.
That individual as the defendant, just for purposes of our discussion.
Sure.
So, okay, so when the defendant came in and back to the car, did you, what happened
Okay, I'm
next?
going to just rewind
I
one
said,
moment.
sure.
For purposes of our...
All right, I'm going to mute and go in Fraser mode.
My dad.
Okay. I'm going to refer to that individual as the defendant, just for purposes of our discussion.
Sure.
So, okay, so when the defendant came in and back to the car, did you, what happened next?
I said, sure.
Okay.
And I went up with him and we went to
Pause for
the
one
window.
moment. Sorry,
we walked around the
I just wanted to pause for one moment because he just said, for the purpose of this discussion, I'm going to refer to your father as MLS is here. David, how were those stairs last night? Okay, so he just said, for the purpose of this discussion or whatever, I'm going to refer to your father as the defendant, to which she acknowledges. Now, somebody in the chat either, well, it wasn't yesterday, so it must have been the day before, said, I think it was one of those naysayers in the chat, you know who you are, and we like having you here. I think you're turning a corner, frankly. They said, oh, his own daughter referred to him as the defendant. Okay, well, right here, right out of the gate, he's referring as the defendant. She's only, 12 here? Question mark. Oh, and another thing, sorry, I wanted to point out was when OA testifies, at this point, Zachariah had been in prison for close to 3 years. So she had been under her mother's thumb, if you will. Leading up to this, for those of you who are close to the case, how much attention did she have with her dad, and or how much interaction did she have with her father, and was it supervised? For those of you who watched the Maya Kowalski trial, every time she talked to her mother, she was monitored, if you will. Yes, I will.
Doesn't say anything about a different orientation.
Right after here.
Event on the bridge are going to die. If top state goes.
My dad.
Okay. I'm going to refer to that individual as the defendant, just for purposes of our discussion.
Sure.
So, okay, so when the defendant came in and back to the car, did you, what happened next?
I said, sure.
Okay.
And I went up with him and we went to the window. We walked around the balcony this time and we went up the stairs and we went to the window. And he looks at me and he says, before you do anything, go like this with your shirt to make sure that you don't get the breath marks on the window.
So I'd just like to have the record reflect that the witness, Your Honor, pulled their shirt up, blocking their ability to sort of breathe on objects, covering their nose and mouth.
Yes.
Okay. So
how in the world am I supposed to stay silent when it starts off like this? So for those of you who are in Fraser Crane mode, the wonderful people who are familiar with the case in the chat are saying at the time of OA's testimony, so the eldest child, daughter, if you will, of Zachariah and Sadie, this was approximately 34, 35 months after he had been incarcerated, so pretty darn close to 3 years. And the people that are answering the question, she was not allowed to talk to him for 3 years. So we all saw Sadie's testimony the other day. I'm sure she probably didn't, I don't know, coach OA or change her opinion on her dad. And also, if a defendant is presumed innocent until a verdict is reached, why in the world can't he see his child for 3 years? Which, I mean, and why 3 years until he gets to have a trial? She has been poisoned by Shady Sadie for 3 years. Oh, and then Myrna, I'm sorry, my contacts are so dirty and this light is so bright. Myrna, I'm so sorry. M&M. Those are delicious. I had some. Can you rewind so we can see his face when he first sees OA? I don't know if it was covered under that banner where it says she's a minor child. I don't know if it was shown in like the original. So hopefully I rewound back enough. Now I'm just rambling. Some of this testimony seems to be missing. Too much detail couched. What happened? They didn't show it. Okay, so we're taking the feed from Vielhammer Media's. He audio remastered it and did all of the editing of like the breaks and stuff out of it. So I'm assuming he just, cut until she was sworn in, maybe? Final score, Michigan 27, Alabama 20. Thank John. Michigan won. Oh, yes, some of you are from Michigan. First time they have seen each other. Oh my God. So this is the first time they've even seen each other. And they wonder why the poor thing is an emotional disaster. Beginning of her testimony is missing. They didn't want her testimony affected. They should have kept her from Sadie. You'll edit it down so the part may not be there. Oh yes, the start of her testimony wasn't recorded. Okay, so that's why. So Myrna, the start of her testimony wasn't recorded in the original? Oh wait. The start of her testimony wasn't recorded in the original, question mark. And so that's why, is that accurate? Several sources didn't show because she was giving her name and stuff. Thank you. See? Nope. That was the court feed. See, we've actually got the video master Vielhammer Media in the chat to answer the questions, which is awesome because they weren't going to show it when it. Okay, so it started at a weird point. Okay. It loses the reaction of Zach when he sees her. So was that ever captured? Question mark. The reaction of Zach when he sees her. Jamie has the answers. so sad. It was in the original. They didn't air it, and then it kicked in. I remember that now. Oh, I watched the original. It was in there. Okay, well, I'm sure we're going to be able to find it. I will add it to the list. All right, let's continue. If it was never made public.
So then after you were advised of that by the defendant, what's the next thing that happened?
I saw I don't know how to refer.
Okay, I'm going to go back again. Lynn, yes, I think someone in our group actually may have the clip, not sure. I saw Zach's face when he first saw her. I think only Soloman knows what the reactions were. Oh, wait, it was on Court TV. Okay, so Law and Crime effed up not airing it. Okay, I will make a list and we will find it. We had to switch to Court TV. Okay. Well, let's just rewind back to when she starts.
To him.
Happened.
Her.
So I'd just like to have the record.
And him.
Oh, okay, so.
My dad.
Okay. I'm going to refer to that individual as the defendant just for purposes of our discussion.
Sure.
So, okay, so when the defendant came in and back to the car, what happened next?
I said, sure.
Okay.
And I went up with him and we went to the window. We walked around the balcony this time and we went up the stairs and we went to the window. And he looks at me and he says, before you do anything, go like this with your shirt to make sure that you don't get the breath marks on the window.
So I'd just like to have the record reflect that the witness, Your Honor, pulled their shirt up, blocking their ability to sort of breathe on objects, covering their nose and mouth.
Her. Yes.
Okay. So then after you were advised of that by the defendant, what's the next thing that happened?
I saw I don't know how to refer to him.
Whatever you're comfortable.
Mr. Gutierrez, I guess.
Okay.
And I saw him sitting on the couch with my mother coming out of the bathroom. And I didn't think that it was going to be this hard. They were listening to music and laying there together.
And doing what together?
Just laying there on the couch.
Okay. So what room are you looking into from where your vantage point is?
The living room. There was a space in between the curtains.
Okay. And what window of your mom's place are you looking through to be able to see into the living room?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you're on the outside, correct?
Correct.
So which window? Is it a window that goes into the kitchen? Is it a window that looks directly in the living room? So what?
It's a window that looks directly into the living room.
Okay. And where is the defendant during that period of time?
Standing next to me.
Okay. And after you look in and see that, what is the next thing that happens?
Pause. I'm really going to try so hard to not be distracting. But I will say I'm going to carefully pay attention to her tone. As a mother of 3 17-year-olds currently, I can tell, well, this is granted with my kids, I can tell if they're lying. And actually, mothers have that look where when they start to lie and you give them the eye, if you will, they just cave and dish what the truth is, because they know if they tell the truth, it's way less punishment. But something to keep in mind, and I'm sure most of you are parents out there as well, but her and I'm not saying that this is true, I'm purely speculating or observing, but when she breaks down and cries, just like she did right there, and I don't know how old she was when she gave this testimony. It's my understanding she was like, I don't know if she was 12 when the crime happened, or she was 12 when she testified, or, you know, early teenage years. For starters, especially for girls, is an emotional roller coaster. Now, she was 14. So she was 11 when the crime happened. So from the ages, that makes it worse. From the ages of 11 to 14, basically, roughly, she never got to see her dad, and she was under the care of her mother. Now, remember how many times I've told you when the girls were 15, I was almost put into the grave, basically, from the stress? Like the peak crazy, if you will, gets to be around 15, turning into 16. Now, 16 to 17, we're going back down to like Normalville. So when she cries like that, it could be she's crying because maybe her, again, this is speculating, but it could be because she loves her dad, and perhaps what she's been told to say, like she's caught between having to go home to mom tonight, and she's 14, and knowing if she goes home to mom tonight, what's going to be who knows? I don't know if you watched Letitia Stalk, but did you see her daughter testify? By this time she was outside of Letitia's craziness for several years before she testified, and she'd, was different. But I'm pretty sure part of her testimony was, well, if I didn't say the right thing when we were investigated, I would have gotten beat. We don't know. I'm not putting that out there as misinformation, but I'm just saying, as an observer for her testimony, keep that in mind. Is she crying because she's so disgusted in her father and how her father manipulated her? Or is she crying because her mother has manipulated her to give the testimony that she might not have otherwise given? Is she crying because when she comes home tonight, if she doesn't perform as she's supposed to, she's going to get reprimanded to some degree? I don't know. And plus, if she's 14, girls cry because they can't get their eyelash stuck, with the glue. I've had tears over that because the eyelash glue isn't drying, or they can't find it, or they're, going too fast and it's crooked and there's tears. So just saying. No, for sure.
Happens.
We leave.
What? You leave?
We got back in the car.
Is it a window that goes into the kitchen? Is it a window that looks to be able to see into the
the living room. There was a space in between.
Together?
I didn't think that was gonna be this hard. I don't know how to refer to him.
Whatever you're comfortable.
Mr. Gutierrez, I guess.
Okay.
And I saw him sitting on the couch with my mother coming out of the bathroom. And I didn't think that was gonna be this hard. They were listening to music and laying there together.
And doing what together?
Just laying there on the couch.
Okay. So what room are you looking into from where your vantage point is?
The living room. There was a space in between the curtains.
Okay. And what window of your mom's place are you looking through to be able to see into the living room?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you're on the outside, correct?
Correct.
So which window? Is it a window that goes into the kitchen? Is it a window that looks directly in the living room? So what?
It's a window that looks directly into the living room.
Okay. And where is the defendant during that period of time?
Standing next to me.
Okay. And after you look in and see that, what is the next thing that happens?
We leave.
What? You leave?
We got back in the car and we were on our way out, and he didn't grab the voice recorder at first until he pulled out and pulled onto the road, and he stopped. He stopped right at the second entryway to our driveway and got out, took his sandals off, and went to the house.
So let me stop you. What footwear then was your?
He didn't have shoes on.
Okay, cool. Keep going.
He went into Mr. Gutierrez's car and took his registration and took a picture of his license plate.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry, you saw that from where you were in the car?
Yes, I personally saw that.
Then what happened?
And I saw him ring the doorbell, and then run back to the car and drive away.
Whose doorbell did he ring?
My mother's, but he also had grabbed the phone while he was somewhere in the time period from when he rang the doorbell, the phone was grabbed.
And which phone are you referring to now?
I'm the one that was placed in the air conditioner.
Okay.
Phone placed in the air conditioner. Okay, I feel like this is some kind of test. But notice how he's slowing her down when she's talking to make sure she's hitting likely. Again, I'm just guessing. I don't want to spread misinformation. But have you seen him do this with any other witness? Well, that's not right. He has done that. He's got those little note cards. But he's slowing her down to make sure she hits all the points that they've pre-planned, in my opinion. And I do have the transcript, albeit AI generated, that I copied and pasted this morning, so I'd be prepared to look at it. Let me see if I can't try to follow along and make sense of the stories. Oh, look at my little bot is working out. Oops. Wanted you to say there. Yeah. I just want to stop you. Is he going to record anything from outside the house in a damn air conditioner anyways, in the middle of May? Did he leave his phone on the air conditioner by accident? Is this like an air conditioner for like central air? Or is this like a window unit? Recorder. A recorder in an AC unit is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Is she confusing weirdo dreams with reality? Soloman said something about the positioning of windows and air conditioner not being correct. I'm pretty sure if it was even there. I heard broom from oh God. You've obviously never been stalked before. It's stalking 101. Actually, remember that aforementioned cat fight from last night? The instigator of the cat fight had some horrible things to say about a victim of probably the most horrifying thing I've ever heard by someone in these chat, in these community things with the chat or host or whatever. It was awful. I'm not going to repeat it, but I need to add that link too. And this other, let's just say, live streaming true crime person who questionably does not have a law degree, but seems to claim that she does, said the most vile things I've ever heard.
So after the defendant goes to Mr. Gutierrez's truck, takes a picture and takes an item out of the vehicle or takes registration, grabs back the phone, and he rings the doorbell. What does the defendant do next after he does those three things?
Comes back to the car with the phone.
All right. And then what happens?
Plays the phone.
Okay.
Of course, plays a recording on our way home.
Okay. And what, if anything, can you say about what you could hear on that phone recording?
Nothing.
Okay. So where do you guys go next?
Back to my dad's house.
Okay. When you get back, what happens next?
I walk in. He tells me to get some sleep. I then was sitting downstairs and thinking about what just happened, because I was a little like, did I really just see what I saw, what I just witnessed? And it was fine after that, I guess. And
so let me ask you, what did the defendant do next that you saw? So after you guys got home, what happened next, if anything?
He dropped me off and then he left again.
Okay. And you were not with him at that time?
No, I don't remember what time that was. We got back around 3 though.
Did he tell you what he was going to do next before he left?
No.
Okay. So now, if I understand you, by now it's 3 a.m. on your actual 12th birthday.
Yes.
Okay. Can you indicate what, if any, plan was ever suggested to you to try to get your mom in trouble?
Yes.
What plan was suggested?
The plan was for, now this might be a little confusing. The plan was for my dad to drive me and my little brothers to the house, and then...
To whose house?
My mom's house.
Okay.
And then he would put the boys to bed, and he would drive all the way back to his house, call the cops from there, and say, my daughter just called me, and I would have to call my mom, but not make it ring. So I had to call her, but the phone wouldn't be able to ring. It just had to ring on my phone to prove that that her phone was called. Only on my end, though. So it would show that I had called her several times and she didn't answer. So that's the look.
Who was supposed to do that? Who was supposed to do that part of the plan? Okay. And is this on a day that you wouldn't have been at your mom's house?
No, this would have been a day where I would have been at my dad's house and my mom would be out.
Okay.
And the plan was basically to call the cops and say how my mom abandoned us.
All right.
And how I had to call my dad.
Okay. And who suggested this plan?
My dad.
And when he suggested this, what age were you?
10, 11.
And so I want to take you back to a time period before that April 24th birthday time period and ask, was there a time in the month of March of 2020 when your mom went on vacation without you?
Yes.
And during the first nights that your mom went on vacation, where were you going to stay? What was the plan on where you were staying?
I would stay at home at the house with my aunt.
Okay, and who was taking care of you?
My aunt.
And who's that?
Becky.
Becky? Okay. And do you know, is Becky actually related to you or just a close friend of your mom's?
No, she's like my mom's sister, though. So she's not really my aunt, but...
But you call her that?
Yeah.
Okay. So she was staying overnight with you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. And during the time period that Becky was staying with you guys overnight in your mom's house, did something happen that caused you to be either disturbed or alarmed on a particular time?
Yes.
So, if you can you tell me about what time of day? What's your best estimate on what time of day that happened?
It was pretty late at night. I mean, it was more like early morning. It was really, really, really early in the morning.
Okay. So can you give me an estimate on what time?
Maybe between 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Somewhere.
If you know, was it a school night?
Yeah.
Okay. And were your 4-year-old brothers also at the residence?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened at some time between 2 and 4 in the morning at your residence that caused you to be disturbed? And I'm only asking about what you personally had happen.
Okay. I remember kind of waking up to footsteps up the stairs.
Okay.
And then I kind of drifted back off into a sleep. And then Dad was standing at the side of my bed and he was like, "Get up for school, let's go." And I was like, "What?" And I was really confused. And then I was like, "Okay." Because at that time, what am I going to do? I mean, my parents telling me to get ready at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I don't really know what the point of it was, but he had made breakfast.
So what time did you eat breakfast on this particular day in March of 2020?
I don't know. We had French toast and eggs, and the time wasn't very clear.
Was it before 4:30 in the morning?
Most definitely.
Okay. And you ate? Who else ate?
My 2 little brothers.
And how did they happen to get up and have breakfast at that time on a school day?
My dad came into our rooms and woke us all up.
Had you been expecting your dad in any way, shape, or form to arrive?
No.
Okay, so let me ask you, if we get to a point where you on a Sunday go to the family tree farm, do you remember that?
A little, yeah.
Okay. And what vehicle got you to the family tree farm?
The van.
And is this a regular vehicle you have that you know of, that you are familiar with?
Yeah.
So who usually operates that van?
The defendant.
Okay. And if you saw a picture of that van, you'd recognize it, you believe? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a picture up on the screen in just a second.
So it's States Exhibit 1.
And this is States Exhibit 1, number 254. And I'm just asking if you think you recognize this vehicle.
Yes.
Okay, whose vehicle is that?
The defendant's.
Is that the van you were mentioning?
Yes.
And so who went in that van to the tree farm, if you remember? Again, I'm talking about on a Sunday, May 17th.
Me, the defendant, and my
I'm
2
going
brothers.
to object that you just said Sunday, May 17th.
I apologize. So on that weekend, okay, apologize. On that weekend,
There's an objection.
yeah, I'm altering the question. So
Well, what weekend are you talking about?
what? I was about to say.
Specify the weekend.
Yep. On the weekend of May 16th and May 17th, okay, of 2020, you went to the tree farm, correct?
Correct.
And you went in that van?
Correct.
Okay. Who drove it?
The defendant.
And if you recall, what were the state of the seats in the van?
There were 2 middle seats, 3 back seats, and 2 front seats.
Okay. And do you remember which seats were in on this particular weekend?
Yeah.
Do you remember? So if you remember, which ones?
Well, not the middle ones, just the back ones and the front ones.
Okay. And who on the trip to the tree farm, where did you come from? So what residence did you come from to drive to the tree farm?
My dad's house.
Okay. And so where were the twins in that van?
The back seats.
And where were you?
In the front seat.
Okay. And do you remember any items that your father, that the defendant also put in the van?
Just a chainsaw.
Okay. And so was that in the van as well?
When?
When you went there?
Yes.
Okay. So about, if you know, approximately how long were you at the tree farm? About
4 hours.
Okay. And during the time you were there, did you, what, if anything, did the defendant borrow from anybody else?
I'm going to object as far as foundation. He just asked that, what did Mr. Anderson borrow?
What, if anything, he said, did Mr. Anderson borrow?
Correct. And so I'm objecting as far as foundation for that question. Hasn't been established what she was doing at the tree farm, who she was with, what she had the opportunity to observe. That's just the objection.
Oral.
So what, if anything, did the defendant borrow while at the tree farm that you were present for?
Just my grandfather's boots.
Okay. Are those work boots?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, where were those work boots when you guys left the tree farm?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you tell law enforcement at some point that the boots were brought home with you guys in the van?
Most definitely.
Okay. So when you came home from the tree farm, what transportation did you use to get home?
The van.
And who drove?
My dad.
And was there any difference in who was seated where?
No.
So on that weekend of the 16th and 17th, did you have an opportunity to see how the rug was in the back of this van?
Yes.
Carpeting. Okay. So I'm going to show you a picture. And this is picture what?
States Exhibit 1-260.
So this is Exhibit 1-260. Do you notice that there's something cut out in the van in this picture?
Yes.
And was that area cut out when you and your little brothers went to the tree farm on the weekend of May 16th and May 17th of 2020?
No.
Can I show a picture with the stains? I'm going to show you another picture. When you were in this van on the weekend of May 16th and May 17th, what, if any, smell of bleach did you smell in that van?
No, and those stains were not there either.
So you see some stains on this picture, and again, this is Exhibit?
States Exhibit 1-257.
So those stains were not on the van?
No.
When did you last see the van where you looked inside it? Was it on the Saturday or the Sunday, if you remember?
No.
Okay. Just on that weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. And the last time you saw that van, in terms of the interior of the van, was when you came back from the tree farm? Or did you guys go elsewhere after that, if you remember?
No, we just stayed at the house and waited for Mom to pick us up.
Now, so on that Sunday, did the defendant drop you off at your mom's, or did your mom come and pick you up, if you know?
No, my mom came and picked me up.
And when your mom came and picked you up, do you recall what the defendant was wearing in terms of outerwear? Do you remember that?
Yes.
So we're going to show you State's Exhibit 42. So first, can you first tell us what you remember that he was wearing? Please, before you show it.
He was wearing a white tee with jeans, sandals, his usual, and a blue flannel.
Okay. So I'm now going to show you what's been marked as, one more time, State's Exhibit. Can you make that a little smaller? Thank you. Do you recognize that, what that's a picture of in the context of this case?
Yes.
What is that?
My dad.
Okay. And in terms of what the person is wearing, what the defendant's wearing, is that familiar to you based on what you've said today?
Oh, yeah.
What is that?
His blue flannel jacket.
Okay. Is that the same blue flannel that you're saying that he was wearing?
I saw on that day, yes.
Okay.
And I think
During this time period, when you were at the tree farm in that time period of mid-May of 2020, what, if anything, can you say about whether your father was discussing a boyfriend of your mom's?
yes.
Okay, so when you saw the defendant, how often during that time period? So let's start from like March of 2020 until this tree farm visit. How often when you saw him would he discuss with you your mom's boyfriend or this person that might be your mom's boyfriend? How often?
Pretty frequently.
And what did he call this new person in your mom's life? Did he have names that he called him or not?
Yes, there were, but it would be disrespectful for me to say them in this courtroom in front of his mother.
So I'm asking that you say the names. So what if any names do you recall specifically? Thank you for telling us that. But
Beaner and Booger.
okay. And why was he? Why did he say, if he did he explain to you why he was calling Rosalio Gutierrez or this person, the new boyfriend of your mom's, Booger?
Well, of course, the first one is because of
I'm asking about Booger.
Well, when he looked through the window at my mom's house on the morning of my birthday, he saw him apparently pick his nose and wipe it on my mother's couch. And so it was a thing for a while that we wouldn't sit on the couch. It was really just, it was a very odd situation, I guess. I don't know how to explain it.
And after that time, was how often was the name Booger? Did it come from from the defendant's mouth talking to you?
It was used in a joking manner if he was joking around about it, but other than that, it wasn't very used.
Okay. And did your what, if anything else, did you hear about about whether the defendant planned on?
I don't object to leading.
Well,
I have to get her there somehow, Judge. I'm not. Again, I'm not.
Is not among the permitted methods ordinarily, except in exceptional circumstances. He hadn't finished his question, so I don't know where he's going. So you can finish your question.
What, if anything else, did the defendant say to you about additional?
As we've discussed before, some lawyers have, either by practice or by education, been given the idea that if they put in the words, if anything, it's not a leading question, and that's not universally true. So although I am not prepared yet to denounce your question as leading, why don't you try to rephrase it anyway?
Well, what if I take out if anything? I still don't think it's leading. What did the defendant tell you about other plans to follow or come across Rosalio?
That's leading.
No,
He's saying what
well,
were
he's suggesting the existence
correct.
of a conversation.
Correct.
My previous question allowed the option of that there was no conversation. This one asked what the contents of any conversation was.
It's asking for specific contents.
If I could finish. Somehow I have to be able to get her to the topic. It's not, it's not what did you say next? What did you say next? That narrative will not allow me to get her to a topic.
How about, do you recall any other conversations?
But the conversations with the defendant would be, they saw each other all the time. There'd be conversations about everything. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get us to a particular location.
Well, my understanding, Judge, was that this line of questioning had to deal with when she was at the tree farm with him. No. So it's...
No.
Well, then if it's overbroad, then overbroad.
Another try.
Do you know anything about anyone's plans to go to Rosalio's home?
It was an odd discussion.
And who were you having the odd discussion with?
My dad.
And so what was that discussion?
It was, he said something about showing him who the man was. And I didn't quite understand, but you kind of caught on to things that my dad was referring to or was implying.
And has anyone ever had any discussion with you about watching Rosalio Gutierrez other than the time you looked in the window? Has anybody ever said to you, hey, I'm considering watching Rosalio Gutierrez?
No.
Following him, those kind of things.
My dad said to me, he said, I may just watch him or follow him to his house one time just for the fun of it. Those were his exact words to me.
So you indicated that you saw your dad take something out of a truck and take a picture of a license plate back on the April 24th into 25th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
After that, did you see any items in possession of the defendant that were from that same incident?
That did not belong to him?
That did not belong to the defendant. It belonged to somebody else?
Yes.
Okay. And so what were the items that you then saw at a later date that did not belong to the defendant?
That night we got back to the house and it was more like the next day. Okay. And we took a look at what he was showing. I took a look at what he was showing me and it was a letter. I don't really understand what the letter was for, but it was a Dear John letter, and then it was also his registration for his car.
Yeah, so let me just show you a copy of 5 and ask you if this is a document that you recognize from Dad having those items. Only if that's something you do recognize.
Yes.
So what is 225 in terms of your recognizing?
What do you mean by that?
Is that the document you saw when you described some kind of, I think you said registration? Is that what you meant? Okay. So is this appear to be the same document? A copy of the same document?
Looking at it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And was there some handwriting on the copy you saw, if you remember?
At one point there was, yes.
And who wrote on it?
My dad.
So now I'm going to show you
States Exhibit 1, number 323.
States Exhibit 1, number 223. I'm sorry, 323. My apologies. So does that look familiar in relation to that 225 I just showed you?
Yeah, that's his handwriting.
Okay, and whose handwriting is that?
The defendant's.
Is that handwriting you saw on the document when you saw it previously?
Yes.
And where were you location-wise when you saw these documents, this letter and this registration type document?
Standing on his right side.
Okay.
In his room, by his desk.
In his room at his home in Mequon?
Correct.
Okay. Now, on Sunday, May 17th, before you left, did you have occasion to see anybody in your family playing with Legos in a location in the house?
Yes.
And what location in the house was that?
It was close to, like, around my dad's house.
Okay. And where in what area of your dad's house?
The downstairs.
Okay. So in the downstairs of your dad's house, who was playing Legos?
My brother.
And when your brother was playing Legos, did you end up in the same area as he was playing Legos?
Yeah.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe that you then told law enforcement about later?
Well, a Lego had dropped through the floorboards, and so Magnum had asked if he could go down there and look for it. And I said, yeah, that should be okay. And then I went down and, like, with him, obviously, because it was, I'm not going to lie, the basement was kind of creepy. So he asked me if I could go with him. I said, yeah. So I went down there. There was a roller chair, whatever, and it had tape and rope on it. And my brother had a flashlight. We went down there, whatever, got his Lego and went back upstairs. Didn't think anything of it.
So when you say roller chair, can you describe like where this kind of chair would be? And
like a black armchair.
Okay. Like a desk chair kind of thing? Okay. And then other than the desk chair, were there other items down there that you then eventually wanted to tell or did decide to tell law enforcement about? What'd you see there?
What do you quite mean?
Well, in relation to the chair, were there other items that you saw that were in the vicinity of the chair?
The tape and rope?
Okay. So what kind of tape are we talking about?
Like duct tape, just normal duct tape.
All right. And what kind of rope? Really thin or thick, or what do you remember about the rope?
It's like heavy duty, thick rope.
Okay. And do you remember what condition they were in? Were they old, new? What do you remember about it?
They weren't old.
Okay.
It didn't seem like they were old.
All right. And where were they located in relation to this chair that sounds like it's in the basement?
Yeah.
Okay. So where were they in relation to the chair, the desk chair you mentioned?
On them, like it was sitting on the seat.
Okay. And you last saw those supplies on May 17th on the Sunday before your mom picked you up?
Yes.
Judge, this would be a logical time for us to take a break.
All right, let's break at this point. Talk about the case. We'd watch and listen to any counter trial. And 15 minutes.
I was in the kitchen eating grapes.
I think on the first occasion it was your victim witness person who came up here and grabbed about 5 or 6 of these hearing assist devices and was passing them out to people. They're there for people who need them, and after that, they're on a first come, first served basis because of the limited number that we have.
You just got
and now
back.
today
Where
I
do you
noticed
live?
that when the last person over here arrived, another person, the person in the blue there, or green, I've got male color blindness, handed her one, and it was not the one she had been using, so she had been holding one. And that defeats the purpose of having them available for people as they need them. So that's got to stop. And also, ma'am, you're not allowed to chew gum in the court. It's not that I'm offended.
The next thing that we are planning on getting into, Judge, is this witness's knowledge of the extensive marijuana grow that was taking place at this residence. So I wanted to break so that, you know, the court had an opportunity to talk about that. So
Who's running this court?
I'm also, you know, I understand that it is the defendant and the defendant's daughter, but there is I don't know if the court is watching the demeanor of the defendant, but there's an awful lot of facial expression happening, and it is clearly impacting a 14-year-old girl. And I'm not saying he's intimidating her. I'm simply making sure the court is aware of that, and I don't know if the court feels that there's anything untoward about that, or if it would be appropriate for the defendant to try to keep himself in check. Certainly, the court asked other witnesses previously to try
to. The defendant, I'd be put in the
be as stolid as they possibly could. So
I have been watching both the defendant and the child's mother, and others. Everybody, you're all being watched. And believe me, nothing that would be, in my opinion, an effort to influence the child in any way or make this more difficult will be tolerated, and it will be addressed rapidly. I have not seen anything either from the defendant or from mother that I thought was any kind of a problem.
Completely defer to the court. Just wanted to be sure the court was thinking about it.
No, it's a reasonable precaution.
My blanket has fallen down. Oh, should we just pause for a moment so Bobby can get settled in here? Bobby, I have something to show you. And here it is. I hope you enjoyed that. Just a little comic relief from this bull Oni. Let's do it again. Stray always puts the little dancing lady in the oranges. Again, Soloman Anderson, if you were watching this in Fraser Crane mode or on a replay, thank you for allowing us a little comic relief and for suggesting Zelda to use. I don't even know what to say.
Witness to Mr. Anderson. I don't know if it was facial.
Okay, for those of you on Rumble, I can do those, like, what do they call them? Emojis? The little 1x1 things that you can put in the chat. I will have to add that to the list. The judge in his orange.
Or just mouthing while they're just waiting for a question, but So maybe there could be some instruction about that too.
Well, I would expect that there'd be some.
Let's pause the judge here for a moment. Half Irish commented, Soloman had said that OA was mouthing words to Zachariah during pauses. He wanted her to stop trying to communicate with him. That's interesting because, again, the media checked that clip, and even though I didn't watch this in real time, I saw that clip many times. And the way they spun it was, you know, he's trying to tell her to be quiet, which I guess that explains it, but they take it out of context. Isn't that funny?
Mother and father are here and on adverse sides of a case, and the child got a
I'm watching everything except when I'm sleeping or
experience.
watching Recovery
She's
Addict.
I have not noticed anything either in the behavior of any of the spectators or nor did I notice. You made some reference to the child being affected. I had not myself detected that.
She is looking over and getting smiles from the defendant and smiling back.
Okay, if I could, Judge, I've been observing her as Attorney Gravely's been asking questions. My client has not prompted any of that behavior. She has been looking over here and has been looking at him and smiling, and that's been unprompted. So I don't think the representations of the state are very fair right now.
I don't think he's suggested. Well, first off, let me start off by saying I can't see her face, and even if I turned on the TV, I wouldn't be able to see her face. At least I'm not supposed to be able to. So, so I don't know what's going on there. I have noticed that she has looked both in the direction of her mother and her father, which I think is quite normal. And I have looked at both father and mother at various times, and haven't noticed anything improper. If I do, it'll be taken care of.
Okay.
But I'm not going to.
Signing to her.
I would encourage both anybody, but particularly the parents, to resist any effort of.
I think I did hear
recognition. On the other hand, I can understand why a parent wouldn't want to, when child is in a difficult experience, not going to give some kind of support. But
ASL teacher or something?
It's a legitimate concern, Mr. Gravely, and it will continue to be scrutinized.
I certainly trust the stewardship of the court with that issue. So, okay, so...
Plus, I think there are stills being taken. So will enlist the aid of I'm not going to tell them what to do, but of the Fourth Estate, if they see anything newsworthy, and snap a shot.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so I do need a short break, of course, but also then the issue would be the next area of inquiry I intend to go into is what this then 12-year-old daughter has in terms of knowledge of marijuana being manufactured, produced on a large scale at this location.
How's that relevant?
It goes directly to her credibility as a reporter of information. She is many of the things she says are confirmed by the search warrant, and so and that's evidence already that has been brought out and is in evidence in this case. I don't intend to belabor it, but I do intend to talk about the things that she specifically brought up in the report because I think when a jury when her truthfulness about any of this is challenged, then the jury has a full ability to determine, okay, based on what she said, what is it that could be verified by other means? And much of what she can be verified is that.
Okay, for those of you who are
I'm not going to repeat the entire objection that the defense had previously made as far as Marquand Washington went, but the essence is the same.
No, it's not the same.
I'm saying that the essence of the objection,
Okay, fair enough.
Oh,
not the situation, the same legal analysis that we had done previously, and that other acts evidence shouldn't be used to bolster a witness's credibility when the claims aren't to a it's not to an element of an offense, it's just to the credibility. And this individual is just a witness. So that's what I meant, Judge, by that it's in essence the same, is that our legal argument would be the same.
Well, I'll tell you what, the situation with Mr. Washington was different in the sense that it was going to get into a couple of drug dealers bragging about their business performance, if believed, and it added, in my estimation, nothing to bolster anybody's credibility. On the other hand, there is evidence, as Mr. Grayley points out, about the defendant being involved in some sort of a marijuana growing cultivation, and so there, I don't see it as causing any particular harm in the case. And I think some very brief examination in this area would be non-prejudicial and contextual. So, and it's again, I don't even think it approaches the category of other crimes, wrongs, and acts. So
that's fine. And then just on that.
So how in the world is this relevant to the unaliving or disappearance of the victim? Yet the victim himself and his background, if you will, I mean, that doesn't even make any sense.
That decision, Judge, again, just reiterating that I will be seeking cautionary instruction 274. And also will note that if the state, at this point, the defense views that given the ruling and the state's assertion of what it's going to be bringing in has opened up the door for us to question other people, such as officers, on the items that were found in the home as it relates to marijuana. So they want to open that door, that's up to them. But we will then be going into it, given the court's ruling and the state's assertion.
During jury selection.
I'll leave your remarks without comment. I was going to say something.
He doesn't remember what he was going to say.
You were probably going to say that the attorneys really deserve a break in about 5 minutes.
All right, I can see we've reached a time of desperation, so go ahead.
What time, Judge, do you want us back?
Oh, let's aim for about 2 minutes after 11 accurate time.
What time?
2 minutes after that clock. There's some time freak.
10:53. Yeah.
It's in 7 minutes.
All right, this is the point where we thank Vielhammer Media for mastering this footage. Also, it's day 1,000.
Through that visit you had at the tree farm.
That Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated. That equates to 3 years, 7 months, and about a half, 7.5. Also, as a reminder, the child on the witness stand is now 14. She hasn't seen her dad in almost 3 years. She's been under the care of Sadie, who is her mother. And I have 3 17-year-old daughters. How in the world they could notice that there was carpet missing in the back of the vehicle? They've never even looked in the back of our SUV. This is just disgusting. It's really disgusting.
At your father's residence, what, if anything, do you know about drugs being produced there, made there somehow?
Quite a bit.
Okay. So what drugs do you remember being produced there in some fashion?
Marijuana.
Okay. Any others?
Not that was grown.
Okay. And as to marijuana, what do you know about what was happening at that residence? Meaning your dad's residence, the defendant.
He was growing it.
Where in the house was it being grown?
In between the kitchen and living room.
Okay. On the top level or on a bottom level, if you know?
No, main floor.
Okay. And what do you remember about the process that you saw? How was it being done?
There were a lot of plants there, and
Do you believe you know how many?
I do.
How many?
72.
Okay. And what do you remember about how they were being grown?
That my dad had a water system, and they were just in rows, and there was a place to dry them in the back, and it wasn't anything like a little small operation.
Okay. So describe the water system. What do you remember about that?
It was just like...
Judge, I'm going to object as far as relevance into going all the minute details of the operation.
Well, we are getting keep in mind, and it's been true throughout the trial, there are materials coming in that are not directly pertinent to the crimes charged in the information, and I've sustained objections to some of them. I also spoke with you earlier about some of the things that were let in that might ordinarily not have been let in, but for our evidentiary rules, I've permitted. This, well, I'll leave it at that. Keep in mind that the defendant is not charged with anything related to a drug offense. And also, it's being permitted for legitimate reasons in the case, which I'm not going to go into right now. But you're not to allow it to convince you that he is as a character trait or a bad character, and that he acted in conformity with that in respect to the offenses charged against him. It's what's called, it's admitted for limited purposes, limited admissibility, and please don't draw any inferences about his character as a result of that. Any question about that? Thank you. But
can you briefly describe what you meant by a water system? What do you remember?
It was just... It required a lot of building in the process, and it took up a lot of the time. It just took a lot of time to build it and make everything work the way he wanted it to.
And what, if anything, can you say about observing the defendant tending the plants, busy tending the plants at times you were there?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what did you see him do that was tending the plants?
Just trimming them, cutting, just like normal, like, plant keeping, I guess. Like, if you were to grow marijuana, like, it would just be like a normal plant process of growing them and like trimming them and stuff.
And what, if anything, can you say about approximately when they were harvested, if you know?
No, I really don't know. That was something that he definitely did on his own time.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you know about whether what, if anything, did the defendant say about how much of it he had sold? What was your understanding of how much had been sold?
The last time I talked to my dad,
he talks to her.
Well, not necessarily talked to him. It was probably a week before I actually last talked to him. He told me that he had gotten rid of it all, which then when they had went through the house, I found out was not true.
Okay, so when he said he got rid of it all, what did that mean?
Like he had sold everything that he had harvested from it.
Okay, so now I'm just going to show you a couple of quick pictures. So the first picture is which? No, it's not marijuana.
States Exhibit 1.
Okay, so again, that's States Exhibit 1, number 307. It's going to show up on the TV screen. I'm just going to ask you if you recognize this item from your father's home. Is that something familiar to you from your father's home?
Can I ask what that is?
Don't know. Okay. All right. Then I have no other question about that.
Rewind.
So let me show you now what's been marked as.
So let me get this straight. I know you've mentioned this before. She just got done talking about his horticulture habits. And yet she doesn't know what that
Going to
picture
show up on the
is.
TV screen. I'm just going to ask you if you recognize this item from.
Didn't she just testify? About trimming it? Just a moment. So what did you see him do that was tending the plants, trimming them, cutting them, just like normal plants? So she said, trimming them, cutting them, just like normal, like plant keeping, I guess, like if you were to grow marijuana, like it would be just a normal plant process of growing them and like trimming them and stuff. Okay, so the question was, what, if anything, can you say about observing the defendant tending the plants, busy tending the plants at times you were there? So what did you see him do that was tending the plants? Trimming them, cutting them. So he just asked her, what did she see? FFS.
Your father's home. Is that something familiar to you from your father's home?
She just said she observed him cutting, trimming.
Can I ask what that is?
Don't know. Okay. All right. Then I have no other question about that. So let me show you now what's been marked as States Exhibit 1, 308.
That kerfuffle.
So that is an item in a container. Do you recognize that?
I know the mason jar is his, but I don't know what's inside of that jar.
Was there something kept in the refrigerator that you were told about?
I'm going to object. She's already said she doesn't know what it is.
Well,
this is actually a separate question.
Yeah. Was there something?
I don't know what that is. In the fridge, you were asking?
Yep.
Dingleberry.
I don't know what they were used for necessarily. There were mushrooms of some sort in the door side in a opening somewhere where you would keep your butter, right? In the fridge where you would put your sticks of butter. That's where it was, in his fridge.
And were the mushrooms stored in jars of this type?
I have no idea.
Okay. I'm saying when you saw them in the fridge.
No, they were in a bag.
Very good.
To me, that does not look like a mushroom.
Okay.
So,
What does a mushroom look like that you saw at your dad's house?
they were.
Object to relevance.
I assume we're at the very end of this.
Yep, we are. Very end.
Okay.
Chris Mullen, thank you for joining us. None of this has any relevance to the case.
Okay. I don't know. They were just
used as bias.
They were like an off-white with some like brown of some sort, and they were just really thin. I remember them being very thin, like almost miniature slim mushrooms.
Hold on for just a moment.
So Bobby says, it's been a while since I've done shrooms. Actually, there's a really good documentary. I don't know what channel it's on. I mentioned it earlier. For those of you who have attention issues, perhaps use prescriptions for them. I want to say it's called the Adderall Diaries. I'm not sure. But it was really interesting. And I actually talked to my doctor about it. It's called like microdosing mushrooms. So you find certain varieties, if you will, and dry them. And it gives you that same focus without getting you like hyper. That makes sense. It was really interesting. I wish I could remember where I saw it. It was a couple of years ago.
Recall a time that something was found under your little brother's car seat.
Correct.
What was found?
I'm going to object. This is something that she has no personal knowledge of
I
and
do.
would have been told.
I do.
Oh,
well,
she does.
when we're
About
talking
the finding.
personal knowledge in the courts, we're talking about something you've seen with your own senses or heard with your own ears.
He's told her about it. He's told her about it. The defendant has told her.
Well,
yes.
Hold on. I'm asking her to be quiet.
When you say,
oh, he's asking her to be quiet.
you know what was the source of your information?
Told me.
He told you. What's your objection?
So just how the question was phrased made it seem it wasn't, did the defendant say?
Okay.
So if that's what it's going to be, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry. The foundational question to
Fine.
get there. Yeah.
Fine.
So did you come at some point to know that a phone had been found under one of your little brother's car seats?
In fact, I knew about it. He had told me about this phone that he put underneath there, and
no,
in fact,
I don't buy this one bit. I've had triplets and a son who is older. There's no way he would call her and ask her if she happened to have found his phone if he purposely put it there. He probably had it in his hand or his pocket and it slipped out when he was buckling the friggin' twins in. This is garbage.
He instructed me to watch.
I don't buy this at all. I wish Lily was here because she could sit and listen to this. I mean, she's 17 now, so that's a whole different story. She's 14 years old. There's no way she could put this stuff together, answering his questions so quickly.
There. Yeah. So did you come at some point to know that a phone had been found under one of your little brother's car seats?
In fact, I knew about it. He had told me about this phone that he put underneath there, and in fact, he instructed me to watch where my mother was going on his desktop, and it tracked all the way to Mr. Gutierrez's house.
So at some point you saw that on a computer as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Again, coming from a mother of triplet daughters, no effing way. You can't get them to pay attention for 3 seconds, let alone sit there and watch a phone move around on a computer. She took the phone from Zach. Who's she? Who's she? OA or? Oh, wait a minute. So Chris Mullen
I
said.
have no further questions.
So Chris Mullen said, nope, she took the phone from Zach. C-swept, or she stole it. It was about to get caught and stashed the phone. Yeah, well, 14 years old. That's another thing. They can't put their mobile phone down for 3 seconds. They're taking freaking Snapchats. And, I mean, this is just terrible. This is... He told me. And in fact, he said, I hate that. Yeah, in fact. Well, when I was down in the kitchen, there was something Dingleberry was asking her, and she started answering the question before he was finished. Standing overlaps. You telling me that this wasn't coached and rehearsed? Chris, that's what I've always suspected. Zach and the children, Sadie left his house with them on the 8th. She's been coached, and I suspect that she has generated memories that she now believes are true after all that constant questioning. Well, keep in mind she was like 11 at the time. All right. So for those of you like Bobby, let's put this out. One moment. Yes, that's suspicious. Oh, he used to take his phone. They're addicted. They're addicted. I talked to my ex-husband about this. If we had to do over again. Actually, for a while there, when they really got out of hand, this is probably in that 14, 15-year-old almost killed me stage. Like, I would make them put their phone on the piano for a couple hours just so they could get shit done. Like, I don't know, make their bed, pick up their garbage. And then after a while, they actually got used to it and liked it. And then, like, all right, after you've done this and this and this and this, you can go down to the piano and take your phone back. Her mom testified to her not being allowed a phone, and they're addicted. It's like crack cocaine for kids. She was only 12 at the time. DA and team spent over 40 hours with OA, apparently. Where does that come from? I believe it. I believe it. There's no way a 14-year-old testifying in front of her dad could be, I mean, and then remembering memories from 3 years prior. No way. And I also thought that part of her saying, well, that would be disrespectful in this courtroom. Really? A 14-year-old actually came up with that. Or I'm not going to lie, the basement was creepy.
Let's examine.
If I can just have a moment, there's pieces of physical discovery that I'm going to need for my cross-examination.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh. Miriam says, I believe, no, let's see. The 40 hours has since been debunked as far as we know. I'm going to write that down because I don't want to be on Detective John's show one of these times.
Oh, many
and have him
times.
say that Crime Spies, she is spreading misinformation. 40 hours was told to Saul, but it wasn't quite that many.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm going to be walking through a bunch of things that the state went through with you. But I also want to go through some other details. First thing is we'll start with the weekend you were at the tree farm. The state had said Sunday the 17th, changed it to the weekend, but you were there on Saturday.
I'm sorry. I had a cough, and it was easier to hit this button in front of me than hit that button. It was muted for a while, and then they just started talking just a second ago here. Sometimes if you have to cough, it's just easier to hit this button right in front of your face.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm going to be walking through a bunch of things that the state went through with you. But I also want to go through some other details. First thing is we'll start with the weekend you were at the tree farm. The state had said Sunday the 17th, changed it to the weekend, but you were there on Saturday, May 16th, 2020, right?
I probably was. I don't really remember the quite dates like that.
Okay.
Like referencely like that. But yes, it was somewhere around that time.
So because after you went to the tree farm, did you go back home and spend the night at your dad's?
You probably are right, it is Saturday.
Okay. Because you remembered that afterwards you went home and spent the night.
Correct.
And when you were at the tree farm, there were other people there, right? Who else was there?
I know one of my uncles was. I remember my grandpa being there. And that's really it.
Was your aunt there?
I don't remember.
Aunt that wasn't an
And
aunt?
you said your grandfather and then one of your uncles, was that Soloman Anderson?
No.
Joshua Anderson?
Correct.
Okay. So you go to the tree farm, and what did you do that day?
Hung out at the tree farm. We were planting new seedlings and stuff in the field.
Okay, I'm noticing this, and since you've all seen it, I'm sure you do too. Her voice is kind of quivering. Her answers don't roll off the tongue, if you will. And the snark seems to be gone.
I don't know, it was just a normal day at the farm. Like, there wasn't anything off.
And you said you and your brothers went?
Yeah.
And your dad. And so you guys get there, you're going to have a good day at the tree farm. When you get there, what do you do when you first get there?
Said hi to everybody.
So you got out of the
Question
car.
mark. Pause. Said hi to everybody, question mark. Like she's answering a question, wondering if it's correct. You don't need to be Jesus Enrique Rosas to know that this is all fabricated.
Yeah. And then you went and said hi to everyone.
Yeah.
And then what did you do? After you said hi to everyone, what did you do next? You said you were planting saplings, things of that sort. So did you go out into the fields? Like, that's basically what I'm trying to get at.
Sorry, before you said my aunt, correct?
Yeah, asked if your aunt was
I
there.
wonder if her mom gave her.
I think that you would be referring to Zenith.
Correct.
Yes, she was there. Me, her, Josh, my dad, Grandpa.
The boys.
The boys. I think that was really who was it.
Yeah, so after you
But
get
you
out
can
of the car,
remember
you
the
say hi
carpet
to
was
everyone
missing in
who's
the
there. What do you do next at the tree farm that day?
Interesting.
I don't quite understand.
So,
okay. If you're asking what I was doing, I was hanging out with my little brothers.
Okay, and were you hanging out in the barn? Were you hanging out in the fields? Where exactly were you hanging out
We
with
were
your brothers?
hanging out in the vehicle.
You were hanging out in the vehicle?
We had went back to the vehicle and then we ran around out in the field. Like, I mean, the tree farm's pretty big. There's a lot of things for kids to do there. So, I mean, we just ran around, explored. I don't know.
Yeah, so you're out and about. You're not playing in the car.
No, not necessarily. No.
You're out on the whole tree farm, which it is big. Lots of things to do there.
Yeah.
And so then after you're playing, hanging out, do you all get dinner together? Or do you go back in the car and go back to your dad's house?
We probably stopped for food on the way back. I'm sure, because it was a long ride, but otherwise we went back to the house and ate lunch there and then took a nap because it was part of our schedule.
And so when you were there for that day then, when you were at the tree farm, you were playing with your brothers. When you were playing with your brothers, was your dad around?
He was planting the seedlings, so no.
Okay.
He was out in the, we were in two different fields. So no.
There's kind of a front field and a back field, right?
The front field.
You were in the front field.
He was in the front field.
Okay.
I was not.
Okay, so you couldn't see him.
I could see him, but I just wasn't around him.
Okay. And he was with Josh and his dad?
Yeah. I had gone back there a couple of times just to see what they were doing, and stuff like that. But otherwise, I wasn't back there all the time.
And so when they were conversing, if you weren't there, you wouldn't be able to hear them, though, about what they were talking about.
No.
Okay. So your testimony earlier was that when you were in the van, you were sitting in the front seat and the boys were sitting in the back seat of the van and that there were no seats in the middle.
Could see the missing carpet in the way back.
Could you see that space in between perfectly without obstruction?
Yeah.
There was nothing. So in that.
There was obviously my own dad's junk in his.
Were there bench? Okay, so some. Oh. The layout of the van. Does it have bench seats or are they like regular seats on the second row? I mean, the back seat's got to be a bench. Well, even if was the back seat in the car, like the way back bench?
His own car, because that's pretty normal.
Actually, I call bullshit. Because between the front two seats there's that, center console thing. And then there's, I have a SUV. I don't have a minivan, but there's no way you can see all the way in the back. Maybe. I guess if the back bench seat was missing.
But, other than the normal stuff that was in the car already, no, there were no middle seats.
And there was nothing else on the carpet other than some trash and
maybe some clothes or something. I don't know.
No middle seats.
Just typical stuff.
Typical man stuff in a van.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Counsel, would you be so kind to pull up the exhibit of the
too bad she didn't call him Dingleberry.
Back of the car with the carpet taken out. What was that? Exhibit 1. I'm sorry.
260, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Pulling up what's been marked as States Exhibit 260.
States Exhibit 1, number 260.
Thank you.
Carmen.
Okay, so you remember being asked about this photo earlier?
Yes.
And you had said that you did not observe the van like this on the 16th, right?
No, I did not.
So, I hate to make you get up. Maybe I'll just get up. But can I have your stick? Okay, so if the back seats were in, they would be locked in right here. Correct? Yeah. So if the seats are there, you're not necessarily going to be able to see directly underneath.
Well, there was carpet underneath there.
You could see completely underneath.
I could see completely underneath the seat. That seat was not like that.
She just said with the Dingleberry it was like
there
that.
was nothing in this area. Just open.
Besides what my dad's stuff was in his car, no. There was nothing out of the ordinary.
So where was the chainsaw?
In the trunk.
There is no trunk in a minivan.
Where in the trunk? The back seats are back there.
No. The trunk cuts off right behind the seats.
So there's enough space with the back
It's not a
seat.
trunk. It's just a space behind the back third row.
Stops right where you're pointing.
You're saying the chainsaw was right here.
Correct.
When did you see the chainsaw? I'm good with that exhibit. Thank you.
When we had gone to the tree farm, I noticed that my uncle, grandpa, and dad were exchanging or fixing his, so that we had brought him there to fix the chainsaw. At the same time, my dad was also cutting down trees in his yard, so.
So, you remember speaking with detectives on multiple occasions, right?
Which one?
I'm just saying, it was not just one time that you spoke with detectives. There were multiple times.
Yeah.
The first time was when you and your mom went to the police department on May 19th, 2020. That was the first time, right? You guys went there together?
I'm not sure. I've met with so many different people and talked about this situation with so many different people. I probably couldn't even recall any of the times that you're about to ask me.
Her memory is eluding
her. But the first time, so then do you remember it wasn't until the first time you met with law enforcement, you didn't tell them anything about a chainsaw, correct?
Correct. I didn't feel that it was very needed since it wasn't used for this case.
So you said, though, that one of the times you talked to detectives that while you were at the farm, your dad never took that chainsaw out of the van. Do you remember telling detectives that?
I don't remember saying that.
Is it possible you said that?
Not sure.
So what happened then? Maybe if you could explain now. Did he never take the chainsaw?
No, he definitely took the chainsaw.
Okay, so
he definitely brought it into the barn and they were fixing on it and doing chain stuff on it and seeing what was wrong with the chain. Oh yeah, I remember that like the back of my hand. He definitely took it out of the vehicle and brought it into the barn.
So then you wouldn't have said that he never took the...
No, like I said, I did not say that.
You did not say that. That would be a lie if you said that.
Objection, to call something a lie would be to...
Lie is one form of...
I will rephrase.
Statement. Go ahead.
Thank you. That would be an untrue statement.
Same objection.
Well, inaccurate.
That would not...
Possibly.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
It's not what you saw.
I'm saying I'm not sure, but I do remember him bringing a chainsaw to the tree farm and him taking it out of the van and bringing it to the workshop.
And do you remember saying that your dad was wearing flip-flops when he got to the tree farm? And that he then changed into your grandfather's boots when he was there?
I do remember saying that, actually.
And your dad wore flip-flops
all the time.
All the time. Even in like weird weather.
I mean, snowing, sleet, heavy packed snow. He's wearing sandals. There's no question.
Even when it makes literally
no sense. Yeah. Sandals.
Even when he's unaliving someone?
Rain, snow, like you said, everything. Yeah. And a lot of times too, he would wear these sandals and then change into different shoes when he was at the farm.
He always had other shoes. He just preferred to wear his flip-flops if he was running in and out of somewhere or just anything simple. My dad was very simple. So for him to wear flip-flops all the time, it was just easy for him.
I don't know who wasn't on a live someone in flip-flops.
His being simple also translated to his style, right?
I guess I'm going to object to questions about the defendant's style. Right?
Well,
seems irrelevant.
The state talked about everything he was wearing. That's where I'm going with this.
Well, whether it was fashionable or not would be irrelevant.
See, this is one of the many holes in his case.
Doesn't sound like it's terribly relevant.
Okay. Your dad had like the same clothes he would wear all the time, the same style. When I'm saying style, I don't mean something that's stylish.
He had different pairs of those clothes.
Exactly. He had this jeans and white t-shirt.
It was his go-to. I mean, waking up, sleeping, he was in jeans, maybe shorts sometimes, but mainly just jeans and a white tee.
Okay. And so when you saw him on, and
I would wear a white t-shirt if I was going
not
to
saying he's
in
dirty,
flip-flops.
but he didn't have a washer and dryer at his house.
No.
Okay. And so he had on the 16th, when you were at the tree farm, he was wearing his, before he changed into the boots, the flip-flops, jeans, white t-shirt.
My dad washed his clothes. I mean,
yeah.
there were times where he washed his clothes. Like, he just had multiple pairs. And if you're asking me about his style, he wore the same thing every day. Like, literally every single day. There was nothing new about him. He doesn't change ever. Like, he's just him. I don't know.
Yeah. And so I want to go back, though, to the tree farm. He was wearing a white t-shirt, blue jeans, flip-flops. And when on the 17th, when your mom picked you up, he was wearing blue jeans, the same thing. Okay.
Do we know what the make and model of the minivan was? I'm sure you can just, one of you smart people can just look at his face. Look at that. Here, let's play that again. Watch him. Does that look like a man that has red rumming on the brain? I don't think so. Raw pain. Yeah, Iris. He objected once he saw defense getting a rapport with OA. Yep. That's what he does. As soon as she gets over the target, he displays one of his many tells, which is objecting. And flapping his wing.
Exhibit 300, defense exhibit 300. Star. Pair of blue jeans.
Why does that not seem like my dad's size and know those are not his?
These aren't his.
Yeah, it's his only daughter. Dads have a special
Nice-
bond with
nice
their
to- well,
girls,
Yeah, no, she's still living.
as mothers do with
I
their
don't-
boys.
I don't- sorry. I just-
Levi's? I'm confused. He never wore Levi's. I could be wrong. I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's also been a while, so I'm not really.
And I didn't think you'd memorize like each article.
On the way.
You didn't memorize. You didn't memorize each article of your dad's clothing, right?
Not like that. I mean, once you kind of know him, you're just like, yeah, he wears jeans and a t-shirt. Like, I didn't really focus on brands like that.
Do these look similar to jeans your dad would wear?
The pockets do. The back does.
The back does?
For sure.
It's so frightening to think that any one of us could be sitting here watching,
Next one's
being
gonna be
watched
Defense
on
Exhibit
national
299.
television over such BS of a case, from what I'm seeing so far.
Side, the written material you just received. I did not make any observation that was sent to the clerk and provide copies to you.
So the 16th is when they were at the farm.
Yeah, Defense Exhibit 299.
Is it a
White t-shirt.
Wait.
Looks like a white t-shirt your dad would wear.
No, it does not actually.
Okay.
His t-shirts I actually did pay attention to. His t-shirts were a different brand.
Oh, come on.
So to me that
How
does
in
not
the
look
world?
like his t-shirt.
Lily, if you're
But
watching
you
right
said
now,
before
Lily,
you didn't know every
do you know what
single
your daddy's
article.
t-shirt
I have
brand
his
was when
t-shirts.
you
I
were
have pairs
11?
of his t-shirts, which is why I know why.
But you
What his t-shirts are.
don't have every single one of them.
No.
Okay.
And didn't he go to her house, Sadie's house, to do his laundry?
So you testified on direct
So it's not
that
like she's at home while dad's at work doing laundry
your dad
for
had
him.
nicknames for Mr. Gutierrez, and one of them was Booger, and that he called them because what he saw by the window. But you also testified that you were right there by the window.
I was.
So were you able to see
After.
that too?
After.
So you weren't there the whole time?
The timing is mixed up. I was in the car when he had went. There were 2 times. He went the first time by himself, and the second time he went with me. Like up to the house. Same night, 2 different times.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
How,
Wait a minute.
where were you in the vehicle that you could see everything that Mr. Anderson was?
He went the first time by himself, and the second time he went with me.
How far away did he live from How far of a distance was this? Wasn't it like an hour?
Like up to the house.
So he went all the way there.
Same night,
all the way
2
back
different
took an
times.
hour, and then another hour, then another hour.
Where were you in the vehicle that you could see everything that Mr. Anderson was doing? Going direct, right? You said there, right now you're saying there were 2 times. The first time was you pull in and in the bar, near the bar, right? That's
My father had told me what he saw.
Well,
like up front, had told me what he saw in the car through the window. If that is your question. I was not standing next to that window when he was looking at Mr. Gutierrez the first time. I went up the second time. He had told me about this, but in the same way, I had seen him go around that corner.
So I want to break down kind of what you saw versus what you heard from someone else.
Okay.
So you pull in.
Mm-hmm.
You said that your dad had a video recording device.
Mm-hmm.
And then at some point he went behind to put another cell phone in the air conditioning unit.
That's where I would put it.
Right? That's behind the house.
Yeah.
But you're now saying
It's
you
on
were
the
in
side of the house.
You're now saying you were in the car this whole time. You're not out running around the house with your dad.
Objection. Hold on.
Dingleberry's going to object because she's over the target of something, meaning the defense attorney. Now, do we have a picture? How far? Well, they must have lived close because divorced parents usually do. So just so I'm clear, they're talking about observing Sadie and Leo in Sadie's home. Correct? Question mark.
She has explained that there's 2 different sections. She's outed sometimes and not at others.
I'm asking about the first time.
No, actually, you're not
Listen
asking.
to his tone.
You're saying what you understand the situation to have been. So you can ask what the truth of it is. And then the district attorney is reporting what he thought the testimony was. So why don't you rephrase your question?
I want to break it down a little bit further. You're saying there were 2 times your dad went up to the house that evening, right?
Correct.
The first time, you didn't get out of the vehicle.
No.
So I'm only talking about the first time.
Okay.
The first time you said you saw your dad with a recording device and that you also saw your dad put a cell phone into the air conditioning unit.
Correct.
During this time, you are still in the vehicle.
Yes.
And so the recording device and the cell phone are 2 different things, or are they the same thing? Question mark.
It's dark outside.
But light enough where you can still see.
You said it was the middle of the night.
It is. That doesn't mean I have 20/20 vision, so I can see.
God.
Oh, okay. So you then explain to me your mom's house from where you were parked. You were parked in the bar lot?
Yes.
And were you sitting in the front seat?
Yes.
And you were in the van?
No.
Or in the Audi?
Yes.
You're sitting in the front seat of the Audi. Which way are you facing?
We are backed up. So me sitting in the car, I am facing the tail of the car. I'm looking at the house. I'm looking, when Dad left the car, I was looking to see where he was going, what he was doing.
So you're facing the house. What wall of the house are you facing?
Have you seen a picture of the house?
Yeah.
Okay,
I am. So
I am on the bar side. I am near the back of the house. I am on
a bar. Noted.
If you're looking at it from the field, I don't think you're listening.
Now that sounds like what a normal 14-year-old would say. Girl. I don't think you're listening. That I believe. That's the only part of her testimony right now, I believe.
So I'm just a little confused because you're saying you're on the bar side and the door with the window is on the complete opposite side of the house.
Correct. That does not mean that I did not see him turn that corner and when he came back to tell me what he had saw.
Okay, so again, I only want to know
and
what...
I am. I'm telling you.
Oh my God.
Just a moment. Please listen to the whole question and then answer, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I only want to know what you...
Pause. Okay, so half Irish. I'd get my ass whooped if I had this sass, even now I'm 45. Exactly. And frankly, you know, I've got 4 kids from a divorced situation from when they were very young. And their dad and I both, they know they would have gotten into like serious trouble if that ever came out of their mouth at age 14. My point is, she's been under the influence of Sadie, who we saw kind of exhibited the same behavior, if you will, defiant, if you will. And the dad, I mean, I don't know. I just sent you a link to the page that shows how this story does not work. Scroll down the middle of the page. I sent it in the middle. Thank you, Lynn. I will look. Yeah, I mean...
Saw, not what... We can get into what he told you later. This is only what you saw. So, you couldn't see that door. You could not see that window from where you were parked.
Correct.
So, then, when he comes back, you said you get in the car and you kind of pull out, but you don't completely leave, right?
What?
Oh, good.
So you said there were 2 times that he went to the house. And in your direct testimony, you said he got back in the car and then went to drive away, but then stopped and got out again. And that was when you came out of the vehicle.
Judge,
right?
Again, that mischaracterizes the testimony. She indicated he came back, he got
alerting
her.
us to another hole.
Then
in
there's
the
a
Swiss cheese that
third
is his
incident
case.
where he leaves the car where they partially leave. So when she is retrieved from the car.
How many times did you get out of the car?
I got out twice.
How many times did your dad get out of the car?
3 times.
Just a moment, I have to readjust. No, I'm actually going to do... No. Oh, God. There.
Times. Twice. Because he did not get out of the car the second time when he came to get me. When we were still parked at the bar, he did not come and he came and got me. He didn't sit in the car, drive away.
So he didn't enter the car?
No, not fully. So he only got out twice and I only got out twice.
So the second time then, well, you got out 2 times?
Do I need to re-explain?
No.
Goodness.
Please, you can answer question without a question.
I'm confused.
Okay, well, let's do this.
Just confirm you can still hear.
I'll just ask a different question.
Beautiful.
What was the second time, well, the first time you got out of the car then?
It was to go up to the house, to the window that you're talking about, where I can see through the crack of the shades. And that's when he told me to go like this with my shirt. So then the breath marks didn't get on the window.
And then you went back to the
I'm
car?
gonna put the link in the
And
chat.
then we did. We both, at that point, had gone back to the car. And we were pulling away. And then we got to, it depends on which way you're going, but the second entry to our driveway, it was the bigger open end to our driveway. And he stops, gets out, and I get out and I'm like, what are you doing? And I see him taking pictures of his license, of Mr. Gutierrez's license plate, taking his registration. Somewhere in the time I didn't see him, but he turned the corner, got the phone, rang the doorbell, and came back to the car, and then we left.
So you didn't see him go to the air conditioning unit?
I did not see him go to the air conditioning unit, correct, but I did see him bring back the phone.
This light is so bright. Now where did my window go? Is it down here? All right. So I just sent you all a link if you'd like to follow along. I mean, we can't see her face anyway, but we can hear her. But, I mean, this website that they've put together is so organized. And look, they've got things to consider underneath what the evidence shows. I mean, I guess we can go over this, but you know, if you want to look at this while we listen.
Did you see him go to the air conditioning unit that first time?
Yes.
So, did your mom ever talk to you about what she observed that evening?
Remind her she's under
I
oath.
mean, she's my mother. There are things to be discussed about that I don't know how to answer your question.
Well, the question wasn't about the content. It was, did your mother ever discuss the matter?
A bit.
Okay. And when did she have that conversation with you? Was it close?
A while ago.
It was close to that time.
Yeah.
And she told you that she thought it was your dad.
No. 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 I knew.
Well, I'm saying, what did she say? I'm not asking what
I already
you
knew
thought.
everything that my mom knew. She wasn't telling me anything that I didn't know already.
Okay. And do you remember telling her that you actually weren't there?
I do remember telling her that. I did.
And that you just knew what had happened because of a video you watched and from what your dad told you?
Yes. In the beginning of all of this, I did not come out.
I didn't have a question.
I was...
On May 19th, 2020, do you remember a time where your mom had left to go down to Kenosha to check on Mr. Gutierrez?
A bit.
Okay. And prior to that happening, your mom had had a conversation with you about how she was worried her friend was missing, right?
Objection. I think it calls for hearsay.
It's already been testified to, Judge.
I believe it's still a hearsay statement, even though it's been testified to.
It's an in-court statement.
We're going to break at this point, and please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And let's try to start again at 1 o'clock. Is that convenient? Okay, thanks. I didn't hear the last 4 words.
About how she was worried her friend was missing, right?
All right.
Judge, there was then an objection to hearsay. Hearsay has to be an out-of-court statement. Ms. Beecham did testify, and she testified that on May 18th, 2020, she had talked to her daughter about her friend, her concerns about her friend that was missing. Those were in-court statements.
Any response?
Yeah, I think that to ask this witness about that statement is still hearsay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The out-of-court statement for this witness is an out-of-court statement. So the fact that it's been that it's in through a different party does not make it an in-court statement.
You're right. It does, however, affect the application of the rule. The objection's overruled.
All right. I'm not, okay. I don't think there's an exception, but I don't want to belabor it, Judge. I do want us to continue. So thank you for the ruling. I do have one other matter. So the court provided the parties an email. Mine, it appears the communication to you was at 11:31 a.m. I think. Well,
just so it's clear, that did not come directly to me. The clerk got it. Did you get it as a forward, or was that sent directly to you?
We did.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, mine is headed your name. That's the only reason I indicated it was provided by you. But the message, as the court is aware, is that Court TV showed a clip where the defendant used his 2 fingers and placed them over his lips as his daughter was testifying to suggest to not say anything. We are aware now. Court TV has played this clip multiple times. They have even slowed it down to be sure that their viewing audience was able to clearly see what happened, the gesture. So we have a copy of what they have played, but there are commentators who are speaking over it, so we cannot tell what the specific question is that it's in relation to, which I feel would be important to the court to know context. Certainly would be important to the state. We have asked Court TV, who have indicated that if the court orders Court TV to provide an original copy that does not have the commentator's voiceover, that they would provide that pursuant to the court ordering that in this courtroom today. And then all the parties would be able to see that clip and know specifically when the defendant makes the gesture, which clearly has occurred because we've seen video of it, what the context is. We know his daughter was testifying. We don't know what the question was or where she was in her answer.
Give us some more wing,
I am asking the court to briefly take a look at what we have. I'm asking the court for an order to Court TV so that we may finish our investigation of this. And if we have any additional information we think is relevant, we'll bring it to the court. The court will remember I expressed a concern earlier that I wanted the court to be as diligent as it felt appropriate to try to make sure that this minor child was not in a position where she was being influenced. And so I asked the court to also at this point impose an order that recognizes what has already been detected in the Court TV
We've
film.
got the big chicken here clucking.
Well, you're dating yourself because it's not filmed.
Did I say? Yeah.
But anyway, is there a response?
I have watched. Thank you. I have watched the clip. Obviously, what we don't see in the clip is the other side because they're not filming Olivia. I will note that there were times, and that I did observe, that when the state was asking their question, while asking,
this is the dad here, isn't
Mr. Anderson's daughter would look over at him and would mouth something just mouth something. I can't say what it is. I can't say when that happened. I did not personally observe Mr. Anderson make these gestures. I've watched it now on here, but so I can't say if it was in response to that or not. But I will say that was occurring, and it could be that that was a response to her mouthing while the state was asking a question. So that would be the only thing I have to add to that. I obviously can't speak any further.
So the minor is in the courtroom. I don't know if the court feels it's appropriate to have her here as we discuss this, but I should have brought that up earlier.
Oh, you should have that.
We do have the clip, and we would like at least to show the court what has been broadcast by Court TV now multiple times, so at least the court has that available for its in its knowledge.
Well, how difficult is it for Court TV? Okay, and I've been requested to order it, and to me, orders are last resorts. Can I request it?
We tried to go through those options, Judge, prior to coming up with you, and we felt like we heard them clearly.
Okay, well, it is something that may be of benefit to the trial. So, yes, under the circumstances, I will order that you produce that. Is that something that takes a certain amount of time or a foreseeable amount of time? Okay, great. If you would then, thank you.
And then, Judge, there was another issue that the defense was made aware of that Attorney Birdsall will speak on.
Yeah, Judge. So apparently, excuse me, this has been brought to our attention too. Obviously, we can't see everything that's going on, but that Ms. Beecham is apparently certified in ASL, American Sign Language, and Olivia knows the language. And the observers that reported to us said that she was signing to her. I don't know what about. One thing that was mentioned was calm down. What else was signed to her? I don't know. You know, and I have no idea if Court TV would have picked any of that up. They certainly wouldn't have picked it up on Olivia's end, but I don't know if they picked any up on Sadie's end. So maybe if we're looking at some of this footage, we could look at that too.
How's that grab you, Mr. Dingleberry?
I'm sorry I did not hear.
They only have that clip.
Oh, it's up there.
So I want to report to the court what I know about this, just in terms of reaction. So Sadie Beecham indicates she is not a certified American Sign Language interpreter or person of that sort.
We checked her LinkedIn.
And most importantly, the minor child indicates she does not know that language. So she is not somebody who has that in her ability to understand.
I'll permit you to examine either or both if you want.
Outside presence of the jury?
Indeed.
Yeah. Ms. Beecham also denies that she did any of that. So.
Oh, I'm sure.
All right. Let's start one thing at a time. Can you run this?
Yes.
Is that a rerun? Or
yeah, so because
there's only one incident.
Well, that's the one that they were playing on Court TV that we were made aware of. I don't know if there are others, but that's the one. And then I would play it with sound, but it's pundits talking about what's happening. It's not the.
Have they mentioned my tie?
They were more focused on what
the tie. No, all right.
They were focused on the efforts of the.
I understand. All right. Well. Let's let that sit for the time being. If you wish, you may examine either Ms. Beecham or the child, and that's
Now?
up to you. Yes, outside the jurors' phrasing.
Am I going to have an opportunity to question the defendant?
Yeah, under oath. Yeah.
Well, the defendant's kind of, we can actually see.
Okay.
I'm not in a position, so it may make a difference. I don't know. It's not on the merits of the case, so I wouldn't. Well, I'll tackle that if I need to.
There's the air conditioner.
Yeah, you might have to make a record of it, Judge.
So I don't have so far the source of this allegation. Counsels that were represented
Don't
to
you
us
think
that
you'd
they
have the
received
source
this allegation.
first, sir,
I have
before you
not seen
start?
this allegation, so I don't know. I am.
When you say this allegation, you're talking about Ms. Beecham?
I'm right. I'm talking about the one that has been forwarded by the defense table, and I assume they are not. I understand them to not be direct witnesses. They are simply recounting something that has been reported to them.
Who are the informants?
Yeah.
So members of his family.
Okay.
Sitting
That they observed it themselves here in the
Yes.
courtroom?
Yes.
Okay.
And have evidently reported that Ms. Beecham is a certified interpreter of sign language, which we have told the court is not true, and also have evidently reported that that the minor in this case knows sign language, and she says she does not.
All right, it's on the very right side of the screen. I'm going to make it really small.
So let me.
Is this the air conditioner right
This does
between
not
the
come
house
from
and the tree?
the allegation we've described to you is not only on television,
the
but it is
listening device
apparently
on?
someone who has no connection to the case that we're aware of.
Right in there.
The allegation the court has just heard has been family members who have been here all trial.
I haven't pressed for TV.
Right.
We were what I understood. I was being told.
Oh, can't see that.
Was that they don't have a video of the conduct which is being described on behalf of Ms. Beecham, but I didn't ask whether they have looked. So I don't know if we're dealing with something which is unavailable or something which has not been searched for or found.
She has it in her LinkedIn
I suspect.
account.
What can you tell me?
They're muted.
Okay. Is that a satisfactory explanation?
Well, I've watched the live feed either at counsel table or if I'm out of the courtroom, and I have seen them.
I gotta sign in.
Ms. Beecham's been on camera many, many times. So I'm just, the interesting thing, Judge, is,
oh my
or the
God.
complicated thing is that, even.
Okay, so I was an accountant for many years for IT staffing, specifically like software QA. See underneath here where it says ESL, professional working proficiency. That's not supposed to be on your resume. That's fluff. Professional working proficiency. So she's not certified, number one. But she's got professional working proficiency. In my opinion, don't put shit on your LinkedIn that you're not. I mean, that's just. I don't know what my login is. I think it's on my other iPad. Oh, for God's sakes, look at this. Mental health care. Huh. Doesn't that frighten you down all the way to the tips of your toes?
Even if they were to do a search, you would have to have some specialized knowledge what to look for in terms of sign language, because I wouldn't know.
Well, but even the question of whether she had her hands anywhere in a position which could effectively communicate with a witness stand,
Yeah.
that would be something that would be searchable. But I interrupted you.
Well, I just don't know in terms of the coverage whether or not lack of pointing the camera in that direction was just for this witness. Because
I guess my point is the way she has it on there, in my opinion, she went to college for it. Well, I'll have to find where my LinkedIn login code is so I can spy. I want to see what part she's got that on. Beware that we can see Crime Spies. Yeah, I know. And with OBS, I'm never quite sure what you're going to see. Okay, continue. Like, well, yes, it does cut both ways. Like Farrell says, she went to college for it. So I want to see where her education is. UW Washington cuts off. And she's got a profession. I mean, I guess, again, looking at resumes with some of the people in the, like, you know, the recruiters, if you will, like they'd look at that and do eye rolls. I mean, I guess just the way, doesn't matter. But if she's got a professional working, what have you, then obviously she knows it well enough to use that skill at work. Don't use your LinkedIn, Sadie will know you viewed it. Well, my picture on there is way different. Pick the clip of him shushing her thousands of times with big headlines. Oh, yeah. That clip of him with the lips, like I said, I saw that over and over and over and over and over again when this trial was happening. And, I mean, even though I didn't watch it, it did put a little negative in the back of my brain. I wonder if there's a way I can view her thing without... Well, she'll never recognize me because I'm all professional in that picture.
Because I know for a fact that I've seen, you know, Ms. Beecham and the whole family there many, many times, you know, those cutaways while the testimony's going on. So, you know, and it might be a bit of a slog to look through some of that footage, but, you know, I can only report what was reported to me in terms of what was seen.
This is what we call a
What
game of
was
tit for
seen
tat.
with the
How's that grab
eye
ya,
here in the courtroom,
Barry?
Correct.
not what was seen on court TV.
Correct.
I assume that whoever's reporting this from the family is an American Sign Language competent person. Otherwise, why would someone make such a report?
Because they all know each other.
What?
Because they all know each other.
Sure, but I mean, this is a serious allegation for somebody.
No, I'm not trying to minimize the allegation at all. I'm trying to me, the awareness of whether American Sign Language was used could have come from the fact that these people all know each other and think that she is an interpreter or conversant with that language.
Right, but as least as the attorneys reported it to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I was told that the allegation, and it wasn't shared with me, it was a family member until now, but that it was, the allegation was that specifically this person reported that they had seen Sadie, the mother, who is a certified American Sign Language interpreter, interpreting or flashing signs to the minor on the stand who also knows sign language. This is what was reported. What? And one example was calm down, but it was said in the plural when it was said to me. So for someone to say, for someone to take the leap and say, this was American Sign Language that was done over there, I assume it's a person with some competency in that before they would make such an allegation. But I don't know that. I'm just suggesting that is my... Is it a person who has competency in this language so they know what these signs are?
Now, if I wouldn't join in your assumption, and I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying, to me, if they know Ms. Beecham and have spent time with her over the years and are familiar with whether she speaks French or German or American Sign Language, that might affect what they would report to you, but I don't know. But we're getting way off track here.
Here's my concern, Judge, and I apologize for interrupting. We have reported to you something that has been nationally broadcast. The court's now seen the film. You've also heard reported a family member of the defendant, in what at least now seems to be highly speculative information, and our latest discussion from the parties is that we will be placing people under oath based on that highly speculative and potentially biased information, and the defendant. I mean, I don't know what the court's planning on doing next, but the defendant then. We're left with no additional action taken at this time. So I feel like if one thinks about the scales in any fashion in this case, in those regards, that seems like an outcome that is that the court should consider.
And I never said I wouldn't consider it. I offered the opportunity for the defense to examine the witness and, the two witnesses about it. And I have not ruled out ordering for TV to conduct the search that you're seeking.
I think the court already ordered it. Am I missing? Am I wrong?
No, yeah, you ordered.
You ordered
smart
it.
behavior.
I ordered the search with respect
Right.
to the coordination of the testimony of, I haven't ordered court TV anything with respect to the accusation about
Briefly.
Ms. Beecham.
Right.
So if I misspoke, yeah.
I can't get into my LinkedIn, and then I sent a password reset, which is on my other Gmail account.
Okay.
And considering the instability of these windows.
Yeah, that was what
check it later.
When you were talking about
It's on
having
my
seen
list.
other instances where Beecham was pictured, I agree with you because I saw one or two myself. But I wondered whether they do things differently on different days, and I'm sure they do. And she's nodding yes, they do. So I'm going to accept her representation and not have them search further because we've already given them one assignment. And as you heard me a moment ago, I was reticent about giving them an order anyway, but that was what they needed, so I give it. But I will still permit you to examine the people involved about that, and you can examine these people who have made the accusation. As to whether you can examine the defendant about anything, that's a separate question I'll have to take up if it arises.
As long as I'm also allowed to examine family members who have made such an allegation in this situation and find out their basis of knowledge, then I understand.
Dingleberry.
All right, so do you want to examine?
Yes.
Okay, let me call the jury and tell them we're not just late at lunch.
Yep. You can go.
Amber just sent me.
So, forgive us, it's going to be a little bit longer, hopefully not too much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Longer.
Longer. the fatalism of
Did
that.
she say longer?
She did, kind of resignedly. And who can blame them? All right, whom do you wish to examine? Ms. Beecham. All right, I'm going to ask the child to be escorted she can go in the library if she likes, or I don't know if there's anybody else back there.
See, a couple of the trials I've watched recently won't let this kind of stuff be recorded.
Would you come up, please, Ms. Beecham?
Oh. Oh, we get to see the witch again. Wait.
All right, you're still under oath, ma'am. Please be seated. All right.
Ms. Beecham, I want to ask you about
AKA Satan's
your
song.
employment. Do you work as a care manager / social worker?
Oh, why didn't you tell me?
No, not anymore.
But you
She
did.
was coming back up
For
here.
Community Care
I'm
Incorporated at UW Milwaukee?
Well, those are two separate entities. One's a school and one is a agency that I work for, yes.
So, Judge, I'm just going to ask, are family members currently texting defense counsel questions to ask?
No.
There's so much going on
And
here.
no, not anymore.
I went back too far.
Ms. Beecham, I want to ask you about your employment. Do you work as a care manager / social worker?
Doesn't that frighten you down?
No, not anymore.
But you did.
I did.
For Community Care Incorporated at UW Milwaukee?
Well, those are two separate entities. One's a school and one is a agency that I work for, yes.
So, Judge, I'm just going to ask, are family members currently texting defense counsel questions to ask?
No.
Well, there's a court rule that there's no cells to be taken out of pocket, so unless they're pretty efficient at texting, I would assume not, but if they are...
Counsel is reviewing his phone. Apologize. All right.
Yep.
Stupid smart person.
So,
I hate her face.
I'm sorry, can I ask one other thing? Your courts excluded this witness, so whoever is the individual who made this allegation, I'd ask they be excluded as well.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Look at him. He's exhibiting so many signs I can't even keep track.
So that was the person just texting?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I hate him.
He wasn't texting me, so just relax.
Thanks.
Can you imagine having him as your neighbor?
From July 2011 to December 2013, did you work at the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Mental Health?
Sorry. I bet he's the kind of guy that if you like mow your grass just a hair over on his, he's out there with this freaking ruler and then knocking on your door saying, "Excuse me, but I think you might have, clipped a little too far over on the edge here." That guy.
Organization as an employment
She
specialist?
has her sunglasses on her head in court.
It was called the Threshold Incorporated in West Bend.
I think you're looking at possibly a resume or something, and you are kind of mixing up the places. So.
Okay, well, why didn't you clear that up?
Did you attend UW Milwaukee?
I did.
Did you get a bachelor's of education?
Special education, yes.
And in deaf studies and interpreting certification?
I got a minor in deaf studies, and in order to be certified nationally, you need to take what's called a national interpreter certification, and I did not take that.
Oh, okay.
But you know American Sign Language?
I do.
Okay. And you're fluent in it?
Fairly fluent, yes.
Okay. And you taught your daughter as a young child and as she grew up how to do it, right?
Up until about Olivia was about 2. She knew animals, her numbers, and her letters.
So the answer is yes. You did teach her.
I did.
Actually, that's
and
recommended.
in fact, on your LinkedIn page, you list languages where they have a category for languages, and one of them is ASL, American Sign Language, right?
Correct.
Oh, that's what we just looked at.
So when Mr. Gravely represented to the court that you said you didn't know it, that was just wrong.
I didn't represent that to the court. I said she wasn't a certified language. I said that the child involved here, the minor, does not know the language. I never said that.
Roll the tape.
There were some representations made which did not amount to what is being questioned now.
Point C SWEP says,
But
so
I'm
you
not
didn't have
going
a
to
national certification, but does that mean she didn't have a
break
local
the stride
one?
on this.
She's such a tool.
If necessary, we'll check what was said.
Okay. And so we've established you know it. You've taught your daughter.
I've taught her the basics, very basics.
All right. And
Basics like
you
be
also
quiet.
volunteer at the Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing?
No.
So, and is that accurate that you've never volunteered for them?
No, that's not accurate. I used to volunteer for them when I was in school.
Okay. And how long did you volunteer for them?
While I was in school, so I don't know, a couple of years.
Okay. While you were volunteering for them, did that involve doing translations and interpretations for people?
So in my internship, I did have to do interpreting. Again, I can interpret, but I am not nationally, nor am I certified interpreter. But do I understand the language? Yes.
Okay. And so, obviously, you've heard this discussion. So I'll ask you, while your daughter Olivia was on the stand, you had a sight line to her, right? You could see her clearly?
I was trying actually to not look at her, and I was keeping my eyes focused over at
That was not
the
the question
defense.
that was asked.
Oh, so no, I was not directly looking at her. Did I have a sight line? Is that what you asked?
That was my question.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So you could see her, she could see you, right?
I can't speak for her if she could see me, but I could see her.
Okay.
God, and you wonder why
And
OA
so
has developed
your
the snark factor.
so just the real obvious question: were you signing her instructions about what to say or anything else?
No. My hands were below the pews.
Oh,
Okay.
I believe
Were you communicating
no
with
one
her in any other way without your hands, either facial expressions or whatever?
There was a moment where she got a little sassy up here, and my initial mom response was to go, shh, 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 shh. So if I did that, that would have been the only thing that I can recall I did.
Okay. And so to your recollection, your hands were below the level of the benches the whole time she was up here?
Correct.
Okay. Would you say that's true as far as you know for the other members of the family that were sitting around you?
I can say that the other members of the family are in direct line with me, and so if they saw my hands move, they would be the ones to see it.
Okay. Are there other members of the family that are ASL knowledgeable?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, no in-laws, no cousins, no anybody here?
On Zachariah's side?
No, on your side.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So, can you tell us, and I realize this is going to be hard to make a record of, Judge, but could you demonstrate how it is that you would use ASL to sign the words calm down?
You'd probably just go calm down.
So you wouldn't use your hands?
Did you see my hands?
I can barely see you because of the
Exactly, because that's what I did over there. If I did anything, it's below. You can't sign calm down up here. That's impossible. And if I did, everybody would know what I was doing. You don't sign up here. You sign low.
Okay, so you sign low.
Like at your level. You don't sign up here. Those pews are pretty high.
Okay. So you did that then?
I'm saying they're low. So you're like, if you're like this, you can't see below those pews. So anything that she would be able to see from here to there, I can't see anybody's hands in any of those pews over there. So if I'm using sign language, if I'm using ASL, I have to use my hands.
Okay. When I just asked you to do it though,
I did it, right?
You're below.
Correct, because that's the sign.
All of the words calm down or like something like that. Do you do that simultaneously?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Occasionally.
Because that helps them because they can read lips too?
Some people can, yes.
Okay. And so did you do that in this case?
I don't remember. If I did, again, as a mom, if she's getting sassy, I might have said, shh, calm down.
So just for the record, you made kind of a side head mom scolding look, for lack of a better term. But
I think I made that to you. I honestly, you know.
And so, but you could have mouthed those words to her?
As a mom? Possibly.
Okay.
Ms. Beecham.
Yes.
Did you perform any sign language while your daughter was on the stand?
No.
None at all?
Other than possibly underneath the thing, but it was not to her. Like I was not specifically gesturing to her. It was just my mom reaction to just do this. So if I did this, that would have been the only thing I can possibly think of all day today.
And would your daughter understand any sign language to your knowledge?
Objection.
Well,
speculation.
I don't know. I haven't heard the question.
This is the mom indicating what.
You don't have to argue it.
Other than what you've indicated you taught, which I believe are animals and numbers, and did you say letters?
Yes.
Other than that, do you have any reason to believe that your daughter would understand any other sign language?
Maybe a few. She's older now, but it wasn't something that I specifically taught her, like, calm down.
Nothing else.
Redirect.
That was all, Judge. I think we're done.
Oh, we're done? Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Now, do you want the daughter or not?
I hate her face.
You know, we tend to emphasize the bad news.
What up? Up yours, that's what's up. Number one.
This dude is Jabberjaw, it me. I'm like, who's this dude? Talk to the hand, okay? Look at me. Look at me. Huh? Forget about him. Fist pound me. Huh? This guy's not the only one. Huh? There's like 10 dudes that wanna, Huh? Here's my number. Hoo-wee. Talk to the hand, homie. I'm busting out. He's not the one. We're like this, you and I. Woo-wee! About to roll up some tacos, maybe some churros. Roll that dough, press it, spin it around, put some sugar on it, spin it around again, and plop, plop. Right, make it tight and then stick something in it. Down below, if your skin's dry or you're bummed, y'all can apply some skin cream to my back. Right, apply it evenly and then blow on it, blow on it, blow on it. Alright, testing. 1, 2, 3. I want to link up with some of y'all. Okay? Me. Mix it up. Take some pictures outside. Wear my name tag for all you to see. Spell my name out. Alright, you can put it in your journal. Me. And each one of you can send me some love down below. We're tight. Love you guys. I see y'all trying to chill with me, but I like them straight. I like dudes that jump rope. Huh? Or karate. I don't know. Still thinking about making that dough. Alright, chill out. Back up. I just want to tap that. A little bit of nutmeg, some cinnamon. Sprinkle that everywhere. Cut it all up. Pop, pop, pop. Rock it in the oven. You down with that? Let's make some churros.
Let's make some churros. I'll post a link. There's another one that has some clips. I love iPod. Sir Patrick Mack, if you will. I don't know, some of you may recognize him, but he's got one that actually it's a couple years old, and I said, Sir Patrick Mack, if I was that bad sign languaging video, where would I be? And it was like during the Rona. It is so funny because he has got, like, that was just like one. Oh my God. There's like a guy that looks like Santa. Oh my God, it's so funny. So I posted the link for you. You don't have to have a Rumble account to watch it. He was part of the mass ban during the 2020 summer of censorship. I love him. And actually, so he's got this iPop or pop series, but the Weatherman series down here, it starts on this one, is fantastic. It's from 2019. Weatherman 2, and then Weatherman 3, All for Floyd. It's about the riots here. And I actually kind of wanted to watch Weatherman 3 now that the documentary is out, because he goes, well, and I had told Bob Kroll, who's married to Liz Cullen, back when this first came out, I said, I'd like you to look at this, because he goes through why certain buildings were burned and others were like skipped over, and the commonality between who owned those buildings and how those people are associated with, oh, I don't know, Ellison, Ilhan, etc. That's in this Weatherman 3 one. iPod, if you're watching, I will post the link in the description box. And I'm pretty sure you won't mind. I could be wrong. Let's continue. I hope you enjoyed that. I'm subbing immediately. He doesn't put much out anymore other than like he's on the pop series. His here. Okay, while we're waiting for this, let me just show you. I mean, his documentaries are like movies. Just a little small snip. Make it a commercial. We're getting a commercial. Sorry. This is just the very beginning of the All for Floyd one. He is a master. And this is our and some. Oh my God, he's so good.
And talk to some of his family members.
And talk to family members, you should say?
If I were you, I would watch the Weatherman series. I think I've watched it twice now. That's Weatherman 3. I'll copy and paste him in the link below. And then his pop series is about the music industry and pop culture. Very interesting as well. But they're just like, I mean, all by himself. He used to live in Japan. I don't know where he was originally. Although I think I kind of remember he might have moved back. Oh my God, I love him. He's funny, but he's smart and super great at like digging information. You people on Wrongful, he would be good. You'll love iPod. Like I said, he doesn't put out much. Actually, BitChute, he does well, and he has some stuff on Rumble, but like a lot of his like
both
really
the
old
attorneys are
stuff is
gone,
on
Judge.
BitChute.
Remember, they left when you, yeah.
And then those quick burns are like, when he tries to make a funny. Yeah, he's got 22,000. Well, he had I'm sure over 100,000 followers on YouTube when he got censored, if not more. And then he was he's predominantly on Gab TV, and BitChute. But, I mean, he's starting to put stuff on Rumble now, like re-releasing it. And actually, I'd said to him a couple months ago, like, if you go through some of his old videos, there's so many things that are relevant today. Actually, another thing is, did you used to watch the show Boston Legal with William Shatner and what's-his-face from Pretty in Pink? If you ever watch the repeats on that, it's amazing how many things that they were talking about that back then that are still relevant. Oh my God, I love iPod. Sir Patrick Mack, you're welcome to join us anytime. Boston Legal was funny. William Shatner is, yes, Denny Crane. Oh my God. That would be a good clip too. Denny Crane. Oh my God. See, we come up with all these great ideas. I wish I was better at making videos. I lost my pen again. Surprise, surprise. Oh my God, Denny Crane is so funny. I think that's on, Boston Legal is on one of the streaming services. See, that's all stuff we can play when, oh my God. I was just going to say when they went fishing and they were at the cabin, I laughed so hard.
We would like to call.
I'm pretty sure Boston Legal is on one of the streaming services.
We don't have any more questions for Ms. Beecham, but we would like to call. What?
Oh, you have the DVDs?
Hold on.
I used to get them from the library. I love the library. Denny Crane. Oh my God, it's so funny.
We would like to call two members of Mr. Anderson's family who were in the courtroom and witnessed conduct by both Ms. Beecham and other members of the family regarding signaling the witness.
Oh.
So first would be his brother, Soloman Anderson.
I'm just going to indicate so that we're aware. I'm going to ask to take a look at cell phones of witnesses because I believe there was texting of counsel before.
Oh, okay.
They have a warrant.
You
but
got it
I'm
there,
just making sure that
Dingleberry.
we're clear.
Jackass. Oops.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask to take a look at. Yeah.
I'm not going to
Don't you have to subpoena that, sir?
accept your prohibition when you're not their attorney.
That's fine, but he's making an assertion on the record. I'm allowed to respond to his assertion.
He's asking me if he can examine these people. He wants to look at their phones.
I know we've stalled for quite a spell here, but I want to also say this banter between the two of them, you know, is on Law and Crime Live and other streaming services at the time, which when stuff like this happens, what do you think people do? They clip it, they put it on the internet, they spin it, it's shared, and then the commentators at the end of the night bring up the clips, and then they speculate and spin, and it's total crap. Which is probably why, actually, now that I think of it, some of the trials, I'm pretty sure Gareth Pursehouse's trial, any sidebars were not allowed to be televised. Anything off the like when outside the presence of the jury, they couldn't film it or like hot mic it, if you will.
I would probably let him as part of his examination of the witness. That would be, but and it's not, and you're not representing them.
My God, FFS.
And oh, I'm sorry.
Can I?
Well,
ask?
here, no.
It appears that there are multiple additional witnesses. I intend to extensively cross-examine these family members, including asking them about materials, because I have, you know, what I thought I saw was counsel receiving texts and reading it, and as I watched individuals leave, I saw them on their phones, and what it appeared to me was texting.
Well,
I did get texts from my office.
Yeah,
no,
We're watching the live feed.
Sure. So what I'm
That's
suggesting,
I
Judge, is that I am in no way going to assume that these people are honest brokers of information. I'm going to, and so because we have a jury waiting and we have a witness waiting.
Yeah,
and here's what I'm going to do.
You're going to end their suffering by making
and
sure you're done
you could
in
try
a
to
few
talk me
days.
out of it if you want, and as you know, sometimes you can't.
So, you know, just
but
whip
my inclination
through the
right now is
justice
to
system.
everybody who has been named will not leave the courtroom with his phone unless I say so. That's number one. Will not make any alterations in the content of the phone's memory. And rather than probe deeper into this, I'm just going to let you examine these people who, on either side of this. You'll be allowed to present that video if you want, and whatever Court TV comes up with, or you could if you wanted to. And then with respect to Ms. Beecham, I'll allow evidence on that subject, all of it to be heard by the jury, because I think it's all perfectly relevant to the case and to their judgments on credibility. Anybody have any reason why that is not an appropriate resolution? So we don't spend any more time outside the jury's presence. Instead, let the jury decide.
Respectfully, Judge, before we agreed that we would do this outside of the presence of the jury, I think it's appropriate to continue that.
You agreed, but it isn't what I said.
Listen to him.
I believe it was what the court had said, that we would have a hearing on this issue with witnesses outside of the presence of the jury.
And we did.
So any further witnesses are going to be in front of the jury?
This jury has been here now. They were told.
Oh, man. Here we go again. This jury has been here now. Well, geez, you know, every time you mention it, and then, like, if you were a juror, wouldn't you be like, yeah, when are we going to be over with? And the defense puts on their case. I wonder if that factored into their decision.
2 weeks. We're going on.
A little prejudicial, perhaps.
3. We're going to get the business.
It's not
I think this is all perfectly relevant.
Exactly straight.
If there's a suggestion that people have been trying to affect the testimony of a child who would be quite vulnerable, then the jury should have that information available, and they can make their own decisions.
And can we look at Sadie's phone before she deletes her texts? Oh, you mean that one that was missing? Missing?
Regarding Anderson's from Court TV, we can make representations.
But at what's not shown in that clip it's out of context in the sense that as soon as he saw that Olivia was mouthing at him, and I didn't see that, but he was alerting us to that. So we can't, we can't become witnesses. We can't call him. So, that's as far as that clip goes, that's a problematic area.
Well, you have no idea how problematic it is. So now we have lawyers on both sides who are alleged to be disqualified.
Yeah.
So my suggestion at this point, Judge, is to allow the minor child back on the stand. Let's finish her testimony. I'm concerned we might, at this point, that this young woman might be in a situation where she might have to come back. And so my priority right now is not to resolve the issue that we have before us right now. The court has a jury waiting. Let's at least finish this witness. Then the state has one remaining witness, and if the court wants us to talk more about this or litigate this, or the parties can have a discussion about this, sometimes we've been able to work things out previously. We maybe will be able to talk about it again. But at this point, let's prioritize the witness and the jury would be my request, and we'll get back to this at a point the parties are ready and that it's appropriate to do so.
Well, I agree with about 2/3 of what you said.
It's an excellent percentage.
We're going to put the child back on the stand. We're going to try to complete her examination. I've indicated my inclination. I said maybe you'll be able to talk me out of it. Right now, I'd say I don't think you will, but I don't know. And you can talk all you want, and if you want to come up with some stipulation, that's fine. But right now, just so you know, my inclination is that anybody involved in this, that anybody whose name has propped up in this discussion is eligible for examination. And you can't leave the courtroom, sir. You can't leave the courtroom. You may leave if you leave your phone with the officer.
I mean,
you may
does
leave
the
the
judge
courtroom.
just
You can't
from
leave
the
the building.
bench? Is he able to like order that? Question mark.
She's not one of the people who have been named. Do you still have your phone on you, sir?
I'm getting
Okay.
a migraine.
Okay. So it's fair game in front of the jury. If you can come up with some alternative program, I'll hear what you have to say. But I've told you what my bias is.
Doing what they said,
Can the parties speak briefly before we bring the jury out, just so that we know what we're looking at in terms of questioning of this witness on the stand?
Briefly?
Oh, you don't want to?
Meanwhile.
Oh, no.
I'm going to talk. I want to talk to everybody who's in the room right now.
I apologize. I didn't.
Rushing defense and
But
criminals.
There's a court rule in effect, has been since the beginning of the trial, which provides Section 2, subsection B, cell phones brought into the courtroom must be silenced and contained within a pocket, purse, or other handbag.
They should just be
They may not be
confiscated
removed
outside
from the pocket, purse, or handbag at any time when the court is in session. Calls may not be answered in the courtroom, and anyone who leaves the courtroom to answer a call may not be permitted to re-enter before the next recess. It further provides that Section 8,
The Kong Express. Keep your eyes on briefly.
violations of this order, Kenosha County Bar Rules. Excuse me. Violations of this order, Kenosha County Court Rules, or Supreme Court rules may be punished as a contempt of the court under Chapter 985 of the statutes, which has varying penalties up to and including a fine and imprisonment for up to a year. So no phones out of your pocket unless authorized by the court. So you can confirm them.
Okay, and that order that the court has done has traditionally not included the attorneys or the state's victim witness staff because, of course, we're using phones to coordinate so that the court has witnesses.
I just had an idea.
Or
the
I'm gonna ask
him
detective
if he
representative.
could do.
You go into your library?
Do a quick burn
may.
of Gravely. I bet he'll do it. I'll ask. I'll pick the one where he's clucking his arm from earlier when he was really going and almost catching flight, and say, could you do me a favor? Wouldn't that be funny? Oh my God, he probably would have like a chicken kind of voice. Oh my God, he's got Mrs. Maplethorpe, Mrs. What's-her-face of Maplethorpe. Oh my God, he's so funny. His funny stuff is always entitled A Quick Burn. And they're usually pretty short. The one from a couple years ago at the bad sign languaging, it was during the Rona, so there was like all kinds of press conferences. Oh my God, and the Santa shooting flames out of his beard. Oh my God, it's funny. Funky Chicken. So you know who iPod is. Sir Patrick Mack. Did you used to watch the old videos? Like almost daily with the funny music in the beginning and the funny pet videos? Gravely is alone with the witness. How convenient for him. I can't deal with this agent there. Let's look at him and reflect on how many days he's been in prison. And not only is he getting just a total joke of a trial, in my opinion, he waited 3 years for this shit show. Is this where Schroeder gets Oy an attorney from the hall? Oh my God. Now where was I here? Today is day 1323 that Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated for the unaliving or disappearance of Rosalio. I don't know. If there's even one thing that makes you question whether or not Zachariah Anderson did this, that means an acquittal. Count the seconds.
Yeah.
It's a little blurry. Count the seconds from where?
All right. Well, give us the report then.
50 billion questions.
She'll put a stamp on there.
Apologize.
I'm getting a hint of
No, I
migraine.
interrupted you. Go ahead.
My Imitrex.
No, I was apologizing to the court reporter. But so we have conferred, and the parties have agreed that neither side's going to be pursuing this anymore, but we would like the court to admonish both sides of this issue to cease and desist if there's a...
They shouldn't have done that. They should have said, all right, Gravely, you and your tit-for-tat game, bring it. Gloves off. Full disclosure.
any communications or with
If
witnesses.
he didn't have something to hide, he wouldn't have agreed to an agreement. That's my opinion. I'm getting angry.
Either on the stand or otherwise, so that we can just move on from this. So whatever was done, and we could literally spend the next 5 days on this.
The state agrees, and we as part of that are asking that you set free the cell phones of the individuals as well.
I want to see his chicken
So,
wing.
as I understand, and this is
after the slip.
conclusive,
Okay, I'll just be quiet.
final and binding. This is the last we'll hear about it. And neither side is going to raise the issue at any point.
Unless there would be new behavior.
Correct. I think that's accurate.
Correct.
And one other thing, maybe admonish Olivia about mouthing things or to her father, to our client, because that apparently has been going on, and so that's how this all sort of started in the first place.
I think the court could do that outside the presence of the jury. The court could.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. When she comes back in, I will mention it to her. For those who are here, if we already have your cell phone, we're going to return them now. If your phone is identified as being out of your purse, handbag, or pocket, it will be collected. And
there's only what?
I don't know when you'll get it back. So if you need your phone or want your phone, keep it where it's supposed to be, because it could be literally years before you see your phone again. Any question? Anybody? Okay. Thank you.
I'll be back.
All right. Take a short break.
now we thank Feelhammer Media for remastering. We've got an hour and 45 minutes of torture.
Oh, the hour has arrived.
Oh,
Okay, you're down.
Oh my goodness, he's a comedian. Someone quick book him a gig on Jimmy Fallon.
I asked before, I believe that.
All right, let's continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, have you ever heard the, it's on YouTube, nugget biscuit, nugget and a biscuit, nugget, dip it all in mashed potatoes. Look it up, it's really funny. Nuggets, chicken nuggets, nugget and a biscuit. All right.
I'm going to ask the same question that I asked before. I believe the objection was overruled.
Can't remember that far back.
He has chicken nuggets tucked in his robe. Why does that not surprise me?
On May 18th, 2020, the day before your mom had gone to look for Mr. Gutierrez, your mom had told you that she was concerned that her friend was missing.
I don't recall that personally.
Do you recall your mom talking to you at all about Mr. Gutierrez the day before?
Absolutely not.
So she didn't do that?
My mother and me never had a conversation about Mr. Gutierrez ever.
But she talked to her
except
dad
for
about his
after.
horticulture and selling of
So prior
harvest.
to when your mom went down to Kenosha to look for her friend, she had never told you anything about Mr. Gutierrez.
In fact, that day that you're talking about, I was sitting at home. I was doing homework when I kept on calling my mother. I was trying to figure out where she is. She wasn't home on time. And I was just overall just like, where is she? And so when I had called her, she had said, you know, something happened. I'll be home shortly, and then returned about 2 hours later and told me that we needed to go to Kenosha County.
Okay, so again, I just want to be clear. Prior to that moment, she had never discussed Mr. Gutierrez with you at all?
No.
Nothing about him?
No.
Nothing about his family?
No.
Nothing about his friends?
Not like that.
Nothing about his kids?
Yes.
Okay, so she did talk to you about him.
There was
I'm just going to pause for a moment. I just discovered, okay, for starters, I can't open this.
I'm about to tell you might not be what you want to hear.
Oh, this guy's got 1.16 million subscribers. There's actually a 10-hour loop of this song. This has had 41 million views. Trying to find the link. Hold on. Nugget and a biscuit. Watch it at your leisure. Nugget and a biscuit. Oh, I didn't give it a thumbs up. There we go.
minor conversation when she had found the phone. And when she found the phone, it was
Funny how her recollection of these events don't quite come to the tip of her tongue quite as quickly. So she's blinking and looking around.
that time was when I told her that I had seen a video of Mr. Gutierrez, and she tried to tell me that he was not a bad person and how he had kids and how that he just wasn't overall what my dad was saying to me about him.
So then, just to go back, she had talked to you about him.
Correct. I'm sorry, I did not remember correctly.
Okay. And didn't you also have a conversation with him after about who he was after you were riding in the car with your mom and you saw a phone call come in that was for Junior?
What do you mean? While we were on our way to Kenosha, did Mr. Gutierrez call my mom? Is that?
No, prior to that date, was there a time where you were in the car with your mom and Junior called her and you asked your mom who Junior was?
No.
That never happened?
No, that was a different time.
Okay, that was a different time. So
that conversation did not happen in the car.
Did you ever see him call your mom from the car?
No, not from the car.
Do you remember a time too where you...
Counsel, I'm just going to object because you stated a fact that the call that was talked about, testified to, was Leo, not Junior.
I beg your pardon?
The testimony previously that she's accessing, that she's mentioning, was a call from Leo, not Junior. So she said Junior.
I apologize. I'll rephrase to Leo. When you were in the car, did you see a... Mike.
The objection was... He said... Now I made this smaller. Because you stated the fact that the call that was talked about, testified to, was Leo, not Junior.
In
something about
a car. Was there ever a time where in the car someone named Leo called your mom and you saw that?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember it at all?
I don't remember that at all.
Okay, because it didn't happen, or you just have no memory of it?
I just don't have a memory of it.
Okay. You would say you have a pretty good memory, though, correct?
Objection. I guess it's speculative. People ranking their memory.
Exhibiting another one of his tells. As soon as she's over a target,
is it relevant?
I don't remember what the objection. No, I'm.
Objection.
No, I think most people have
her.
an assessment of their own memory abilities, and it may not be accurate, but they all have, just like some people think they're really good athletes, and other people look and think not so.
Yeah, she did say that her vision is 20/20, although I'm not sure how that.
She should answer. She should answer the question.
Yeah, go ahead. Have glasses.
It's been 3 years. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to remember, and there's a lot of stuff that you don't remember, and you remember some of the more important things that happened.
Or the stuff that was beaten into your
I don't
brain.
understand what your question is.
Probably because it was.
I was just asking about asking whether you think you have a pretty good memory in general.
It's fairly decent.
Memory before lunch.
Do you remember giving a?
She's after lunch. Maybe she.
Do you remember meeting with an individual and speaking with them about this matter in June of 2020?
Which one? There were several.
There was one where you had gone and you were in a room with just a lady. It was just you and a lady.
Okay.
It was close to, I believe, your home. It wasn't down here. She had shown you some pictures. Does that help give you a little bit of context?
Maybe. Okay. I know a couple of people who did that with me, so maybe. Yeah.
Do you remember her asking about what,
she had shown you some pictures?
So asking questions about your dad.
What do you mean?
She asked you a question about your dad, and you had told her that you had a memory about how you were sitting in the living room and your dad came in and said the TV's not going to raise our daughter. Do you remember telling about that memory of yours?
I have to say that your purpose is to impeach the witness. This is not the proper form of question.
It's not.
And if you're trying to refresh her recollection, then you can use a refreshment device.
Okay.
Okay, so
but what you're doing now is kind of a
sure. I understand. It's just it's a video,
nice
so I'd have to play the video.
Baseball games to call balls and strikes in this.
Well, can you identify the person conducting the interview?
Reprimands her versus
I don't know her name, and I don't believe the witness would remember her name, but I don't have the name. It was a forensic interview.
I remember what Gravy and my mom told me to remember.
I don't remember her name.
I saw the look on the court's face. Heard that.
Oh.
Yeah,
you made
Judge,
another funny look at that. The judge is just.
I guess I'm going to object to relevancy about something that is not related to this case. An incident about TV not raising someone sounds.
How is that
potential
relevant?
other acts sounds like it's confusing to the presentation. Irrelevant.
It's not, and I don't want to say why it's not relevant in front of the witness.
Well, I don't want to hear that it is relevant without any reason for me to conclude that.
Broker Baker says,
I can't believe we're in a situation where we don't even know
one
who
of the first things we thought as laymen is that we should assess the credibility.
Yeah, it was something that was provided late. That
I really don't know.
was. I didn't think I was even going to have to go into it.
That's not answering my question.
Yeah.
Look at this.
I mean, I could pull it up and figure it out if I could pull up the reports. I just don't have it in front of me right now.
Well, find it.
Spotty member and overemphasis on weird stuff. Yeah, we noticed that while you were sleeping, whilst you were dreaming of muffins.
It's curious.
With pink skirts.
Well, it is a forensic interview. It's a.
Well, what does that mean?
It's one of those CACs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't know who's involved, or
it's an out of county individual in a different county who is conducting an interview for entirely different purposes, is my understanding, and she's asking questions regarding other topics, and I fear that
there's no written record of it.
No,
it's a video, but
there's no written record of it.
Correct. There were no reports provided to the defense about that. It was just the video.
Again, it's document. It's an item that came from out of county.
Try to dig it out
for breathing.
I am, Judge. I have it.
So
I have it here. I'd have to play it to see if I can hear the name. Can I go in the back?
Oh, don't go by my
blinking. Are you familiar with the particular interview that
we've had some
basing our questions
on YouTube where
upon?
it tells me I'm disconnected, but then I'm checking Rumble.
No,
and
you what?
I'm familiar with
I'm
what she's
talking
asking.
and
I understand what she's asking.
All right, try again.
To the internet. How does that happen?
Do you remember telling that individual about a memory you had from when you were 1 year old?
Objection, irrelevant. Irrelevant what she thought what happened when she was 1. Nothing to do with this case.
It doesn't seem to be relevant.
Again, I'd be able to explain it. I do not want to explain it in front of this witness for very legitimate reasons, Judge. I can approach with counsel.
You lawyers and the defendant and the witness go in the library and have briefly tried to get to the point we need to get to.
And the witness? I want the witness. I'm confused.
I don't want the witness and the defendant in the same room. Is that what the court? I don't know what the court suggested precisely. I thought you were just saying the lawyers should do something. I apologize.
Well, I was trying to avoid sending the jury out of the room again.
Totally understand.
Well, we can go back. I was just saying I don't think the witness needs to be back there.
He can remain out here for a sec.
That's fine.
But you lawyers go back there and see if you can bring this to where we need to be. And you can go with him, Mr. Anderson, please. You don't want to? He's waving me off and saying he doesn't want to.
We have another dead space. Okay, now is a good time to 1,323 days. Zachariah has been incarcerated over a case such as this. Somebody should snip out the cat fight on MLS's last night live stream. I did snip part of the beginning of the cat fight on Detective John's channel. Do you want to hear the cat fight? Let me see if I can find it. What did I call it? Did I call it cat fight? I'll find it. And he just patiently sits there. Sent. Oh dear, I'm going to run into trouble, I bet, here. Oh, that's what I called it. Oh, I did know that there is a Discord interface into OBS. I do not know how it works. Okay, this is 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Thank you, Judge. Because of...
Let's see if it'll play on this. Oh, no, it won't. Hold on. Open with media player.
Hello?
Here.
Hey,
Hey.
I'm not in here to debate anything. All I'm going to say is I am watching the chat. J Lord, I can promise you one thing, honey bun. If you really believe for 5 seconds these shit that you just typed out, that you're going to beat my ass, I will personally email you my address. Bring it, because you will leave bloodied and unrecognizable. Do you understand?
So she's talking to a moderator in the chat.
I didn't see that. So I'm not condoning that, J Lord. You know, don't do that.
This is the
stuff,
cat fight
okay?
from last night, the
If you
beginning of
think
it.
Anyway.
for 5 seconds that I am someone to fuck with, you're out of your mind. Because let me tell you something. I've broken bones. I almost killed a guy and I was only 14 years old just because I hit him in his little face too hard, shoved his nose into his brain. Keep fucking with me, because there is one thing I'm learning from your boss here, and that is slander and threats can wind you up in jail. And if you think I can't sleuth, bitch, think again.
Isn't she a
All
treat?
right.
That's all.
Well, I hear you.
I tell you, this man has the patience of Job. He opens up the, open debate, open panel. Yeah, that was the beginning of it last night. Remember when I was two-timing everybody over at the MLS New Year's thing? That was the beginning. So earlier, Teresa was in the chat. I met her last night, and Summer was in the chat. Met her also last night on Detective John. That was the beginning. And the next couple hours was something else. That's kind of why he started his channel, because well, let's just say he's kind of like the Dan Bongino of the true crime community, keeping people honest. Like I said, my fear is to tune into one of his live streams and have him go, "That Crime Spies is full of crap, telling lies." That would scare me. Anyway.
Of potential issues down the line, and what the state then would try to get into, and we've decided to not go down this road and to move on.
That was an 11-hour live stream.
Any comment on that?
That was sort of towards the beginning.
Council can make her own record about what happened. She's indicating she's not going to go on. So
All right.
that's fine.
Thank you. So after, so before you talked about how you...
Okay, sorry for the squirrel here, but the person that she was addressing, that's one of his moderators. She had, the episode, well, his link is in the description box below for his channel, Crime Analysis 101. And it's the video from last night. And the woman with whom she was addressing came up on panel, and then the two of them talked about it. But prior to that, I'm pretty sure he probably has this live chat replay on. Prior to that, J Lord was explaining the abuse that she's endured at the hands of her former abuser. I'm telling you. And then apparently, so he responded back to me, because I was on a show for maybe like a half an hour late. And last week I think I was on for like a couple, 2-3 hours. And Broken Baker never invites me on, so just kidding. And he had said that after, so while he was live, and he normally does one on like Saturday night, which he did one a few days ago. And then last night was just very impromptu. I mean, he had like almost 200 people the whole time in that 11-hour stretch. And it was wild. But apparently, a few of the people's channels went on, and then they just sat and trashed him. All I can say is not very many people would put themselves out there and say, "Bring on the heat." I don't know. I think he's great.
You never talked about your mom about who Leo Jr., Mr. Gutierrez was, but now we've heard there was a time where you were in the car that Leo called and you had a conversation about who he was at that point or soon after.
Okay. So the question is argumentative. To indicate she first said something and now she's saying another is an argumentative question.
Well, it's overall.
You can answer.
Repeat your question. I don't understand.
Sure. So you're in the car. You see that this phone call comes in from Leo, right?
She indicated she did not remember that. Objection. That's been asked and answered.
Yeah.
I thought she said.
I thought she just nodded her head yes. Did I see wrong?
No. What?
What's?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
Well, and I apologize. I thought previously you said you did remember receiving that call, so that you don't remember happening.
No.
So how about a time that you went through your mom's cell phone and saw a text with Mr. Gutierrez?
What are you asking about that time?
Did that happen?
Correct.
And then you confronted your mom about him then, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't have, and she didn't have a conversation with you about that?
No.
Okay. So after your mom goes down to Kenosha, she comes back and she tells you about what she thinks happened. Did that happen?
We're on May 19th now?
Correct.
Okay.
I just didn't know if I say May 19th, would you know what day I'm referring to as to what occurred?
It wasn't about what she thought had happened. She came in the house and told me, I think one of my friends was hurt pretty bad. And that's really all she had to say for me to get it.
When was this?
What do you mean for you to have to get it?
To understand what she meant by that.
And what did you take that to mean?
Pause.
Can I skip this question, please?
I'm afraid not.
Okay. I knew something bad had happened.
She comes back and she tells you about what she thinks happened. That happened. We're on May 19th now, correct? Okay, I just don't know if I say May 19th, would you know what day I'm referring to as to what occurred? It wasn't about what she thought had happened. She came in the house and told me, I think one of my friends was hurt pretty bad. And that's really all she had to say for me to get it. What do you mean? What time was this? Was this before she went over?
To a person who I knew about. Who in my head I knew about.
So in that moment, you knew that your mom basically was telling you something bad had happened to Mr. Gutierrez.
She didn't really specify names at the time when she just said that, my friend was hurt pretty badly.
I'm saying not about what she said, but trying to clarify more what you took it as. So when you said that you knew someone was hurt really bad, did you think that someone was Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Why was that?
From what had happened on my birthday morning.
And you knew that your mom had gone down to Kenosha to Mr. Gutierrez's place?
Absolutely.
So she told you that?
No.
So you were tracking her?
Correct.
How were you tracking her?
On Dad's laptop, on his desk.
So you had access to your dad's laptop on his desk on that date?
I did not log into it. He set it all up, and I was sitting in front of it, and he was taking care of the boys downstairs.
Oh. Do we have records of this?
So this is on May 19th?
No.
When was it?
I'm talking.
Sorry. No.
We were talking about May 19th when your mom came home and she had told you that something bad had happened to her friend, and you said you took that to mean something bad had happened to someone, and that I had then asked you if it was Mr. Gutierrez that you thought it was. You had said yes because of what had happened. I then asked you how you knew your mom had gone down to Kenosha to go check on Mr. Gutierrez, and you, I asked you if she
Sorry,
had
I
told
didn't understand your question.
Okay. So
She must have gotten
back to May 19th, 2020, how did you know your mom was going to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
I did not. I had just come home from school. I was doing homework.
Who was there with you when you got home from school?
No one.
And so you didn't know she was going to see Mr. Gutierrez?
I had no idea. And, it wasn't very uncommon for me to come home and my parents weren't there. So I didn't really think anything of it until hours started going by.
I want to go.
She's on her Chromebook at home. I heard them say earlier Chromebooks. My kids all had Chromebooks. They were home.
Computer on the desk. We were clearly not seeing eye to eye there, which is fine. What date were you referring to when you were tracking your mom?
In between my birthday and Mr. Gutierrez's disappearance. So I don't remember the exact day.
Okay. And was that the only time you went on your...
Actually, to be honest, Feral Housewife who was in school May 2020. I mean, did DeSantis? I'm not even sure DeSantis had the kids back in school by then. No, he didn't. He was, I'm pretty sure he was the one that they went all back to school in August or September.
Your dad's computer?
Yes.
So she said she comes home from school, but she was...
And when you went on his computer, did you have to put in a password?
No, like I said, he had already logged into the computer and it was all set up. He just basically told me to watch where she was going.
Okay. Did you take any screenshots when you were doing that?
Wait a minute.
No, actually, I didn't.
She said she was... Okay, sorry. She said she came home and no parents were there. But yet she's tracking... I mean, am I getting this wrong? She gets home. The attorney here asked if any parents were home, and she says no, and then goes into a little, well, it's not uncommon for me to come home and my parents aren't home. So then when did her dad tell her to track her mom? And how did she get home from school when nobody had school? You were going through your Chromebook to the virtual classrooms. Unless you lived in Florida, and even then I think people were still at home. I think DeSantis was the no mask, go back to school in the fall.
Didn't have a phone like that.
No social distancing.
Oh, so
I didn't have the ability to do that.
So were you on a phone or were you on the computer?
I was on my dad's desktop, but I did not have a phone to screenshot anything or screenshot anything on that computer.
Was it a desktop or a laptop, if you remember?
A desktop.
Okay.
And
pause. Now, this computer I have, it goes to sleep. Well, if I tell it to, but if I wait, I'll go downstairs to make a sandwich and decide to do some dishes and maybe, take some laundry or whatever, it goes to sleep. I didn't even know at what duration. I just come back and it's sleeping. And then when I wake it up, I have to put in my PIN number on my MacBook. It goes to sleep. When it wakes up, I have to put in my password.
After going back to May 19th now, I'm sorry to take that little detour. I wanted to clarify what you were saying before. On May 19th, then, when your mom came home, then you went to the police department here in Kenosha?
Correct.
And during that car ride, you talked about what was going on and what was going to happen, right? When you arrived at the police station.
I don't quite understand.
When you were in the car right here, was it explained to you about where you were going and why?
Briefly.
And what did you understand you were going to do?
Well, my mother didn't know this at the time, but I understood what was going on.
When you were 11?
Like, I understood more about the situation. And when we got there,
I wish my daughter was home. I'd like to interview her,
you don't really have a choice. You kind of just have to go in there and tell.
Unrehearsed.
And you previously had said that your mom didn't really talk about Mr. Gutierrez. And you also said that you had talked to your mom about the events that happened the night of your birthday, the early morning hours of your birthday day.
Eventually, yes, I did. I had
12.
very traumatic experiences from that. So, yes.
Oh, that seemed to.
When did you have those conversations with your mom, if you remember?
Just objection, just as to vagueness. Are you referring to discussions about what happened on her birthday night, that the April 24th event? I'm confused about what you're asking.
Well, I guess it's because
over the Target Swiss cheese, one of the holes.
You're saying there was no times where your mom discussed Mr. Gutierrez with you, correct?
I disagree.
So were there times where you brought up Mr. Gutierrez with your mom?
And how long
yes.
have you dated?
When do you remember when?
Really
it was not before
Don't you think
all of
you'd
this.
Like solidify a relationship?
So it was only after.
Correct.
And when I said after all of this, I don't want to put words in your mouth. So if you could just tell me, like,
after my dad was arrested, when we were sitting.
Okay, so you only told her all the details about
after
everything you knew after.
Yes. I did not tell her everything.
Oh, so you're a little liar. Or maybe...
Do you remember, so now on that May 19th date, when you're here in Kenosha, you're having the interview with detectives, do you remember having to stop or asking to stop the interview to be able to go ask your mom a question?
Yes.
And when you went to go speak with your mom to ask her a question, it was about whether you could, and without going into the details of what it was about, whether you could go into something with the detectives.
Correct.
Soon after that May 19th date, and I'm going to give you a date. If you don't remember, that's fine. Just let me know. But on May 22nd, 2020, do you remember meeting with or speaking with a detective over the phone?
That possibly could have happened, yeah.
Okay. And in that phone call, you were talking about your dad's flip-flops. And so we have those now, and I just want to show them to
Oh,
you.
why don't you get into a scuffle with a 200 and some odd pound man and some flip flops, and then with your bad back, roll him up into a tiny piece of carpeting, and whisk him out of the apartment without any drag marks, or frankly, anything on your nice white shirt. Throw him in the back of the minivan, let it sit back there while you casually go into Walmart, breaking a few rules with respect to social distancing. And oh no, Bobby's power went out again. How are you seeing us with no power? Cellular phone, I'm assuming. Do you have a generator? Okay, all of you, watch Dan Bongino. Make sure your food supply is in order, your emergency food supply. It's always good to have battery operated like flashlights, generator if you have the money for it, satellite phone, ham radio, if you will.
Uncle, I'm just going to ask you not use the name if you can help it. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's hard.
Not like I
Yep,
try.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sure she wouldn't have thought of that. Dingleberry.
I'll
Hey,
show
is
you one of
Baker
them.
still in here? Has he seen
Yeah.
our little orange? Oh dear, I'll be quiet.
Yes. Do these look like your dad's flip-flop? Okay, the ones he'd wear in weird ways.
That's probably why they look like that.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sure there's all kinds of the victim's blood in.
And these were the flip-flops he was wearing on the 16th and 17th.
When I saw him last.
Yeah.
Are they the same ones that are in the photographs that they took of Zachariah after they, brought him in for questioning? Question mark? Same ones? The ones he didn't take off unless he was cutting trees at the tree farm?
Into evidence defense exhibit 319.
No objection.
Dude.
I bet Gravely was one of those people that licked the frozen.
Then,
pineapple.
after May 22nd, 2020, again, I'm going to give you a date. If you remember, it's fine. If not, it's cool. November 6th of 2020. Do you remember Detective Anschutz coming to your mom's house?
Yes.
Okay. And, do you remember in that, interview, telling Detective Anschutz about the phone that your dad had given you, the Motorola G6?
Yeah.
And your testimony is that your dad had given you that phone?
Yes.
Didn't take the phone without his consent?
No.
Were there times where you had taken people, during this time frame, were there times where you had taken people's phones without their consent?
Objection, Judge. It's improper impeachment of this witness, irrelevant.
Again of his case.
Rephrase your question.
If I had to do over again,
During
I would have
this
made a
time
list of
frame,
those, too.
you had taken a phone from a family member, correct?
Again, Judge, this allegation is irrelevant and is improper impeachment.
No.
Overruled.
Good. All right. Well.
Go ahead. Yeah. Does she know the answer?
Yeah, you can answer it. Sorry.
Yes. On that one.
That was yes.
Yes.
Do you remember that part of Eddie Murphy?
And do you remember in that interview as well telling detectives that actually, I want to go back to the chainsaw statements that you were talking about earlier. You had said that what happened, can you walk us through again what happened with that chainsaw when you got to the tree farm on the 16th?
He took it out of the back trunk and he walked it into the barn and they were looking at it. They meaning my dad, my grandpa, my uncle, and so who's there and me.
And you told that to the detectives when Detective Anschutz came to your house. That's when you gave him that statement, right?
Action. How would she remember what statement she gave certain
I
information?
don't know. She sure remembered a whole lot of shit when you were questioning her.
Overall,
idiot.
Sorry, you can answer it.
I'm not sure I understand what your question is.
You had told detective, maybe you don't remember when or with what detective specifically, but you had told them at one point that your dad took the chainsaw and out of the vehicle.
Yeah, and took it out of the vehicle and took it into the barn.
And then did he put the chainsaw then back in the vehicle?
Correct, and we took it home, and then he took it out once we got home.
The same one?
Correct.
Do you remember telling detectives that your dad took a different chainsaw home with them when they left and left the original one there?
It could be that I said that, yeah. I don't remember.
Is that what happened?
I'm not sure if that's what I said originally, then that statement probably has the best memory.
So your memory today then is that you're not sure actually what happened with the chainsaw.
I have recollection of it being taken out and put back into the vehicle.
The same one?
Same
I'm not sure.
Same chainsaw.
The same chainsaw?
Possibly.
Okay. But you're saying whatever you told detectives closer to that date would have been the most accurate thing.
Correct. This was 3 years ago.
Understandable.
Yes, but those, I don't know, rewind a few hours and you were sharp as a tack and that was before lunch. Even Poppy says, "Aw, man." She's, I think in her kitten language, she's like, "This is baloney."
Do you remember telling law enforcement that your dad had a storage unit?
No.
How many times did she pause this?
I do not remember that.
Does your dad have a storage unit?
I have no idea.
Do we have transcripts of her interview with Such Gravely's going to chime in because he knows she's onto something. Do you remember her pausing this long before she entered?
Do you remember detectives asking you about the money that was in your dad's house?
I do.
And you told detectives that he would usually have a lot of money in the house and that you would count it, right?
I have counted that money before, correct.
Well, the question was whether you had told the detective that.
Oh, sorry, yes.
That your dad had a lot of money in the house.
Yeah.
And that you would count it.
Yes.
He just sits there and just takes all the.
Do you know
arrows.
anything about psychedelic mushrooms?
I do.
Again, watch the Adderall Diaries. I think that's what it's called.
Do you remember telling the officers about your dad experimenting with them?
Actually, I do, correct. The mushrooms in the fridge was actually what I was referring to, and I had found out that he was not selling those and that he was taking them himself.
Okay, maybe he watched the same
And
documentary
you
I
knew,
did
though,
several
that he
years
was
ago.
selling the marijuana.
I did know that.
So enough about all the detective talk, just some basic things about your dad and his house. A little bit more casual. He was trying to do work on the house, right?
The work was under construction, yeah.
And you would still go over there and play with your brothers and have a good time?
Yeah.
Skateboard, play basketball?
Yes, there were a lot of bad times during our family situation, but there were also good ones too, and the ones that you're mentioning are definitely good ones that I've had with him, yes.
And having bonfires in the back?
There's tons of good memories there. Yeah.
Would you have bonfires there?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't very frequent, but I mean, yeah.
And maybe it wasn't frequent because you weren't there every day. You'd go over. Let me just ask you, how often would you go to your dad's house?
What period? Just so
during the period we're talking about. So from like March of 2020 through to the last time that you were there.
I couldn't count how many, but there were very many times, barely many times that I was over there.
And were there times where your dad would come over to your mom's house too, and you guys would hang out there as well?
Yeah. It depended on the situation in the day.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish Lily was here. We could pull up a second chair and have her listen. All right, I'm going to go downstairs and get something to drink. I have no beverages. Just watch now. There's going to be a big giant pause as soon as I get down there. I don't know if Baker is still here, but before I go raid the fridge, let's do this. Open one more time.
So you were talking about how your dad would sometimes be over at your mom's house and that there would be certain, different reasons why.
Yeah.
Did your dad still have any belongings at your mom's house? If you know.
Maybe. I mean, my dad also traveled for work. So while he would, in between coming home and leaving, he would stay at his house. But when he would come back in town, he would stay at my mom's house. Oh. He would just sleep on the couch. So
maybe it wasn't so weird.
I mean, I'm sure there was some of his stuff there, maybe still.
Okay. And by stuff, I mean like some clothes, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. No, nothing further. Subject to recross. Thank you.
Oops.
During this time period of, from the date of your birthday until resolution.
Beryl just said like his old jacket. Huh. I don't know. Maybe his jacket was at her house. And then at a certain point, I mean, he was arrested, 13 hours later for stalking? And maybe in their discovery, come across that shirt that they sure like to show all over the place of that, what do they call that, sheepskin lined flannel shirt? Pretty sure Sam's got one similar. And they'd like to show that around. Maybe when he did laundry, he, left it over there. And then she thought she would just get rid of it. I mean, I think we've learned over the last couple of years to be suspicious when you see things over and over and over again. And there are no facts behind it. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't put it past this guy here, Dingleberry.
Leo Gutierrez went missing and you came and spoke to the cops. Was the defendant spending any overnights at your house during that period of time?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. And when you were asked about a storage unit and said you don't remember anything about that, do you remember telling a detective that the defendant had told you once he had to go leave to go to a storage unit one day? Do you remember saying that to a detective?
Oops.
Could have happened. I don't remember saying that personally, but maybe.
You were shown a pair of flip-flops. Did your dad have, during this period of time, did the defendant have multiple pairs of flip-flops or just one single pair of flip-flops at a time, if you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you were asked about the interview with law enforcement where you asked for a pause and you asked if you could go ask your mom a question. Do you remember that?
I did.
What was the topic that you wanted to ask your mom if you could bring up to law enforcement?
I'm going to object to relevance. I specifically, when I asked the question, asked her not to go into details of what that was about.
Right. So right now it's left as something suspicious. She should be able to give an answer about what it was. You can't more clearly open the door.
We're going into other acts of evidence, Judge.
Well, I don't know.
I know. I know.
Well, actually,
Judge, let me just say, it's the same stuff we've talked about already. It's the same.
No.
Okay.
Let's take a short break, 10 to 12 minutes. Please can talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. See you then.
Bill Hammer has cut this out. Thank you again so much. His link is in bullet point number 1 underneath the video.
It's in a transcript, so we actually, all parties know what the interaction is. Counsel provided me a transcript that has the interaction. And then when she came back out, that's when she began to talk about the marijuana growth. So what she's about to say is...
Yeah, no, that's not what she actually went to talk to her. It was partially what she went to go talk to her mom about, but it was about an unregistered gun in California. That was the main point of it. That's what I have an objection about. If you want to talk about the marijuana stuff, be my guest. We've already had a ruling on that. But I think as far as an unregistered gun, that hasn't come in at all, and that it wouldn't be relevant at this point.
Agree. And so if you would just caution her to not bring up the gun
tie your
and
tie
only
so
bring
it covers your gut.
I mean, her answer will be a simple answer. I'm not going to. I've already talked to her about the marijuana. I'm not going to go into detail again.
But it wasn't
redirect. And I understand now. I understand, counsel, what
he
your
just cuts
concern
her
was.
off and just he thinks
but
he
if
rules
you simply
the roost
indicate to her,
here.
please don't mention the gun, I think she'll simply answer. I came back in and spoke about the marijuana that was being grown at my dad's house. Then we'll be concluded with that. We'll have an answer to that question. We'll be able to move on. I'm almost done.
But that wasn't, she only asked Sadie about whether she could, and she's here, she can speak for herself, but that whether she could go into the details about the unregistered gun. Sadie then said, what? I have no idea about that, but you should tell law enforcement whatever you think you should be told. Then she went back and talked about the unregistered gun. She was already talking about the marijuana. That wasn't something that she sought or ran through with her mom. It was my understanding and how I watched the video when she goes into the room with her mom. It's about the gun.
So, Your Honor, I don't understand how counsel asks the question behavior. On May 19th. Did you take a moment to ask if you could talk to your mother? And then did you go talk to your mother? And then did you come back after speaking to your mother? The answer, so those were the questions. How is that not opening the door to another discussion? When you ask all those questions preliminarily, you don't get to just live with an answer that is not accurate and is the most suspicious answer, would be my retort, right? So I'm simply telling the court, I am willing to defer and not go to the gun because what she did then was do almost all of her substantive discussion about the marijuana. But it is true that she came back and also talked about an unregistered gun. I'm not asking to bring that up. because from my perspective, the marijuana is answer enough, because I don't think she gave virtually any marijuana evidence until after that break. So I'm not even, but you know, you can't more clearly open the door. That's all. Thank you, Judge, for letting me argue that.
Did he have a choice? I think he's snapping.
What is the objection that's being made?
See, he doesn't even know. So for starters,
Is this,
Dingleberry and his little rant there.
For some prophylactic purpose, or is this
prophylactic purpose?
What I'm soliciting, I'm not even sure they're opposed to it at this point.
Then why did you just...
I am opposed to it.
Well, go ahead.
Sure. I am opposed to the representation that she went there to go talk about the marijuana, because that wasn't why she went to go talk to her mom. Now
I understand that. So now understanding that, I am asking to bring in the unregistered gun, because counsel believes that is the answer to the question she asked of the witness. She asked, and so I went through all those questions to the court.
The wing.
The answer is she came back and wanted to discuss an unregistered firearm and a marijuana grow operation. The court, the jury's already heard about the rest of it.
There it
but
goes again.
What was solicited by the defense was on May 19th. Did you ask to speak to your mom and take a break?
Notes.
Did you have a meeting outside of law enforcement to take that break? And then did you come back in and only after that break? Suggesting that Sadie Beecham has improperly suggested information to her, right? That what a jury would conclude reasonably from that exchange?
Well, I think there's been times a lot during this trial where we recognize as practitioners that there are certain details that would not be admissible, and we've asked questions in the way of, without going into the details of what that was, just like with Marquand Washington, without going into the details about what your conversations were with Mr. Anderson. Did you have conversations with him about certain things that you bonded over? Yes. So there's always going to be things that potentially there's a lingering, oh, what was that about? But when we look at probative value and other acts evidence and whether it's come in, I don't think that here, when my question was, I did ask that question and I specifically said without going into detail. But I don't think that it's relevant. I don't think that its probative value outweighs the prejudicial effect.
Why are you asking these questions? What is your purpose?
He never comes back at Gravely
makes
and
a
says,
perfectly good point. That it would, when it gets just dropped there, it leaves a very different message for the jury.
Well, when it just gets dropped there about things that the state's witnesses did, that leaves a bad image for us too.
Why don't you answer the question I asked?
Do you see the snark? He just talks down to her.
I asked it to go along with our theory of defense, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
But which is Sadie Beecham put her up to it. That's the theory of the defense here. And so the truth, the honest answer, which we all know. I mean, this is a transcript, right? So counsel knows the answer to that question when she asked it. It's not like this is an unknown answer. We all have a transcript.
You don't know the answer to.
She wants to create this suspicion, but not have the honest answer in front of a jury as to what that's about.
Something to that effect.
But I'm at this point, I guess, what is an anticipatory objection.
She's objected. The true answer to this question is...
I don't think I didn't necessarily, we kind of took this as an offer of proof.
But counsel, you objected to me asking, what did you come back and say? That was the question you objected to. So the true answer to that question is what I came back and said was that my dad had an unregistered firearm in California, and I talked about his marijuana growing operation, right? Those are my words. That's my paraphrase. But that's what she came back and talked about after asking her mother. And we have a transcript of the dialogue with her mother. So we all the parties know what was said in that room when the cops were gone. And you know what her mom said, Judge?
And
her mom said,
wait a
if
minute.
I didn't even know about.
Solomon said in one of his interviews, I think it was with Broken Baker, or maybe it was on the podcast, the Wrongful Podcast, which I think one of the links just dropped in. I don't know why all of those. Yes, check out the new podcast, Wrongful, available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, iHeart, and more. Episodes 5 being released Wednesday. Final episode 6 being released on Thursday. But I'm pretty sure Soloman said that Zachariah was not a 2A fan. What does she know about unregistered? That was my understanding, is that's not something he, entertained having.
About that thing you're talking about, just tell the truth. That's what the mom said.
I hate him.
So those are the true answers.
Dingleberry. Drink some water, Dingleberry.
So at this point, I'm asking the court permission to have her answer truthfully, because the door was busted open, and let her say, I'm aware of an unregistered firearm he had in California, and I'm aware of the marijuana grow operation. That's what I asked my mom, whether I should talk about.
Well, go ahead.
Okay.
Well, I guess this was a regular break, wasn't it?
You want us back
Oh, about
15 minutes ago? 4 days ago?
yeah. In about what's that?
I think they're just sitting.
I think I took a break, so yeah, I think most of them did. Yeah, she says only one.
So when are we back?
Let's start at 20 after. And that clock is not accurate.
7 minutes.
I said that earlier. At least he remembered that. Thank you, Veilhammer Media, for providing the remastered video audio of this. The link is in bullet point number 1 below. And your copious free time, if you could just rifle through the playlist with some thumbs ups.
I'm with you.
I'm pretty sure I've thumbed up all the ones leading up to this, but I will double check in my copious free time.
I wouldn't blame them.
Why doesn't someone just fix the friggin' clock? Well, you do have to change it twice a year. Although I thought Congress abolished that whole spring forward, fall back thing.
That used to be open. You
Chris, are
get
you
up
leaving?
there
Thank you for hanging out for a long time. I hope
But
you have a
then they locked
beautiful
it up.
new year. Please join us
that's
again
going back a few years.
for this shit show of a trial. I mean, we're on day 11. There is 6 more days of it. At this point, I mean, if he's only got one more witness after this, allegedly, supposedly, and then the defense takes over, then 11 hours. Yeah, 11 hours, 3 minutes, and 52 seconds. I'm starving. I've had some grapes and a little bit of trail mix. Also, for those of you who do live streams on YouTube, there was one we did on, I think it was Christmas Eve, that was 12 hours and 40 minutes. They're muted.
When I last was talking to you, I was...
And that one got cut off. Apparently, YouTube doesn't let you live stream for or they won't keep it recorded. So it's 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 54 seconds. I have food. It's downstairs.
Why they can't?
So I was, when I last was talking to you, I was asking you about a moment on the May 19th interview where you asked for a moment to speak to your mom. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when that happened, was it just you and her in a room for a while?
I want to say not for a little while, but a couple of seconds, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe a minute.
And did you ask your mom for some advice?
I did.
Okay. And what was your mom's advice to you?
To absolutely tell
Okay.
what I had asked her.
Okay. And so when you came, so at that point, did law enforcement come back in the room?
They told me to go back into the room, and then they kind of left me there for a little bit and then came back in and talked to me.
Okay. And when they came back and talked to you, and during this interview that we're talking about, your mom's not present, right? While this particular interview is going on.
No.
Okay. So when you came back, what was the information then that you wanted to then let the police know after you got back in the room?
I did tell the detective about the unregistered gun in California.
That who had an unregistered gun in California?
My dad.
Okay.
And then I also had talked about my dad growing and selling.
Growing and selling what?
Marijuana.
And that was at the residence?
Correct.
Now, you were asked a question previously on a cross-examination where you said that you had told your mom at first that you weren't there at her house on April 24th, the night before your birthday. Do you remember?
I was not.
Okay. I'm sorry, what? Do you remember telling her that you weren't there? You didn't, in other words, that you didn't do the peeking in the window personally?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And so I just wanted to ask you why you originally did not tell her that you were there. Why did you not want to tell her right away that you had been actually present?
I don't think that we can go into character. Is that? I'm not sure. I don't know how to answer this question without his character being involved in it.
Well, actually, if that's what his lawyer's job is to object, if she feels that the answer would get into that area. Sometimes character evidence does come in during a case. And it happened earlier on. I'm not sure if it was while you were here or not, but I made a special instruction to the jury that the evidence is not received for the purpose of showing that the defendant has a character trait or character, and for that reason is likely to have committed the crime charged. This evidence, for example, this reference to a firearm in California. And by the way, some of those laws have been ruled unconstitutional, but that's not really directly on point here. But it doesn't bear on whether he's committed the crime charged in this case. So I will instruct them now that they're not to consider it in deciding that he's a bad character and for that reason is more likely guilty of the crime charged against him. Any question about that? So that's my job in taking care of the character issue. You can just answer the question.
Okay.
Should I repeat the question or do you remember it?
You can repeat the question.
Okay. So my question was, why did you decide not to tell your mom right away that you had been present on April 24th and peeked in the window?
So growing up, I definitely groomed. So
I guess I'm going to ask that be struck.
She said she was groomed?
Sure, it's almost a legal conclusion.
Redirect.
Okay, I will do so, Judge. Thank you.
You can go ahead and answer.
Request.
I was basically controlled to do the things he was asking of me or instructed me to do. So I didn't have that freedom, if that's what you're asking. I still thought I wasn't allowed to talk to detectives or cops or any of that sort. So.
Okay. So now I'm asking about, so this is a different question now. Okay. So the topic now is that you were asked on cross-examination a bit what had happened when in terms of your dad looking in the windows and people looking in the windows when she and Rosalía were at the house on April 24th. Okay, so you said I did discuss it with, and then you said I told her I wasn't there. So you at first you told her you weren't there. You didn't look in the window yourself. Okay, and so my question was, why? This is about your mom. Why did you choose not to tell your mom that you were there and peeked in the window at first?
Because I was still under my dad's mentality.
I have no further questions.
Cross?
Yeah, thank you. The state asked you on redirect about different times you talked to law enforcement again. There were times in this case, though, where you not only talked to law enforcement, but the district attorney, correct?
Yeah.
And you've had meetings at the office to go over your testimony several times.
Not like that. I think it's the same way that the DA meets with their clients. I think there's not, we didn't discuss, I think we're discussing something.
No, I asked you, I'm sorry. The question was whether you met with the district attorney, you, not other people.
Yes.
Whether you met with the district attorney several times to discuss your testimony.
Not about my testimony, about the general.
Several times.
I cannot give you a number.
When you were at those meetings, you didn't talk about your testimony at all.
What do you mean by that?
You didn't talk about what you were going to say or what questions were going to be asked. None of that was touched.
I mean, to me, I think those are pretty fair questions to ask if you're a teenager.
So they were asked then?
I mean, yeah, if you're a teenager and you're being put on the stand, what are you going to ask?
What the attorney is asking?
Yes. My answer is yes.
You don't have to justify what happened. In fact, I'm going to tell the jury, actually, that it is quite common. In fact, it's expected that attorneys will meet with witnesses as much as possible before the trial for a large variety of reasons. Oftentimes, it reduces the number of breaks that the jury has to take. So that the lawyers are acquainted with what can be expected. It, over the years, sometimes develops a bad name of coaching, which is suggestive that witnesses are told to say things that are not accurate. That is not permitted. But it is normal for the district attorney to meet with the witness or witnesses and the defense attorney as well. Okay, any question about that? Okay, go ahead.
In meeting with, basically what I wanted to get is, you met with a lot of people many times.
Correct.
You talked on redirect about the unregistered gun in California, but you never saw that firearm, correct?
In what circumstance?
The unregistered gun was in California, right?
At one point, yes.
So you're saying then the gun wasn't always in California?
No.
What kind of gun was it?
Do you know?
I'm not aware of guns like that. I don't handle guns like that.
You said guns like that. What do you mean?
Meaning, I don't know. Meaning, I'm not familiar with guns like that, but I can tell you there was one.
What color was it?
Black.
Was it long, short? Can you describe with your hands?
It was short. It wasn't. It was probably a pistol of some sort. I'm not sure.
Okay, where did you see it?
It was at the Mech 1 house.
So you say that this unregistered gun is in California to law enforcement. Up until today, did you ever say anything about this gun being in Wisconsin?
When I had talked about this gun, there were other traumatic events going on in my life, so
You don't have to defend your answer.
I'm trying not to defend it. It's what happened. It's legitimately what happened. Like, there were other things going on, and this isn't something that's related even to this situation.
But if you
It's
listen,
not.
I'm not, don't take this as a scolding. I'm saying, listen carefully to the question and just try to answer just the question. And if there's more to be gone into, the lawyers will usually cover it.
I was threatened with that gun, for your information.
Judge, I'm going to ask that be struck. That wasn't my.
No.
Repeat your question.
It will come as no surprise to you that you're going to go into the library for a moment. Okay, what's up? I think I need to know more before I go any further with this. Would you talk into the microphone?
It had nothing to do with this situation. It had something to do with, I don't know how to answer this question.
Okay.
It's a hard question.
See if there's any lawyers in the hallway. Well, I want to let's see what's going on. Are you familiar with what's being discussed?
Yes, in the most general terms, and certainly we don't expect to go into it.
I was just...
Given how she's feeling right now, I will just leave it. I won't ask any further questions about the firearm.
Will that be the end of the discussion on this, or is there going to be more?
No, I don't.
I don't mean questioning. Is there going to be more? Is it going to play a role in the case at any point?
Well, I don't intend to. I never intended to bring up anything in any of these areas, and I don't intend to now.
I didn't either. That's why I asked her not to go into any specific detail.
Mr. Barth, would you come up, please? Isn't that Mike Barth back there?
Yeah, it is.
Come on up, would you? Would you come up, please?
No.
Would you do me the favor of taking on this lady as a client?
I certainly would.
All right. I'm going to appoint this man to represent you. Not that you need a lawyer, but to give you advice about how the law works if you have questions. Okay? His name is Michael Barth. And is the jury in the library?
The break room across the.
Yeah.
Take her to the soda room.
Thank you. Yeah.
Wait, I just don't understand why I mean,
Thank you. Okay. What she's talking about?
I'm honestly not, because this is new information about this firearm being here. This is the first time I've heard about this.
State, are you familiar with what she's referring to?
She has what?
Yeah, so in the most general terms, when we had met with her one time, she had discussed the firearm piece and then had relayed to us briefly a traumatic event surrounding the defendant, that firearm, and herself. And so that's...
And it's not an incident near in time.
Correct.
It's not
not what?
It's not near in time.
It's not near in time to this time frame we're talking about. It was, removed from that. So...
Yeah, I have no idea about whatever the state's purporting. It was never told to me.
Well, apparently the state doesn't think it's relevant, so I don't know if they would need to, but
That's fine. I'm just giving the court context because obviously I was just going into it because the state brought it up and I just wanted more answers. I didn't know asking this line of questioning, it would lead to this because I didn't know of this situation that they're claiming.
Well, the question is now to how to handle that with respect to the jury, and I guess if it's irrelevant to this case, then the jury could be so informed. She hasn't accused anyone in the presence of the jury as to having threatened her with fire. Am I right about that?
That's accurate. So maybe a curative instruction or something simple.
Is everybody okay with that?
A curative instruction that would say...
Just tell the I would just tell the jury.
The testimony about the gun is irrelevant and you should disregard it. And
Well, it's not irrelevant in the one aspect, which is it was something she was concerned enough about that she asked for her mom's permission to talk about it. But what she just described in terms of circumstances with the gun is something that the state believes is irrelevant.
That the state believes
is irrelevant.
Okay.
Then I'm going to ask.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Judge.
That's right.
I guess let me hear what you're going to propose first. Because I don't want to say something if it's good. Yeah.
My inclination is to tell the jury that we've gone to further depth in this subject, and that the statement that there was a threat made involving the firearm, it's not relevant to this case. There are no further details about it that would be relevant to this case, so that they should disregard it entirely.
I agree.
But those who agree are going to be bound forever to this agreement. So it's not going to be an issue that's going to pop up at some later time. Talk it over.
Feral housewife, we both said can't unring this bell at the same time. Not to mention the fact that even if he was appealed and even if it went to trial again, this has been out in the interwebs.
You, second row of, no, come forward. More. Right there. Out. You're leaving.
Who is that?
The spectator was reacting to the remarks which were being made, and I think it made pretty clear I wasn't going to tolerate that. Okay. It wasn't terribly disruptive, and the jury wasn't here, so if he returns tomorrow, he'll be allowed to come in.
I wonder who planted that. Wonder if she got a signal from her mom to throw out that little threatening remark that she just blurted out. Now, do it now. Perfect time. What's happening here? Are we having somebody? Ejected? Oh no, I got the spins.
No. Righty.
This is why well, in today's social media climate, some of those judges recently that have had anything outside the presence of the jury not broadcast is not such a bad idea. But again, the threatening remark was
I beg pardon?
Was out there. I mean, does she have any like details? Well, I don't know. Was that Rosalio's nug, perhaps? I shouldn't spread disinformation or I'll be on Detective John's
Instruction
show.
that simply says this line of questioning has been deemed irrelevant.
No. That was not what I proposed. That what the witness's last remark regarding a threat is agreed as irrelevant in this case, and the jurors should disregard it. That statement.
You can't.
The line of questioning was not contaminated. It was strictly what the witness said, and I'm not saying even that was contaminated. It's that particular comment, I'm told, is irrelevant to this case.
Yeah, my only question is, does it suggest that the witness has made some mistake by answering that way? Because I think the answer was a logical answer to the question. So I don't know if it suggests that to the jury.
And Judge, what I'd like to chime in here now is that obviously the defense objected to going into this unregistered gun in the beginning. Just got in, the state asked it. I asked some follow-up questions on it. The state knew all these things about what she had told them about this particular incident.
Actually, the question right now is whether you want to agree to.
I do want to agree. I was just trying to make a record, Judge, from the defense's perspective of the state. It's fine. It won't need it.
I applaud you for making your record as an attorney, but I also put in this stipulation that this closes the matter out, and it's not going to be the subject of any attention from the court hereafter. If everyone agrees it's irrelevant, that this to be disregarded, and it is that's in no way suggesting the child has not testified truthfully, only that any threatening behavior does not involve the defendant.
That's not true.
Yeah,
that's not true.
The threatening behavior is alleged to be from the defendant.
Not according to the testimony.
That's not what I.
It's not that was.
Here, let me see if you can see this. I can't see it though. View. Is that the view tab? Here. I can't see. Here, there's view. No. Okay, never mind. I will just read it from down here. I'm trying not to defend. So what's happening is legitimate. What happened? Like here were other things going on, and this isn't something that's relevant even to the situation. Oh, so he prefaced it with that. Were other things going on, and this isn't something that is related even to this situation. But don't think it's a scolding. I'm saying listen carefully to the oh, that was the judge. Question and just try to answer the question. Okay, so let's see. It wasn't. It was probably a pistol of some sort. I'm not sure where did you see it. It was at the Mequon house. So you can say that this unregistered gun is in California to law enforcement. Up till today, did you ever say anything about this nug being in Wisconsin? When I talked about this nug, there were other traumatic events going on in my life. So this isn't, you don't have to defend your, okay, then that's the judge. I'm saying listen carefully to the question, try to answer the question, and if there's more to be gone into, the lawyers will usually cover it. And then she blurts out, I was threatened with that gun for your information, judge. And then I'm going to ask that be struck.
Was not the testimony.
What was the testimony?
The testimony was that she was threatened. She didn't say who. She didn't say anything. There's no factual basis for that whatsoever.
That she was threatened with that firearm.
With this
She
firearm.
said she was threatened with that firearm, and then I excused the jury.
Right. Okay.
And
so
I did not, after that, hear any reference to the defendant having been associated with a threat.
But it was a kind of implied,
and
wasn't it?
interpreted what you said to me to confirm that. And then I thought, well, he's the DA. He'd know. But of course, you weren't the DA of wherever the threat allegedly took place, which is, quote, Wisconsin. But
oh my God. I'm going to interrupt again, but there's some really great things going on. For those of you who are in Fraser Crane mode, perhaps, you know, having us on your pillow next to you while you're studying the back of your eyeballs, hopefully not dreaming of dingleberries. Farrell had a good comment. And this is the last thing the jury hears from OA bad move defense. Oh, this. Zach wouldn't even let Soloman have his hunting rifle in his home. That's pretty much, that was either on the podcast or it was on one of his interviews. Zach made the ultimate decision here not to move for mistrial, though I can respect where I feel he's coming from. Really hard pill to swallow nonetheless. Chris Mullen, my understanding is that by agreeing to this, they cannot now use it on appeal. Correct. Agreed stipulations. Mimsy, I'm shocked it was agreed. Oh my God. Heavily implied. You've been behind bars for so long already and not wanting to put OA on the stand again. That's the impression I get. Hoping the jury would see the light and crushed when they didn't. Yeah, I think he just gave up here. Well, I think we opined, if you will. Detective John uses that word. We opined the other day that considering social media and mainstream media spinning up, if you will, these trials before they even start. Perhaps bench trials should be the new way to go about some of these. I still have a really difficult time that the jury pool in Rittenhouse is the same jury pool here. The judge is the same judge. In Rittenhouse, they could have just caved and, not wanting to buckle under the pressure, rioting, if you will.
Okay. Well, so the current state of the record is she says, I've been threatened with this firearm, but it doesn't say who threatened her.
Correct.
I see.
So I intend.
Is that your recollection?
I
took it as that she had said he
Have the
threatened, but I may be
transcribe
wrong.
lady read it back.
I don't recall
Okay.
hearing that.
You're definitely wrong.
Okay, here's counsel.
I'm wrong?
You're definitely wrong.
We are wrong. Okay.
You're never wrong.
I'm not used to being
No.
told that.
No, I would never, ever suggest that. But I think the way you phrased it
Soloman
was
back
accurate to sort of summarize it for the jury and then say disregard it and it's irrelevant
I
to
wouldn't
this
be
case.
laughing. I'd be throwing things.
Okay, I'm gonna try it again
May
now.
be
And this
imprisoned.
is if you agree to it. If you don't agree to it, by the way, the alternative is that we'll have to address it. I can't just leave it out there. So what I propose to do is to tell the jurors that the last response that was made
strange a drug
by
dealer arrested
the
in
witness,
South Dakota wasn't found with a nug.
we've examined it and the
You see how he
circumstances
sprinkles the little nuggets,
that it
the
is
little
irrelevant to this
crumbs,
case,
if you will.
and there was no accusation as to whose conduct she was describing when she referred to having been threatened.
He hated the rioters more than he gave a F about Kyle.
At all. So I don't. If the court is the court saying that because you think it provides them some ballast for then what we do, because I as far as I know, we have not examined the details of what she is saying happened in that regard, right?
Well, first of all,
I mean, I've just.
First of all, if
Where's my screaming goat? I don't think I fixed it. Oh, I did fix the goat.
we do examine it, and it turns out it does involve a defendant.
Right.
Here. It's quieter. God. Keep forgetting about the goat. Oops. We're pressing play.
Tell me how to avoid a mistrial.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just trying. I'm just trying to get wording that is fair.
Who's running this court?
I got where the court is.
I think an even cleaner way to avoid a mistrial is to just strike that entire question and answer period.
I don't understand how that's
Yes, the reference is done. Just
possible.
strike it completely.
So we don't agree to that, but we are willing to strike the last question or two.
No.
But the unregistered firearm was brought up, and the court has already given a cautionary instruction to the jury verbally about that. So they brought up, they opened the door. The state is not willing to leave a discussion under cross, as we described before, where the accusation is that there's improper discussion when there is an honest answer. But if we wanted to simply go back a couple questions in the inquiry from the defense and strike those and indicate the jury is to ignore those questions and answers, I'm agreeable to that.
This is why there acts evidence coming in when the state talked about how they want to ask about this gun. And the problem with them knowing this information because of a conversation they had, and the defense then left in a situation where the jury hears about an unregistered gun. Maybe I should find out a little bit more about that. And then it leads into this. I think because the witness has testified that Mr. Anderson had an unregistered gun in California and has now said that when this gun was here, allegedly, she was threatened with it, that the inference that's going to be left with the jury is irreparable if we do not strike everything about that unregistered firearm.
Well, I don't agree with that about the irreparable part. I don't agree with Mr. Gravely's suggestion because I did think that, well, I'll leave that at that. I am going to tell the jury that the last remark, which was made by the witness, does not relate to this case. She did not identify any specific person as having threatened her with a gun. And so it should not form any part of their consideration about this case.
Okay, have you ever done that with Snapchat? Oh, I think I can connect it. Let's see if you can see this. Can you see that? Oops. Where you put a Snapchat filter on the TV? I need a chicken one.
He thinks it is appropriate to share with you, and there may not be.
I need a chicken one for Dingleberry.
Then you'll know more. Or perhaps he won't share any. We'll find out.
Just on the point of the
used to do that for
court's proposal, and I think an addendum to that, excuse me, would be to not only give that instruction as to however many questions it was, but also to, because there's a serious slippery slope taint here, suddenly introducing a firearm into this, and to prohibit them from arguing about the firearm in their closing.
Oh, there's a chicken nugget one.
Even though it's apparently some of that.
I don't want to get into a negotiating session and try to handcuff the district attorney. Either you agree to it or not.
Well, let's
there's a chicken in the bathtub.
We'll confer.
And I will tell you, as I said a moment ago, one of the possible outcomes of this is a mistrial. I'm not telling you it will be. I would sleep on it before I make a decision like that. And I probably wouldn't want to do a cram down on anybody either, but be aware, you may end up there.
It doesn't work.
Understood. We'll confer.
All right. If you don't mind the jury's overhearing what you say. No, they're yeah.
This must be is this the end? This is the end. Or not.
Barth deems it necessary to give a report. He need not do so. Okay. What's your position?
No negotiation. Gravely knew exactly what he was doing on this
believe that
outburst
what the
of
court has
oil and was
proposed is
icing on
appropriate.
the cake. I
Agreed.
agree 100%.
And yeah, we'll move forward. And I think we're close to.
I think we're done.
I think we're done.
With the witness?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, so they
And I
just
don't
let
think you have any
just.
That's correct.
Okay.
Who
So
wants
let's
to
review
give?
one more time. I'm supposed to tell the jury that the last remark made by the witness with respect to having been threatened with a firearm is irrelevant to the case. and has nothing to do with this trial at all. And there has been no accusation as to whom the person doing threatening was. And so the jury should disregard it entirely, and it should not form any basis for their evaluation of the case.
Agreed.
Sounds good.
Okay, and this also closes this up, and I don't expect to hear later, at any point, any later complaint about the resolution of this matter.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with anything.
Put the witness back up there so we can.
If she's comfortable, but it isn't necessary.
So, I was threatened with that nug.
When we both have to say no further questions.
Then no
That's
further
fine.
questions.
I don't think she.
But you can do that. She can stay where she's at.
If I was
Very
a
good.
juror,
That's the
I'd have lots of
jurisprudence.
questions.
No, I think they're.
And I suppose you guys,
Yeah, stay back there.
I suppose you guys want to finish up now for the day.
Put her back up there.
I'll go for midnight if you want.
You probably would.
Oh my God, it's almost 1 a.m. How'd that work out, Judge? Oh, we're only... Thank you, Farrell, for letting us know we're only... I was going to add that. Give Send Go is $3,230 away from what they need by the end of the month. Stray said...
Oh,
it's a little
gosh.
over $111 a day. I feel
Enjoy
it's
the moment.
achievable.
Yeah, right.
I do too. Well, they did over $4,000 last week. Let's add that to the ticker before I forget.
Just before you left, the witness made a statement about having been threatened with the firearm, and that does not pertain to this case at all. There was no accusation made about anybody involved in this case, and so the incident is not relevant to this case in any respect, and what was stated should not have any effect in your evaluation of the evidence in the case when you go to deliberation. Any question about that, anybody?
Yeah, I have about 1,000 questions.
Who feels that you've earned the rest of the day off?
Oh, Judge.
I think he speaks for the jury as a whole. Oh, yeah. Someone's jumping the gun
Can you
here.
imagine if somebody like...
it's my understanding.
Well, Ian
I
has done
have
his
no further questions. I'm done questioning that witness.
fundraiser. I think on his, he raised over $100,000 for
questions
a
asked of
children's
All right. So
hospital, I think it
they're
was.
giving me the okay to call it a day. And let's assemble tomorrow again
Maybe
at
people that have
9.
like really large
Please don't rewatch or listen to
followings.
any account of the trial. Don't discuss the case
Maybe
with anyone, not even fellow jurors.
They had an interview with Soloman on,
Or
I bet.
household members. And any question? Okay. Have a great day.
I bet that $3,000. Too bad I don't know somebody like Glenn Beck.
The clerk
He'd
assigned
probably
here,
just fork it over.
Paula Oddly, attempted to address me about some incident involving the defendant and the child. And, well, I couldn't hear her to begin with. The hearing is terrible in here. So I asked her to send me a message, which frequently is what we do. And I provided copies to you. Comments?
So, 3 hours. My opinion, giving a definitive order to the parties that they were not to communicate with a specific witness. The court now sees a second incident where not only, where essentially the same conduct has happened, witnessed by a neutral party,
guys, he's from
and I asked the court to at this point take remedial action. I think the court should consider all variety of actions that the court feels appropriate, but this is a direct violation of what I believe to have been a court order. And I don't know how the court could have been more clear, and I don't know how the disobeying of your order could be more clear. And, this is a court of law. It's a jury trial. It is a very difficult, impressionable witness who, even in the face of a court order, had this behavior that they faced again. So I asked the court to impose a sanction that the court feels is appropriate remedial steps to prevent this sort of blatant violation of court orders. Of course, this has nothing to do with the attorneys, that there's only one responsible party in this room
we're still alive.
In this situation. And certainly I intend to impeach with this or think about how this could be utilized in the trial, but that will require a little extra thought. But at this point, I asked the court to, a simple warning has not been enough. So I asked the court to think about what should be next here.
Oh, well, thank you so much for joining us.
Mr. Gravely's prosecutorial side is clearly coming out here, and he's seen a lot more in this than I think is there. So first of all, I'm just reading from the document that was given to me that he was, the clerk says that he was facing the daughter's direction. Well, we don't know if the daughter saw anything, number one, and gave her a scowling look, and was mumbling. Well, we don't know if he was mumbling to himself. And we don't know any of that. We don't know if there was an attempt to communicate. So Mr. Gravely's attempt to connect dots is kind of futile because they're not connectable. So, and so I don't think I have no idea what kind of remedial measures could possibly be talking about, but this is an emotionally charged situation for everybody in the family on both sides, and especially for Mr. Anderson. And his daughter is up there testifying and obviously having an emotional time with it. I think that's uncontested. So we don't really know, what she heard or what he meant, or if he was talking to himself or anything. So I think that the court's admonition from before is more than sufficient, and we can move on. That's our.
Farrell, that's
well,
nice.
The starting point is I don't know the truth of it. I know that it is a report from the clerk that what she perceived, and I did not see anything occur, and before I would take any remedial action, I would have to know the true facts. Under our law, I can, if I looked at it as a contempt of the court, I can punish only for contempts committed in my presence. There was a more expansive definition formerly, but the law was changed about, 30 or 40 years ago. And I think it's fairly clear now that the contempt has to actually have been witnessed by the judge. And I can't do that. And I didn't witness it, so it's going to have to be heard. And the three forms of contempt are punitive sanction. And since I didn't see the incident, I cannot impose that. Even if I could have a hearing and be convinced of the accuracy of what is reported. A remedial sanction, which would basically be telling him not to do it again.